Yes, good evening, good afternoon, good morning. That transfer window is in full flow, and Tottenham are at the centre of one deal. Big up, Iggy. Welcome. Good evening to you, sir. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. It just made me laugh. We said we're linked with one player. We haven't even. We bought a goalkeeper in at least. But yeah. What are we 30th day of January now, and on the cusp of 31st, and still, no one's come through the door.
Yeah, but come on, it's a
It's who
youth
we are,
project.
mate.
We only want to sign them if they're 18 or 19. We don't want senior pros. Come on, we don't want that. Look, we're gonna listen. We've got a match tonight. We're gonna talk all about that. We'll talk about all the Tottenham transfer news today. But first of all, good evening to everyone in the chat. Hello, how rude of me. Please,
Big up,
as you
guys.
come in, smash the like. Please subscribe. Subscribe to Tottenham Away. Somebody's called me an absolute lad. I'll have it. I'll have it. I'll have that. I don't know what it means, but I will have it. Iggy, let's look, before we get into tonight's game, I'm hoping that tonight's game, we'll talk about it in a minute. I'm hoping it's kind of a straightforward night for Spurs, but you never know.
Never is.
Mateus Tell. I mean,
Yeah.
we've got to start on that, right? It Part of being a YouTuber, I'm sure you get this as well, is everyone wants to send you every little bit of football news that they've heard, every picture, every reporter. And if I get one more picture sent to me today with Mateus Tell and something that's been said about him, I'm going to cry. Reports are that we've agreed terms with Bayern and with the player, but he is in talks with apparently Man U, Villa, Chelsea. Apparently, there's two other clubs as well. What do you make of all this? Where does he play? Where would he fit in? And is this why we built the world's first £1 billion creche so we could just sign children?
Look, Savva, I told you something off stream, and I'm quite happy to share it with everyone else. I said this month. For those who don't know, I do morning videos, and this month, transfer market. Sometimes I've often done videos in the past. This month, I've done zero video of us in the transfer market. It's because I genuinely don't believe anyone's going to come through the door. Yes, we've done one only when concluded of the
Yeah,
goalkeeper Kinski, but other than that, none. So I don't believe that we're going to get this player. I think we're making all the right noise. The buzzwords
yeah,
are always out. We're linked. We're monitoring. We're looking with it. All these lovely words, but fundamentally, once we have to be lone ranger. Once you get the likes of the Villas, Chelsea, and Man United and whatnot, I think I think we're done for. I think we're done. We're in the mix. We just put our name there. We're in the mix when I don't believe for a second this player's going to come through. So I don't even get excited. I don't even start thinking, of where could we be playing him, or where could he be going? And because we won't pay the money, and we're not going to go into a bidding war. When was the last time we won a bidding war with another club
yeah,
that's gone for the same player? So when you
yeah.
take all of these stuff into consideration, I don't see this player coming through. I don't know. What would you make of it?
Mate, I look. The thing is, I keep saying to everyone, I've got no problem with a player. I mean,
No, no, of
he's
course
a
not. It's nothing to do with the
he's
player. Absolutely.
he's a good young footballer. My problem is, I keep hearing from all the people that keep telling me that obviously I don't like Enoch and Levy, I don't like Lang, and I don't like Ange,
Snap,
so I don't like
snap.
the Holy Trinity. Um, but everyone who doesn't like my way of thinking says trust the process, just believe in the project, the process. When I see us just constantly licked with teenagers, what is the project, Iggy? What is the process? Because if it was to just buy teenagers,
Yeah.
stay at White Hart Lane. You know what I mean?
Look,
Like, what are
I'm
we
sure,
doing?
I'm sure, like everybody else, you like a cocktail here and now and again when you go to a wine bar, and the best cocktails are the ones that have the best ingredients in them, right? More often than not. And this
Right.
club, like any football team, you need the cocktail, the right cocktail mixture of players within it. So you need young players, you need experienced players, you need leaders, you need it all. And
Yeah.
you can't have too much of one. Alan Hansen once said a long time ago, you can't win much with kids. And with the exception of the 1992, like Man United, when there's kids ever brought you the success, well, certainly not the success that we desperately want. So for me, the fact that they haven't brought in 2, 3 ready-made players, at least bring in a couple of experienced seasons ready-made players, that could help your young players,
Yeah,
mold
yeah.
them into what we hope to they become proper players in the future. We're not interested in that. We're interested in getting them young, nurturing them, and then selling them on for a high fee. That's what this club for me has become, and not even doing
For
that either.
sure. For sure. And when was the last player we actually did that with really well? Would have been Bale.
And that was fluke, man. Bale was fluke, man. If it
Right.
wasn't for Harry Redknapp, we probably would have lost him we would have probably sold him off and stuff like that. So, but and that even so, let's just say, you know what, they got it bang on with Bale. How long ago was that now? How long has it been when Bale was a kid?
It's crazy. It's crazy. And by the way, as well, I'm just looking here that Alex Buena, for anyone that knows Alex Buena at Villarreal, really good player. And Al Nassr are bidding for everybody. And it's kind of killing football. Sorry, not Al Nassr, Al Ali, at 60 million euros. I'm looking at a player like Alex Bueno. And then I'm looking at Tell and I'm thinking, well, if 60 million euros is available, do this deal. Then Iggy, we find out, well, why is the money available for Tell? It's because of the money that Bayern Munich owe us for Harry Kane. So all of a sudden you think, Daniel Levy's found his wallet. We're in relegation trouble. Daniel Levy has woken up. Hang on. There's an angle. There's always a look over there, just while something's happening over here. And mate, I genuinely don't know anymore what more has to happen to prove to certain people that the club is a shambles. It's an absolute mess.
You know what, Villa, and I know you probably got Aston Villa fans in the chat as well. No disrespect, man, but they it's not actually a disrespect. It's they have taken over from that. I think slowly. Maybe not in terms of size and stature of the club, but in terms of ambition. In terms of ambition, they have taken over from us as well. They are exciting place to go. They've got an exciting manager. They've got an exciting team. And on top of it, they're doing really well in Europe as well as in Premier League. And now what they're trying to do, they're trying to add pieces to that to help them kick on. And they are linked. And I can see that. Listen, if we have to be honest, if you're a neutral here, Aston Villa is probably more an exciting place. I'm sure it actually is more of an exciting place to go to than Tottenham right now. So
I've been having this argument for 2 years. It's a reality, with people,
man.
And everyone's mocked me saying, Villa are small, but Villa act like a proper football club that are trying to do that, right?
Yeah.
They are, if you look in the last couple of years.
They're absolutely ascending for sure. There's no two ways about it.
But they've also bought some young kids, Iggy, and flipped them for more money within the space of a year. Look at what they did with Jaden Philogene. They bought him in the summer, flipped him for more money this January. Duran, they signed for 16 million euros. They've just sold him for 75 million euros in the space of a year and a half, 2 years. And what I like about what they're doing is it seems like they've got all their targets ready to go. Like, if he leaves, we'll get him.
What do you mean? A plan? Is that what it's all?
They've got a plan. Yeah. You know that P word. It's madness, mate. It's madness. And then I'll get loads of people going to me, nope. Spurs, we're bigger. We're better than Villa. I just don't know at what.
In terms of ambition and a football run club, no. We're not. We're miles away from them. You have to be honest, guys. And also, if you can't be honest with yourself, at least look at what's factual. The players you just said, the money that they've got them for, and then what they've sold them on. That's black and white. You can't argue with numbers. I've always said you can debate anything on anyone, but you can't argue with numbers. No one can. It's black and white.
But some good news.
Hit me. We need it. We desperately need it. Come on, Savva. What are you going to hit me with?
No, you're going to.
You're laughing. This can't be.
Exclusive. Tottenham to complete a deal for the academy as they have agreed to sign 18-year-old talent Daniel Batty from Man City. 500,000 transfer fee and future add-ons with sell-on percentage. The medical is ongoing. So guys, girls, I don't know, all the complaining. We've signed an 18-year-old. What is he, a striker? We've signed an 18-year-old. It doesn't say. An 18-year-old from Man City. There you go. We're living the dream, Iggy. We're living the dream.
Yeah, I don't know what to make of that. Listen, nothing against that. I hope the kid's sensational, but is it what we need right now in the position that we are in the league and looking to get out of with the injuries that we currently have? Is this right now the news that every Spurs fan wants to listen to? With all due respects to the kid, I'm sure he's a brilliant player, but oh my, we are. It's the joke keeps going. The joke keeps going, and unfortunately, it's not a laughing one.
Yeah. I mean, look, when you look at it, for example, you look at Villa at the moment, they're in talks with Tell, they're in talks with Asensio. They apparently, Romano said that they've made contact with 3 or 4 other players. Like, you know, when it's just
everyone's having a party and we're just watching on.
Yeah.
We're just watching, we're just a parade go by.
But our fans still don't get it. Like I'd say, we're still more attractive. I don't know what this is based on. They're a Champions League club that are going that way every year at the moment. They are building out their squad. They're bulking it out. They're turning and flipping players. They're making money. But I don't know. Still, we've got fans that think we're more attractive. I just don't understand why.
Savva, do you watch the Overlap podcast?
Yes.
Do you watch it? All right. Ian Wright spoke, right? This is a legendary Arsenal player that's spoken on Spurs, right? He had why bother? Any Arsenal fan should be enjoying this right now, but he's spoken on Daniel Levy on the actual podcast, so it's there, guys. And he said they should have been winning things because of the owner. They haven't won anything with him, have they? With Levy at the helm, Tottenham used to win trophies, used to win FA Cups, they used to win stuff. It's him. He's the one. They've got to get him out and get an owner who wants to win something with these fans. The stadium's always full. Now, this is an Arsenal legend that's watching us on the outside. He takes the absolutely living piss out of us at every opportunity he has. Rightly so. Why wouldn't you if you were them or if you was there? But he's now telling us how he sees from an outsider, and he sees the problem. And yet, many of us that are in it all, we don't see it, man. We don't see it.
Yeah. Do you know what? I talking about Arsenal people saying these things. I was watching yesterday. A clip came up of Robbie Lyle, you know, from AFTV and DL Sports. Robbie, it was Matisse and somebody else, and they were talking about Spurs. And do you know what? This is how bad it is at Spurs.
They feeling sorry for us.
They stopped mocking us.
Yes.
And they were like genuinely, like Robbie was saying, he said, they're our enemies. And I genuinely feel sorry for their fans. Like when it gets to the stage that no longer are people going, look at Spurs. Right. But then we've got our own fans going, no, it's all right. We're doing well. It's a youth. These fans of other clubs get it. They get it. They see what we're doing. And look, the Mateus Tell thing, I don't know if we're going to get him. Every bit of my spidey sense says no, because other clubs are involved. They'll pay more money. But I even then I look at it and I go, I've got nothing against the player. But again, Iggy, it's a 19-year-old. It's if you look at how many of our last signings, you look when we bought a Dogie, he was still 18, 19. He's now 20, right? Yang was 18. Odeberg was 20. Bergval 18. Gray 18. You've got who else am I missing there? I'm missing someone else as well. You've got Lancashire, who's a kid. I know we've not signed him. You've got Mikey Moore, who's 17.
Where's the experience? How many more can you put in the mix? And also, like, read the room, as in look at what we're going through right now. I know. Would as another kid actually going to take the grab the ball by the horns and really lead it? We need experience. We need ready-made players. Anybody can see that. Even our most experienced players are struggling, man. We need, and also another thing, we need, even if on loan, we need somebody that's experienced at playing at the level that we're in right now, 15th, 16th in the league. Somebody that fights. What I've said, and I've done a video on, and I've said we don't have the fight in us. So we need a couple of players to come in through the door, even on loan, just to say, you know what, we've been 15th, 16th, 17th position before. We know what fighting at this end of the Premier League is all about. We need those fights because right now, if you look at all the teams around us, Savva, now we've got Everton's back now. Leicester have just won after 7-8 games, straight defeat. What I'm saying is everyone around us now are starting to pick up points. We are, with Southampton, the worst team in the Premier League in terms of form. Now, you have to face the reality of what it is. The numbers do not lie. So they tell you that we are in some serious effed up form. Like,
Oh, for
and
sure.
what's worse, Sava, I can't see another win. I can't see where we're going to go. Forget tonight. I'm talking in terms of Premier League. I don't see where another Premier League win's going to come from. Given that
Mate,
all the play, think about all the teams that we've got coming up. We couldn't beat Everton, and we
yeah.
couldn't beat who's that we lost in that Leicester. We couldn't beat them. So what mindset can you go and think? Oh, we're going to go and win over there now?
Mate, if you look at it in hang on, let me make sure I get this right. If I look at our results, right, you think in the month of January, right, just in January alone, we failed to beat Tamworth
In 90 minutes,
over 90 minutes.
Forgot about that.
Right, we drew with Wolves, who are in the bottom 3. We lost to Everton, who were bottom 4 at the time of playing us, and we've lost to Leicester City, who were bottom 3. Like, as much as we want to talk about injuries, we've got enough players to be beating Wolves, Everton, Leicester. You think Palace, Ipswich, and this is why when everyone does the whole "oh my god" injuries, I'm so sorry. I looked at that Leicester team that played Samara and Winks in midfield. If I had suggested to anybody that our midfield this season would have been Samara and Winks, everyone would have laughed at me, right? Fayez, Wout Fayez and Vestergaard at the back. Everyone would have laughed at me. Right? Castagne, people laughed. Their goalkeepers, their sub-goalkeeper. Like, we're not beating anyone, Iggy. We're not even grinding out dirty one. You know, like, this is the way I likened it to. I said to George, who came on my show this morning, when you're down the bottom, when you're in a relegation battle, whatever you want to call it, you need a manager that knows how to scrape, how to fight. You need a manager that knows how to.
He hasn't got that. He
up.
hasn't got the experience. He hasn't got that
got it.
experience either. So when
He
we don't
hasn't.
have players that fight, we don't have a manager at the experience to. This is what I'm saying about bringing a couple of players in that have had the experience of playing at this level, 15, 16 for the league. We don't have the players to do it. We don't that have played at that level. And we don't have the manager that's played this level. Anywhere that he's never been 15th, 16th fighting for a relegation battle. He's not been in that situation.
No.
So when you think of that, you think of the teams that we haven't beaten this month, and we haven't won a game since October against Villa at home. Is that the last game we won in the Premier League?
We've not won at home. Hang on. How many days are we from Leicester? That was 84. We've not won a home game in the Premier League for 88 days.
So when you take that into consideration and everything else that we've just been speaking about, in what mind? And listen, I know like one doesn't want to put a doom and gloom spin to it, but it's very hard not to be in doom and gloom when you're in a doom and gloom situation. It's like when you're in a situation of doom, you got to face it for what it is. It's the only way you're going to get out of it. It's being real. It's being real with the situation that you're in. As soon as you can be real, and then you can show some. But we're not. It's almost as if we're not accepting that that's the reality of where we are. And until we do that, we won't get out of it. We're not accepting it.
But do you know what, Iggy? It's not just Ange that's not accepting it, and some of the players are fans as well. I feel like we've got a lot of people that are burying their head in the sand and saying it's fine, it's all right when players come back fit. But when you're down there, you've got to be right. You've got to be taking from Everton, Leicester, and Wolves, who we've played in our last 6 Premier League games. You've got to be taking 7 to 9 points. Right, we took 1. You've got to be getting a minimum of 5.
But also,
we're not getting any points.
But also to add to what you're saying, players that are coming back, let's say Romero and Van der Ven, which is great news by the way, that they're coming back in not so distant future. But also we have to give him what he had been out for a long time now. Do we not have to give him 2-3 games to get into things again. They have to be given at least a couple of games to get into swing of things.
Yep.
That's 2 games too many already. So
Yep.
I'm saying we haven't got a lot of time to allow players to come back. They got to come back and be hitting the ground running like ASAP. And like, I can't express how urgent this how, first of all, how badly we're hemorrhaging, and also how badly that needs to be attended. It's like you need to get to hospital and you need to be seen to by doctors straight away. You need to get there now because you're not going to see tomorrow. And we are in that in desperate situation, and for some reason, like I see, like you say, I see this. Yeah, no, we'll be all right. We're all right, mate. We'll be all right. We'll turn this around. Listen, you know the manager's not ready because in one of the videos I've seen online when he was going under the tunnel, someone said, "You're gonna get." Someone shouted at him, "You're gonna get us relegated," and he's marched back to look at who said that. I'm like, mate,
Yep.
yeah, at this rate, you will.
Yeah, we said before, and listen, I know it's difficult when I talk about Ange. It's difficult because everyone knows that I don't rate him. So when I say it, they just go, "Oh, you've got an agenda." But
I
you
was
said
with
this.
him. I was with him all the way. I was probably one of the. I've used Stell. I know you used Stell went ages ago. I know that. I was willing to buy. I was willing to say, do you know what? It doesn't matter to me about Premier League where we end up this season in terms of European places because we never do anything other than take the money for it. But I
Mm,
was willing to give him that season. See, look, let's see what happens. And blah blah blah.
mm.
And after that Man City game, where we won 4-0, and we had changed tactics to win that game. And I thought maybe he's just learned something. Maybe we've just turned the corner. And the 3 or 4 games after, we went back to reverted to the same way. Inverted fullbacks again, high line again. I thought, you know what? Nah. And we started
Yeah,
picking
yeah.
up defeats shortly after that. And I thought, you know what? This is, I'm done with it all. And that for me was the massive turning point in terms of we're not going to do nothing with this manager.
No, I completely agree. But again, we got like, I mean, big up to my man Phil. I mean, Phil Coyes, I love you, dude. But the denial in our fan base is absolutely real. He said, look at our games, look at our fixtures when our squad's back fit. Look.
I
I mean,
can't decide if Phil was being if he'd been real or if he was being ironic. I
I
couldn't
think
work it out.
he must be being ironic because, first of all, can we get our fans have to stop this, Iggy? The chances of having a fully fit squad at any point across a 60-odd game season is very thin, right? Now, yes, I know the number we've got now is crazy, but obviously I don't think that's been helped by Ange. But the problem is here, we're in denial. We keep saying things like, we've got XYZ, we'll be fine. I said that against Leicester, we lost. I said that against Ipswich, we lost. Wolves, couldn't beat them, right? We've managed, since we battered Man City, right, Iggy, the famous day after was the day that do you remember I had a video made about me for an hour and a half?
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, right, really good, right? So the karma on that video is that since that video, Tottenham have won 1 Premier League game in 11 or 12,
Brilliant.
whatever it is, right? And that was
Play that video
Southampton.
now. Play that video now.
Right.
It'll probably tally up a lot of things that have happened since.
And this is the problem, right? This is the problem. And when people are talking about our injuries as well, Wiggy, I've really got to point out to people that Van de Ven and Romero are injury prone. Just because they come back doesn't mean they're not going to get injured again. This is not, look, I'm genuinely baffled how anyone is watching Spurs and just going, yeah, we'll be fine. We are an utter mess. And Iggy, can I just say something to you? Because again, people like Phil don't listen and denial. I love Phil, but the denial is terrible. With a fully fit squad, after
we're going to gain some back. We're going to lose some as well.
Hang on, Iggy. After 13 games this season with a fully fit squad, this was our worst start to a Premier League year for 18 seasons. So this whole notion of, don't worry, everyone's going to get back fit. Well, what was wrong before they were injured then? Why were we a mess before they got injured? It's like we don't want to. It's like people don't want to see the truth, Phil, Iggy. I'm baffled. I'm really baffled.
You know what's funny, Rick? Even with players that are coming back, because it's, you know what makes them funny, that we get Richarlison back and we lose Solanke. we lose, we lose Bentancur, and then we get Sar's injured. It's been like that all season. We've gained one and we've lost ones, and this is what's going to be happening moving forwards. You recover one or two players, and you'll lose a couple of players somewhere else. Injuries are part of football, man. We should be able. Any team has injury. You can't say Spurs are the only team that've got injuries. Loads of teams have got injuries. Maybe not. You know, we've been heavily hit in certain, like in defence, more so than any other. Granted, but injuries are part of football, and you've just got to be ready because we had X amount of games that we've had to play this year, and we weren't ready to play those games numerically
Agreed.
speaking. We didn't have enough numbers to compensate for, and now we're playing literally every 3 days. We're playing tonight. I mean, tonight is an extra game that really we could have done without. But here we are playing again, and you know what? I'm almost become numb. You know, to
Agreed.
it all. Like you look at the games, you watch the football calls, you watch Spurs when play. Everyone, we all Spurs fans do. But in terms of what just less than an hour away from playing, or just over an hour to playing. How excited are you to see Tottenham playing? But your face is not just you because you're being new. It's everybody. No one can
Yeah.
tell me honestly that they look forward to Spurs games right now. It's
Would you like the
actually.
team?
Would I like the team? Go on, hit me with it. Hit me with it because I didn't.
So
Go on. I'm not
the
going to say
team
no
is
more. Go on.
Austin in goal, Pedro
Please, mate.
Porro,
Again.
Ben Davis, Van der Ven, and Archie Gray.
Okay.
Sarr, Bentancur, and Bergvall. Moore, Richarlison, and Son. And on the bench, you've got Forster, Whiteman, Hardy, Dragoshin, Casanova, Basuma, Ulasesi, Kmaitaman, Ajayi, Kulusevski, Scarlett, Lancashire. What do you make of that? Again, Dragoshin straight out. Straight out. Van der Ven straight back in. What do you make of that?
Who's the other centre back pairing? Oh, Ben Davis. So Ben Davis.
It's got
Listen,
Davis and Gray. I don't know. I'm guessing Davis will be the
Davis
centre
will
half.
be. Yeah, but then there'll be a right centre back, wouldn't it? So you got two left footers playing in the middle. That's so strange. Archie Gray has been playing left back for a little recently as well. It's a weird. He needs him, Porro, Dragusin have played all of them so far, haven't they? So at some point or another, they will too. I think Dragusin maybe might be a rest thing. Who knows? But I'm sure Gray and Porro will. Again, it's like misfits, isn't it? We got. I'm glad Van der Ven's back. The forward line does not really scare me. I mean, there should be enough to get through maybe this lot, but again, I don't want to say that with too much chest because, but more Son and Richarlison. Who else we got? Lancashire. Someone's put Lancashire. He probably could have started tonight. I don't understand. Is like in Europe after Galatasaray game, he's not had a sniff. I mean, yeah, he got sent off that day, but he did score as well. I just thought he might have got a few more minutes here and there. Like in the weekend, he only come on in injury time, and today I thought he might have started. At least bring him on and then put Richarlison, who went off injured, didn't he? In the weekend, he came off shortly after half time. So I thought maybe Lancashire could have been given. All right, Gray right. So Gray's playing centre back from what the guys are telling me.
See, surely
don't
tonight.
Don't tell me Van der Ven's playing left back.
No, surely tonight then you'd go Gray at right side of centre half, Van der Ven at left side of centre half, and Ben Davis as a left back, wouldn't you?
But Ben Davis has been playing centre back with Gray left back, hasn't he?
No, I know, but otherwise you're going to have two lefties in the centre, and then Gray, who's a right-footed. I don't understand this Gray playing at left back. I don't get it at all. I don't understand.
Van der Ven goes left back, and Gray and Davis are centre backs. I don't know. I wouldn't want to see Van der Ven left back. God almighty, it's bad enough playing him centre back in terms of, wearing the hamstrings. Seeing him at left back wouldn't excite me at all. Actually, worry me. But I thought Lancashire might have got the nod tonight, and I'm happy that Moore's on in the side as well. So we'll have a little bit of pace in the wing as well. Makes us a little bit more unpredictable. But we'll see.
Can we talk about Van der Ven?
Yeah.
So for me, what I'll be really interested to see tonight is
look at what Christopher's saying. By the way, Van der Ven left back in the lineup. So it's an interesting one. I hope not. I really hope
I
not.
mean, it'd be weird if he did, but look, either way, what I want to see tonight is that we play some sort of tactics that don't rely on Van der Ven having to be our recovery man every time when he's just come back from a hamstring injury. That is always my worry when I see Van der Ven play football, is that, oh my God, his hamstring's going to go. Look, what are you expecting from Van der Ven? Because we bought him back last time against Chelsea. He got injured within, what was it, half an hour, 20 minutes,
Yeah.
whatever it was.
Yeah.
Are we bringing him back too quick? Is this the right sort of game for him? Are we going to compensate for his injury?
I would say that today is the right game for him. In all honesty, I think
Mhm.
it is that we can't. I don't think anyone can complain too much. I'm a bit concerned as to where he's going to play now. If he's at centre back or left back, hopefully he's at centre back. And lastly, what I can expect from him today, just getting through the game unscathed. That is all I ask. Decent performance, have a decent game, but more importantly, above all else, get through the amount of minutes that he's due to play. I'm assuming he's going to play about an hour. I don't think he's going to play for full 90 minutes. Remains to be seen. But just come away and say, you know what, he's still intact and ready to play the next game, whenever that will be. That's all I'm asking for tonight. Really can't afford to lose. Not just him, but any player right now anymore. We can't. It's fed up of losing players through to injuries, and certainly fed up of losing players that aren't ready to play, but we're being forced to play. So that's all.
Yeah.
That's the same with Richarlison. Look, it's getting to the point that we even Richarlison, we can't afford to lose anymore because we are so thin, even up top. And also the goals, man. Who's going to score these goals in that forward line? Because I don't see many goals in him at the moment.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, isn't it? I mean, look, I look at that team tonight, and then I look at the bench with, Basuma's there, Kulu's there, Dragashin's there. The players, there's not a million players missing at the moment. There's not a load of injuries. I know. Obviously, Solanke's been out for a couple of games now. Maddison's injured. Adogi, I'm not too concerned about. I know that sounds bad. I actually thought that Spence was doing better than him at left back anyway.
Yeah, I agree.
But I think the players that are there tonight, that squad that's there tonight, is more than good enough to beat Elfsborg. It's more than good enough to be beating Leicester City, Elfsborg. We've just got to, from my point of view, by hook or crook, we've got to win these games. We've just got to get some wins.
And let's hope we don't do a repeat performance like the Offenheim game where, yeah, we won the game, but we risked many a times to losing the game against a really, really substandard team. And I don't know how good these guys are. I don't know much about them, in all honesty, Savva, but I don't know what you know about them. But yeah, at home in front of our own fans, I'd expect us to see this through without too many problems. But you can't say that with this Tottenham side of late. We can't say that it's going to be a straightforward 3-pointer where it should be, really and truly.
No, I agree with you. I mean, look, let's face it, Iggy. We are in a great position to go through tonight. And look, we are sitting currently in the top 8. A win guarantees us automatic qualification into the next round. A draw could see us through, but more than likely with a draw, there might be 2 or 3 teams behind us that get enough points to overtake us.
No, we need a win. Anything but a win.
We've got to win.
Yeah, we've got to win. But no, if nothing else, just to taste the victory at home as well. Like, we haven't had a home win for such a long time that we desperately need to. We need to start feeling a sensation of the win again, and we need to start doing it more regular. So it has to start tonight, and then in the hope that we can take. But then again, I said this against the Hoffenheim game. We needed to win that game to go into the Leicester City game with a little bit of a winning feeling, and we know how that went. So tonight, hopefully, we get a second bite of the cherry of tasting it and taking it into the Premier League game in the weekend.
Yeah, no, look, absolutely. And by the way, Elfsborg won't be, look, as Tony said, there won't be mugs. He said they've won against Roma, Nice, Karabag, and a draw against Braga. So look, they've got some decent form. I suppose from my point of view, I just want to see a performance. I don't feel like Spurs have given us a performance for months. Like months and months and months. I mean, I'm not going to count Southampton. I'm not Iggy, because they are the worst team that's ever played in the Premier League. Other than that, I don't think Spurs have given us a really good performance since we beat Man City. I truly think that they owe the fans tonight. Go there, get a nice get a 3-4-0 win. Let's not do anything silly. Let's not be wide open and allow Elfsborg to score goals for fun on the counter-attack. That's all I want to see.
The thing is, we've been starting strong in Europe. I'm talking about. We've been starting like against Tottenham. We started strong, and we need to when we're on top of them, we need to capitalize them. Try and get a couple of goals. Get you and yourself in a couple of positions where the second half you don't have to spend so much energy. And also we have a tendency of dropping off in the second half physically. So and that's what allowed Offenheim to get back into it, because we did drop off. But thankfully, that second goal that Sonny got for himself gave us a little bit more breathing space for the final full quarter. So I don't want to be in a situation where the 60th, 70th minute we're still fighting to get the win or stuff like that. We need to get another goal. That is that spending energies that we don't rightly have. We don't have that of late. So let's hope that we start strong, taking the lead, and really put it on them in the second half. We can kind of manage that word again, manage the game a little bit better, something that we've not been really good at doing for a long time.
No, you're absolutely right. And look, I just looked. Elfsborg have won their last 2 in this competition. They are. I'm sorry.
20th. They're 20th. I just looked them up. They're 20th in the Europa League standings.
But then, they're not guaranteed to go into the playoffs at the moment. But it would mean. Hang on, let's have a look. Are they? There's 1, 2,
they
3.
win. There's so many teams up to Olympiacos, and they're 12th. They can jump still, like 10.
They
places.
Can't be caught. They will finish in the knockout places, whatever the score tonight. If my maths is right, Porto, 20, and Braga are currently in 25th, 26th, 27th, and they're the only 3 teams that can catch Elfsborg, who have got 4.
Elfsborg need a point really to save where that area that they were. They need a point because Porto are outside of the 24. They're on 8 points, and Elfsborg are. Am I right? They're on 10 points. So they just need a point really to guarantee their spot in that.
Yeah, I don't think they can be caught. Honestly, again, I'm looking at the table. I don't think they can be caught, even if they lose 10-0 tonight. Now, I don't know if that's a good thing for us or not. What I'm looking to see is I don't think they can go in the automatics, but what they can do is get enough points. They can get enough points though. If they win tonight, they can go into it's all very confusing, into the seeded knockouts side. So it's 9th to 15th to 16th are seeded, and then 17th to 24th are not. So Elfsborg are well in the mix to finish in the seeded knockout phases. But look, what we don't need, Tottenham do not need to be not winning tonight and getting an extra 2 games in a couple of weeks' time. That's what we've got to safeguard against. And I'm just really hoping I want to get through a game with no injuries, unscathed, nothing silly again. Like, I don't want like what we did against Leicester, what we did against Hoffenheim, where we're cruising and then boom,
we allow them back in. We allow them back in.
Madness. Mikey Moore. I want to talk about Mikey Moore. Really strange season for Mikey Moore. Youngster, obviously very young. I think the fans have really put a lot of hype on this lad, which I do feel can be a bit unfair at times. But he does get a start tonight. He does get a start tonight after a few cameos in the last 2 weeks. Are we putting too much pressure on this lad? Are we all hyping him to the point where he's 17 and we should just be allowing him to go out there, make mistakes and play pressure free?
Look, he's an exciting player. There's no 2 ways about that. Mikey Moore's an exciting player, but you're right. It's like it would be. He needs to have that journey. He needs to, like, you're right. He needs to be allowed to make mistakes and stuff like that. And he, like I said, he's exciting. Takes on players. He's very direct. He's probably like in a really crappy time, storm and everything coming our way, he's the only like shining light that I can see at the moment within our team in terms of excitement. But having said that, yeah, he shouldn't be. He shouldn't. We shouldn't be putting any pressure on him. It's not for him to resolve the situation. We should be helping him to make
Mm.
sure that he does well. And that's what I want. I just want a couple of old heads to come in to this team and just help the likes of more to succeed. At the end of the day, we want him to stay within a squad fringes. We want him to get minutes. And I hope moving forwards, when everyone is back, like many people are saying, and want back, that the players like Mikey Moore, Bergvall, they still get given the opportunities because they are good players, but they need the support around them to excel. And
Yeah, for
without
sure.
that, it's going to be tough, man. It's going to be tough. But for Mikey Moore, I'm pleased for him. He is getting minutes, and I hope that he does himself justice because at the end of the day, he knows he's in at the moment. This is the right time for him to be in there, but he's got to make the most of these opportunities given him because they're going to be probably far and few when everyone else is back.
Can I ask your opinion on actually remind me, I'm going to come back to Mikey Moore. I should probably get these out of the way.
Go on.
DCC has become a YouTube member. Big up
Big
to
up.
you. I don't know, Deep Clean something. Big up to you, Deep Clean something. Really appreciate that. Deep Clean Coys. Let's go with that. Thank you very much. I'm Donna. Do you wanna? Absolutely superb. Big up to you, Donna. And now here comes a few super chats from Donna. Wagwan, Mr. Savva and Mr. Iggy, both looking handsome. Oh,
Thank you, Donna.
Donna has come in again and said, Mr. Iggy, fancy a cocktail with me at our stadium bar?
Not at a stadium bar. Anywhere else, it should be fine.
There we go. There we go. So it wasn't a no. Then Donna has said, Mr. Savva, no, the laundry boy found Mr. Levy's wallet. Okay, fair enough. A user has said, we're not signing Tell. He ain't coming to us. We're 15th. We'll talk about this in a bit more in a minute. Thank you, A user. A user's also gone on to say, sorry, too little, too late from the board. I completely agree with you. Next one is from Donna, who says the wallet was in old pants he got on loan for 4 million Italy. I don't know what that means, but big up to you, Donna. I'm Donna. Do you want to have said, Mr. Levy bought this pant event? What are you talking about? What are you waffling about at this stage? A user has said by the time new signings settle in, the season is over.
It's true. Get them in early. User's absolutely right. We've been so desperate for players. Get them in as early as possible. Bang on the money. So they could have take effect already in January. You don't get them the last second and it takes them 2 or 3 weeks. And let's be honest, any player that comes through now is coming into a struggling team, man. They are coming into it's not fully function where we know a well-oiled machine where the player comes in and they can hit the ground running because it's coming into a team that's rotating and doing really well. No, they're coming to a struggling team, fighting relegation, haven't won a game in goodness how long. It's been defeat after defeat. It's been injury after injury. The context are coming in, and surely a player that's coming into a team wants to come in and play, but also doesn't want to. It wants to be excited at the prospect of playing for a team. Wants to be excited about playing for this current team under this current manager, given the situation, the problems that we got. I don't see why. Honestly, I'm taking myself out with the Tottenham bias. I'm looking into what's exciting about coming into this club right now. The owners, the project, the players, the manager. What's exciting to be at Spurs right now that you wouldn't want to choose Villa and all the teams that you mentioned that we linked with, the players that we linked with, they all have exciting and more prospect and more ambitious and more everything you want. I know we're shitting on our team right now, we're shitting on our club, but how can you not with the things that you're seeing? It's really hard to like be positive, and you know what, you know me a little bit now. You know I hate to be really negative about things, and I'm not normally like this, but it's hard with the evidence presented to you and the results. More importantly,
You're
the
wrong,
numbers.
Iggy. You're wrong. Look, Reezy completely disagrees with you. Reezy's really funny.
Reezy,
What happened was,
what I would say to Reezy is this, Savva. He totally disagreed with this. Absolutely fine. It's prerogative to do so. But at least tell me why you're disagreeing and counter argument in your comment. And that way we can at least see what you say as to why you disagree. And then we can disagree and agree with you.
Iggy, Reezy has been in my chat for months and months and months and been very, very wrong about all of their predictions about Ange Postecoglou. Now that it's got so
I'm going to give
bad,
Reezy a chance. I'm going to give Reezy because I don't know him. You know
go
him.
for
I
it.
don't know him.
You
Reezy,
go for it.
explain to me in your comment why you totally disagree and counter argument with your argument. Let's see what you got to say.
Right, Reezy, while I read out these super chats, get your message in. A user has come back in and said Levy can attract players offering the Skywalk, F1 and NH. I think you meant NFL. It won't surprise me, though, if we do end up having an NHL ice rink under the stadium as well, though. Big up to you, A user. The next super chat is from EdX. Big up to you, Ed. Has said, smash the likes. Savva is the hardest working man for rational Spurs fans. Thank you very much. I'll take that as a compliment. What I would say is Ed is right. There's 800 of you exactly and 178 likes, which is absolutely shocking. We should be on 400 likes ASAP. Big up to you, Ed. Really appreciate that. I'm Donna. Do you wanna? Oh my God, has come in to explain it. Mr. Savva, I meant the laundry boy has found Mr. Levy's wallet, which is in his pants. He got on loan from Italy. I'm Donna. Do you wanna? Can I ask a favor, Donna? I really appreciate the super chats. Is there any way you could just add up the money and do one big super chat rather than 9 that I have to read out because it stops the flow of my show? Thank you very much. And Phil Coy's with a super sticker. Thank you, Phil. He might always be wrong about football, but he's a lovely guy and very generous. Thank you very much.
Supportive of the channel, absolutely.
Very supportive. Look, let's get on to that then. Oh, look, here he is. Here he is. Look at him. Look at the state of him. Look at the state of this man. You were wrong about Emma.
He is shameless. He is shameless.
Do you know
Milan
what?
tried to get rid of him. The Galatasaray. The injury saved him. His injury saved him from getting shipped out. Stop it. Stop it,
Madness.
Nick. Stop.
Here we go. So Reezy has said to you, Iggy, the only difference between us and these clubs is they're offering the money required to get the talent. That's it. Believe he actually paid the going rate for the good talent. We could just get just about anyone. Reezy, I don't think Iggy said that's not true. That's not what Iggy said. I think we all agree that the problem is Daniel Levy doesn't spend the money, but that's part of what makes other clubs more attractive, Reezy. You've got to look at it. If Tottenham and Villa right now, now I don't know the situation with Tell. If Tottenham and Villa right now are looking at you as a player, answer me honestly, Reezy. Who are you picking right now? The team in the Champions League knockout stages that are 13 points above Tottenham and going for Champions League again in the Premier League, that have been on the up and up for the last 3-4 years? Or are you picking Tottenham, who are in a relegation battle? Manager might be leaving at some point because he's doing dreadfully. It's a youth project. Who are you picking? Be brutally honest. Take your Spurs hat off. Who are you picking, Iggy?
Reezy, the fact that in your comment you put if Levy actually play. If. It's with Levy, it's been a lot of ifs over the years. And unfortunately, the fact that you put that in your comment tells you that you know. If he did that, if Levy spent the players, would be more successful and maybe would have won. There's a lot of if. And you've just added one in front of Levy's name. And that tells you everything you need to say. You are, if he did this, if he did that, but the problem is, we've had 24 years of if he did that, unfortunately, he doesn't, man. So you got to let it go, man. It's a waste of time with Levy and his ownership. It really is. And if you really think that Levy's going to change his ways, or the Enoch or whoever else runs that club, we're in dire straits here.
Yeah, look, I listen, I do feel it's interesting. Like we will have fans that will fight to the death. All I know is this. If you asked me right now, which position do I want to be in as a football club? Do I want to be in Aston Villa's position or Tottenham's? And this isn't just this season. This is the last 3-4 years. For me, their owners are doing a wonderful job. You've got to, I don't think people take into consideration, Iggy. 5 years ago, they were a championship football club. And they're going like that.
Yeah.
They're going like that. They're running things properly. You look at them in this window. They've already signed 2 or 3 players. They're now trying to sign 2 more. This is a club that want to bolster their squad. Their manager can adapt from a back 3 to a back 4. They've got loads of forward
They're
options.
showing football and ambition. We've been crying for
Absolutely.
this at this club. We've been
Absolutely.
crying for it. That's all we've ever asked for. Not to win every single trophy going, but to be an exciting club to follow. Aston Villa fans, I would love for you to get some Aston Villa fans on the show. I want to know what vibe they're at, what they're feeling right now. Because if I was them, I'd feel excited about this team. Doing well in Europe, doing really well in the league. Do you know what I mean? And then the exciting times, you don't know where this. And even after this season, they're not going to stop here, are they? They're going to go again in the summer, and they're going to go again for the next season. So it's a really good time to be at that club right now. I'm not saying they're bigger in terms of stature. Of course, they're not. The stadium and all of that fan base, I know they're not. But in terms of football
Players
ambition,
don't care about that.
no, of
Players
course
don't
not.
care about that.
Cool, but in terms of ambition, excitement, the manager Emery, he's doing really well. You can't fault him. You can't fault him for what he's up to. He's always trying to build on trying to get a proper forward in. Is Ollie Watkins. I don't know if he's going to move on or not. But what I'm saying is they're doing bits. They're doing bits, and then you look at us. We've been stale for such a long time, and every time. Don't remember, guys. Every time you sack a manager, you're starting the project all over again. And yet again, we could be on the verge of starting yet another project under a new manager if this is what's going. If this continues more longer, it's just fucking sad to be talking about this all the time, but it's the reality of the matter, man.
Yeah, look, I think that I think the only thing that would make us more attractive than Villa is if Villa don't offer a player game time right now. And the thing is, I think it's really sad that we're sitting here and talking about a club that were in the Championship 5 years ago as to where they are now in indication to us. But our fans, as I've always said this, and people have a go at me, and I'm sure I get it. Some of our fans deserve this because they don't wake up. Some of our fans that just will not admit when other teams do well. Like, oh, you love Villa. I don't love Villa. I really respect what they've done in this last 5 years.
And what they're trying to do.
Right. I respect that. I don't respect what our owner's done. And you made a great point there, Iggy. If I'm a top pro, am I going to want to go and play for Unai Emery or Ange Postecoglou? Let's be honest.
With the 1,000,001 problems, the manager is now become 1,000,002 problems. So what I'm saying, for me, this club, top to bottom, needs a complete reset. Not just the manager. Every single one of them has to go. Every single one of them, top to bottom.
No, I completely agree with you. I completely agree with you. I don't think that sometimes we take into account how bad things are. Like when we say just pay the money and players will come. I've always said I think teenagers will. I think these kids will. But going to get established footballers, I think if they looked at us versus Villa versus Chelsea versus Arsenal versus Man U, I don't think they're going to look at us and go, that's where I want to be.
Solanke left Bournemouth to come to Tottenham thinking he had made a bigger move. And you see where Bournemouth are this year and look at where we are this year. As honestly, Solanke looking at that, how would you be feeling right now? I'd be like, nah. I should have waited another 6 months to a year. Honestly, you can't be Solanke right now. Yeah, it might be on bigger money, better money, and all of that. But in terms of move, nah, mate. You can't tell me right now going to Spurs was the right thing to do for him and leaving an exciting team that is Bournemouth. Even that, I have to admit and say it, man. I'd be lying if I'm not. You look at Bournemouth play; they're such an exciting team to watch as well. So.
Look how much in denial we are, Iggy. Like when you look at Champions League consistently, when that was ages ago. Phil, we're not in the Pochettino era. We're not there anymore. Villa are.
We was in the Champions League with Conte, weren't we? That's the last time we was there. We're nowhere near Iggy, Champions League level football. We're nowhere near that
these
anymore.
Players, what fans like Phil don't get. This is where I'm so frustrated with how fans are so fickle in their thinking. Players aren't going to look at Spurs and Villa right now and say, hang on, but 5, 6, 7 years ago, Tottenham were making Champions League. They're going to look now and go, hang on, they're in a relegation battle. This team got Champions League last year. They are fighting for it again this year. They're in the knockout stages of the Champions League. They're signing good players, building the squad. They've got a top-class manager. You think people are going to look and go, yeah, but Spurs were in the Champions League 5, 6, 7 years ago. Honestly, I don't know what our fans are seeing. I genuinely feel like our fans are deluded. I'll say it.
We will right now. We right now would only attract two kind of players. One of them are the young players that want to come in, or
Yes,
perhaps are coming from an outside league and want to
yes,
use Spurs as a window to bigger and better things, which a lot of players do, or players that are over the hill, or managers that are over the hill that will take the money and say, you know what, I'm not going to get better than this, and they come to Spurs. They will not come because of the project. They will not come because they believe that this coming to Tottenham is the team to be in because they will win things. We're not that team. We are not that team. We are for young players who are looking Spurs as a stepping stone for something better, and they will get the opportunities because that's the youth project is what we're going for. Or players that are just on that there's nowhere else. Same for managers, young exciting managers like Areola. So is that his name? Sorry, the
yep,
guy that's
yep. Areola.
Areola and the guy at Fulham. They're looking to like up their step to go on to bigger and better things eventually. Or you'll have the managers that are just they're down a downward spiral and want to come and get 3, 4, 5 million a year to let's see where we go with this. But
Mm.
no one's coming at Spurs for the project. No
No,
way. Get that out of your heads.
yeah, this is the thing. And I said this in the summer when fans were coming on my show, Iggy, and talking about project. I'm so bored of this word. Project. 3 to 5 years. What people need to remember, right? What people need to remember is players in our own club aren't going to be saying, well, if I just wait 5 years for the project, if I just do the project, players don't care. They want to win now. They want to be, and Carlos, big up to you. I'll explain why. First and foremost, there isn't 50 million to spend on Tell. The money that you think we'd be spending 50 million on Tell would all be down to the money that Bayern Munich still owe us for Harry Kane. So we would almost be, I don't know the ins and outs, but it would almost be that we're wiping the slate clean on, you don't owe us any more money, we'll have this player. And secondly, Brighton just turned down 65 million euro bid for Matoma. How much do you think Spurs in the Premier League are going to have to pay to go and get Matoma? They've just turned down 65 million euros. And on Mbeumo, why would Brentford would ask for 70, 75? This is the difference. It's not these players.
We're not paying the money. We're not paying the money.
Yes.
Carlos, the simple response to that, I'm going to break it down. We ain't spending that money. We're not. Spurs history as a whole. Do you know what, Phil? I would like to tell you, go and listen to the likes of Glenn. When you go to these, Glenn Hoddle does these one evenings and blah blah blah. Go and speak to those players. Tell me what the likes of Bill Nick will be saying at this Tottenham one club right now. Go and speak to those legends away from the cameras. I'm going to tell because I've done it personally. I've spoken to these legends away from cameras. Go and get the lowdown from them. I'm telling you now, none of them are excited. None of them are excited about what they're seeing at Tottenham right now. Forget what they say in front of the telly. Have a guy speak to them in these evenings with those legends, and they will tell you exactly how they feel about it. They're not happy, believe me. That's what I'm going to say. That
I think that people are getting our history confused with Man U. Now, Man U are a club right now that use their history.
Sorry, Maz. Something's on the telly.
Oh, I don't know what's happened there.
Right, there's a screen. There's someone in the crowd with a massive in a Spurs game. That is. Was it? What they're saying, Ange? Ange, I'm entertained in this team. I trust. There's a fan at the game right now with that board sign holding it up. the delusion is real.
You know when I say they've got what they deserve. They've got what they deserve. People are looking at this football and going, top pros, pundits, ex-managers are looking at this and going, these tactics are a shambles. Fans are going, you know what, with one or two players, Iggy, I've never seen tactics this bad. And I'm talking about, I used to coach down for a pro club up until under 16 level, right?
Yeah.
I've never seen under 16, 15 teams coached this badly without the ball, with the ball. I've never seen it.
I hear
mental.
I hear it from Stell all the time because obviously, as you know, he's been involved in coaching before and he thinks he just doesn't get it. It doesn't get what fans are seeing. It doesn't get it in terms of. I know he's like he can be totally. I know he can be really passionate about it, but when he breaks it and he talks to him on a level, he's like, I don't understand what am I seeing? What tactics? These are tactics I've never seen before. A manager that doesn't adjust to situations, moments, injuries, doesn't tweak things. It doesn't is not. It doesn't adapt. It keeps going. It keeps going. It's like smashing the heads against the wall. It just keeps smashing it. It just doesn't. There's no growth in that, and that's so hard. And Peter, and that's why my son come out. He's listening to us, and he sees that sign, and says, "Dad, have you seen this sign?" And I'm like,
Mate.
"That's what I said. Let me have a look. What am I seeing? I'm missing it. It's crazy."
Iggy, I've told this story before, right? One of my really good friends is a coach at Chelsea, like as in proper coach, has coached for 3 or 4 Premier League clubs in his career. And whenever I speak to him about it, he says, you do realize the way that coaches our club and other clubs are talking about Spurs and Ange, they're laughing because everyone looks forward to playing Spurs. And he said, look, I'm not, he doesn't support Chelsea, by the way. He doesn't support Spurs. He actually supports somebody lower down the tables, right? So he's got no skin in, he's got no horse in the race, so to speak, right? And he's saying, you do realize that for the week leading up to playing Tottenham, Chelsea's tactics are all about, guys, you know how they are. You know how wide open they are. You know, if you limit the mistakes, they won't score. Now, he said the funny thing was, when Spurs went 2-0 up, it was through 2 mistakes from Cucurella, right? But he said, the funny thing was, he said, even the players the next day were saying at no point did they think they were going to lose that game because they knew they were going to get chance after chance after chance. And the players were saying that they've never played against someone as wide open as Tottenham were on that day. Now, that's just him there. But he's saying that when he speaks to coaches, when they go on all these coaching courses and they do all these coaches' evenings, so people look at Ange and they say they love watching Spurs, but purely because it's just a mess. Like they don't like watching it from look at those tactics. Look what he's done. They look chaos. At it from a chaotic standpoint. And he said, this is what he said to me. He said, I wouldn't coach any of the kids at Chelsea how to play like Spurs. He said, it is absolutely flawed. And I said to him, you don't need to convince me. I think the whole thing. But we got fans going, it's not Ange, it's injuries. Nah, it's horrible. The tactics will win every now and then. But over 38 games of a season, we can't play like this. It's awful. It's just awful. Sorry.
Just to respond to one of the guys in the chat, I lost. It might have been Alan. He said, I can't remember. The chat's going so far. Yeah, listen. Yeah, Alan, I was saying back the manager, but I said it earlier on. I said up until the Man City game, when we won away, and then I'm thinking like if you could just relax the fullbacks, get them to play as wide players. And not the high line, just relax it a little bit because it worked so well away from home against Man City, albeit a really rubbish Man City in that moment. If we could have changed that, and sometimes you pick up things that you don't normally would add in the way that you play, but because they work, you incorporate them, even if it's not necessarily the way you want to do it, because it works for your team. That worked that night, and I said, the next 3 or 4 games, I want to know if what happened tonight is the right thing, and if he's learned from that. And he adds it, incorporates it into the team moving forward, I'll back him because he's showing that he's flexible, he reads it, and he's adjusting accordingly, whilst not completely giving up on the way that he wants to play football. He didn't do that, and that for me when he lost me. And also, Alan, to add to that, results, man, results are not coming. The team looks flat. We don't look like we have any fight with us, and we look like we're heading south real quick. How can I, of course I back the manager, but how can I still be on board with that upon seeing these things that I'm seeing right now? Results affect the way we think, and there's nothing wrong, by the way, in changing your mind. If I was this, if I supported this, and then I've seen that results are not happening, the project is failing massively, I can't be on board with that, and that's why I'm Ange out now. It's just no two ways. I can't support this anymore. I care about my team more than anything else. In the more than a manager, more than anything. So of course I can't be on board with something that isn't working no longer. I do not longer believe in the way that he's trying to do things. He's not adjusting. He's not adapting, and he's not adding anything anymore to this team. So for me, he's done.
Yeah, sorry, I just thought that was quite funny.
We need to invest in heated stretches.
By the way, please do keep smashing that like button. We've only got Iggy for another 5 minutes, so please do smash that like button, people. And if you haven't subscribed, please do. We are only, we've just gone past the 16.2K, so thank you very much.
There you go.
Yeah, listen, I just thought it was funny because when I speak to my mate who's coaching, he's just saying, like, we go into depth with it. And he's like, right, if you look at this phase of this game, he said, look here. He said, no one does that. He said, fullback should be there. Midfielders should be here. And, you know, when I go through that with him, Iggy, it just makes me laugh that when I see all these fans that are going, oh, with the right players, this works. I've never seen a manager play like this before, Iggy.
With the right players, it works. With the right manager, it works. With the right owners, it works. Should we go on?
Yeah.
With everyone right, it works. Yeah, of course it is. With everything right, it does work. There's no denying that. But how far are we from that right owners, the right managers, the right players? How far are we from that? How far are we from that Champions League final that we did in 2019? How far away from there are we? So, guys, please stop. If we had this, if we had that. Football is never about ifs. It never will be about ifs. So the fact that you have to add if into your sentence, into your comments, should tell you that that's what we saw. That's what we saw. That's what I was commenting about. Look at this. The state of that. No disrespect to the girl that's holding it up, but no, it's insanity.
I'm going to chuck massive disrespect to whoever she is. She is stupid. I'll say it. I don't care. I'm sorry.
I don't know, but the fact that you can hold that up, given the time, I get you being supportive, and you but you can't, because that's exactly how you come across when you're supporting something that's not. Unless you're trolling, unless she's an Arsenal fan in disguise, and I can't understand why you would do that.
Yeah,
why you would be called stupid, because that's what when you're supporting something that's clearly not working to the naked eye, it's flawed massively. And you carry on supporting that, something can't be right. Either you're, like you said, you're either blindly stupid or don't know, and that's putting it nicely. We're using nice words. We can be using a lot more offensive. But
I was going to go really offensive.
Don't get your stream close down. Stop.
By the way, Kevin Danso, by the way, who was in talks with Wolves, looks like he's going to Juventus. Romano's just said Juventus are close to getting a deal done for Kevin Danso, the centre-back from Lawns. I quite like him, actually. I think he looks like a good defender. Iggy, I know you got to go in 2 minutes, but do you remember the days when football and teams used to be judged by, what's that word I'm looking for? Results. That's it, by the results. Nowadays, I've never known a manager lose as much as this in 15 months, and people still go, it's not his fault. I've never known backing like this, Iggy.
In the grand scheme of things, over the last 24 years of what's happened at Spurs, it's not the manager's fault, not this manager's fault. But this season, we're talking about this season, guys. It's yes, the owners are above all at fault with everything. The 24 years for me has been just, let's not even get into that anymore. It's getting boring to repeat it. But let's just put it down to the football side of things and everything else. Mate, everything's decided by results. At work, when you go to work, it's about results, about what you can achieve. It's like some people are on commission, and guess what are they based on? What commission based on, Savva? You tell me, you're in that field of things. Commissions are based on, commission as in money, you're based on results. So if you're not achieving the results, you're not getting a commission. If you're not getting a commission, you're sacked. You're gone. See you later. Bye.
Before I let you go, the funniest thing is people like Reezy, who you've met tonight in the chat.
Yeah.
He was wrong month after month after month. Every result, we're doing this, we're doing that. And then finally I thought, this guy's got it. And you know what he's done? He's doubled down. And he's doubled down, and he's doubled down. That's what they've done, Iggy. These people have doubled down on how shit we are, right? This is the worst I've ever seen us in my lifetime.
They must be trolling. That's what I'm saying. Sometimes I do think they must be like they do it to see you wound up. They do it to see Stel wound up or myself. I think they just do it just to get, and that's absolutely fine. If that's the entertainment you want, that's absolutely fine. And that is at least entertaining. At least we're not hurting anyone in the process. But here, what we're seeing with this Tottenham side and this club and just everything about it, there's nothing exciting about the team I love. And when I break it down to it, that's what hurts me the most. I support a team where there's nothing exciting about them. The fact that we're half an hour to kick off, we haven't even barely, hardly spoken about, because there's no excitement leading into it. Because you know that ultimately in Europe, what we're likely to succeed. You look at the cups, you've got Liverpool coming up. Oh, I can't wait for that one. And you look at the league, we're 15th, 16th in the league table, not knowing when the next win's going to come from. I'm so excited about that. What is there to be excited about being a Spurs fan? It's not, I know I'm putting a negative spin to it, but it's very hard to stay positive when you're faced with all these realities and we still choose to ignore it, which is the most scariest thing above all, not dealing with things head on. You're not dealing with things head on, but they're just not admitting that it's not happening. It's not happening. We're not going to get relegated. We're going to go far in Europe, and we're probably going to win the FA Cup this year.
Do you know all these? I'm going to say goodbye to you, but all these fans that keep saying these things, right, should never run a business. Never run a business, because your business would be dead within months, because you wouldn't see that you're failing and change it. You just go, it's going to be all right. It's going to be all right. Iggy, much love, dude. Thanks you so much for coming on.
Thanks for having us on, man. Big up. Listen, I always support Spurs no matter what. The team, support the team, not the regime. We will say this all the time. But big up to you. Big up to everyone in the chat. And I really do hope we get a couple of players come through to help us out, because we desperately need it.
We just signed a kid from Man City. Be grateful. All right.
David Batty's son, probably.
Batty. Please go over and subscribe to Iggy. Thank you so much, mate, for coming on. Listen, I'll get to as many of your comments as possible if you guys smash the like buttons. That's going to be my trade from now on. I'll only go to comments if you lot smash the like button. You lot are really tight with it. We've got 278 likes. There's over 830 people in here. So while you're doing that, let me have a look. A user has said, why risk Van der Ven? Save for the Liverpool game. Time to heal. Look, again, I suppose it all depends on how fit he is, how well he's trained. And the thing is, what you can't do, a user, I will say this, is you can't just chuck him in fresh against Liverpool. The game will be hectic. He'll need some minutes in his legs. But I do hear what you're saying, and a lot of people are asking about the VDV situation. Connor said, Savva, mate, as a man, I admit I'm wrong for opposing you on Anjou. I see now what you were saying 2 months ago. Mate, look, Connor, there's no need for anyone to admit they're wrong. I just think that the more people wake up to it, the quicker we move forward as a football club. I think the problem we've got at the moment is we've got so many people backing a really shit manager, and all the while they want that, they're telling me they want what's best for the club. I don't believe them, Connor. But big up to you, mate. I hope you're well. Get this stinking fraud Arteta out of my club. Has been a member for 16 months. Big up to you. Said Spurs have the most forgiving fans I've ever seen. Yeah, and if you would like to be a member of the channel, please ask for information. If not, please just like and subscribe. We are there tonight. Let's have a look. We are here. Let's see what we can get this up to tonight. We are 16,207. Let's see if we can get that to 16,250 by the end of the show. That would be amazing. I'm Donna. Do you want? I said, how is Stewie doing? Stewie is absolutely fine. Stewie, have a look. Here is Stewie. Here we go. Stewie. Don't hate me. Stewie is in his red little jumper. Stewie's in a red little jumper because we went for a walk and he was cold. So he bought this and he's got his little red jumper, look, which is his fat sticks out of. Look, his fat sticks out of. Doesn't it, mate? Thank you. Love you too. Mwah. Good boy. So there's Stewie. Yes, Stewie is absolutely fine. He's ready for the game tonight. Aris with a super sticker. Thank you so much, Aris. I appreciate you, my man. Thank you so much for that. Really, really very generous of you. Unfortunately, yeah, listen. you don't really think that my wife cares what colour the dog wears, do you? I'm not going to say, oh my God, I'm not going to put that on him because it's red. He's a dog. He's a dog. I really don't think it matters. Richarlison is not injured. False alarm, says MK Dave. Big up to Chem. Oh, no, sorry, here. Big up to Chem. I said, win the game, sign some players, sack Postecoglou, leave it out. Not a lot to ask, is it? Mate, that would be the dream if all of those things happened. I can't wait for Ange Postecoglou to not be the manager of my football club. Finn said, bloody hell, Sav, I thought you had Ange and a special guest for a second. Yeah. Yeah. James Goose says Sol Campbell. Unbelievable. Liking my dog to Sol Campbell. Carlos has said, people saying this manager is in a project. 5 years, give it time. This manager has never been a long-term manager. Again, it's copium, Carlos. It's people coping. They say this. They say he's a project manager, yet he never spends more than 3 years anywhere. I'm Donna. Do you want a big up to you? I said, I'll be on tea lady duties for tonight's game. Big up to you. Please, please, please. Bring me a cup of tea. Actually, don't. Mr. Savva, do you know our tea lady pulled her hamstring? What is wrong with you? What is wrong with you? Alan Hogan has said, Iggy will be having programs signed outside Hotspur Way tomorrow by our stars. Give it a rest, Alan. Come on. Scott has said only Spurs would host a boxing event where their main event isn't even for a title. It's just money to line Enoch's pockets. F all to do with our football club. Well, listen, it's about now that I'm going to ask you all. I'm going to ask you all to put in your scores. Put in your score predictions, please, whilst I put my bet on for tonight. I've got my teams lined up. Let's see if Bet365, who absolutely mugged me off yesterday, didn't they? Let's see what they said. They mugged me off yesterday. A number we doing like this. Whilst we answer this, let's not deal. Please confirm. In terms of the cash out is offered purely to not experience. I'm afraid. Oh yeah, of course. They won't. For anyone who saw what they did last night, Bet365 won't give me my money back because I was going to cash out, but they were having technical difficulties just in the last 15 minutes of games, which is very, very, very convenient for Bet365. So put your scores in, and in 1 second, I am going to read them out. I'm just going to do my bet. 1 second. 1, 2. Who else was I putting in there? Roma. 1 second. Leon. So Rangers, Roma, Anderlecht, Leon. 1 second. Bear with me, people. Rangers. Bilbao and Olympiacos. Okay. And Bilbao. Where are they? And Bilbao. Right. Okay. So let's do that. Okay. There we go. The bet is placed for tonight. So let's get to your scores, shall we? Let's see what's going on. I'm Donna. Do you want to play? Our physio has injured a calf while giving a massage. And so during the week, I did a physio for Mr. Romero also. I don't know what to say. Let's have a look at these scores for tonight. Let's have a look at these scores. Yes, I have got an ACCA for tonight. You just watch me put it on. My ACCA tonight is this: Anderlecht at home, Roma at home, Bilbao at home, Lyon at home, Olympiacos at home, and Rangers at home. 25-1. Where are we? 2-2, says Andrew W. 2-2. A 2-all draw. By the way, I think Spurs will win this game. 2-all from Bill. 3-2 to Spurs. A 3-1 win. 3-1 win. 5-2. 3-2. 3-1. 3-1. A lot more positive than the other day, isn't it? 3-2. A 2-1 defeat, says Ultras Kenny. 3-2 to Spurs. 2-1 scrappy win. Tottenham 2, Hotspur 1. Big up, Ryan. Are you upset about Danso? Looked like he was coming to you, and now it looks like he is not coming to you. Let me know. Let me know your thoughts on that one. By the way, let's have a look at. Let's just double check this. 1 second. Bear with me. Let's see. Did these go strong? Yeah, they've gone strong. Okay, perfect. Right. Where are we? James Coops has said we need a proper leader in this team. Absolutely, we do, my friend. 1-0 Spurs. Big up, Warren. 3-1 Spurs. 3-0 Spurs. 5-0 Mikey Moore hat-trick. Wow, that would be amazing, wouldn't it? 3-1 Spurs. 2-1 Spurs. Are you talking to me, or are you talking about me or the pug? I'm guessing you're talking about the pug. A VDV assist incoming. Igor, do you know what made me laugh is they've just written back, and basically what they said was, whilst it's frustrating you weren't able to cash out, this is only a feature to enhance your experience. Brilliant. So part of the reason I go with them is for the is for their what they offer, but yet then when what they offer doesn't work, it doesn't matter to them. Unbelievable. I'm Donna. Do you want to? Right, I'm going to read all your comments out later. I can't keep stopping the show for them. 3-1 Spurs win, says Junior. 2-2. 3-3, says Pete Worthy. 2-0, but nervy. 3-1. Man United. Man United. Oh, yeah. Okay. Man United. Yeah, I don't even know who Man United. Are they playing Star Bucharest, aren't they? 2-1 Spurs. We can't keep a clean sheet. Absolutely spot on. 3-1 win. Mikey Moore to score. 2-2. 2-1. 3-0 Spurs. 2-all from Mark Cook. Big up, Mark. Hope you're well, buddy. Hope you're well. I'm saying there'll be 4 goals. Not a clue who scores them. Tottenham 0, Elfsborg 2. Can you imagine? There'd still be fans backing him up. By the way, I can't see how we don't win tonight. I can't see how we don't win. Let me just flick over to the right channel. I can't see how we don't win. We've got a good team out. I'm not buying into this that we've got so many injuries that we don't play. We don't have enough players to play well. 2-0, says Reezy. 4-3 to Spurs. 4-0 to Spurs. 2 each or a 3-2 defeat. 1-all. Tottenham 2 injuries. 0 injuries. Brilliant. THFC Kaya said, don't worry, mate. Corrupt 365 screwed me over. 1,360 due to the cash out unavailability big. Not a technical winning, just a hypothetical number. I know it's absolutely madness. And I had the cash out function. Right, so what happened was yesterday, for everyone who realised, I had 6 winning and 1 losing. Then when Sporting Lisbon scored, I automatically went to see what a cash out was for 6 winning and 1 drawing with about 13 minutes to go. Suddenly the systems were down, right? They weren't down all the while I had 6 winning and 1 losing. Then when I had 1 drawing, the systems were down. And then the moment the game's finished, funnily enough, suddenly the systems came up again. The cheek of Bet365. I would message them back, but it would just make me angry, so I won't bother. 3-1 win. Absolutely. At some point, though, we got to win a home game, right? Fred said, why is VDV playing now? Should be rested for Brentford. Lots of people are saying that. 3-0 Spurs. Philly is going to watch Lazio. So you're going to watch the one team that have qualified already, that have got nothing to play for. They're the one team with nothing to play for. Big up to you, Philly. Well done, mate. 3-2 and Bergval to be booked. Well, that's Elias. Big up to you. 3-2. Dave said you said we wouldn't lose that Leicester. Listen, I mean, at some point, I'm liking to think the Spurs can win a home game, right? But we'll see. They're just showing our wins. Karabag, Ferencvaros, Alkmaar, and Hoffen. And people keep going, we're doing well in Europe. We've beaten a load of crap, haven't we? Ben Davis is lining up as left back, according to this person. The headlines: if Elfsborg win, the Viking pillage the village of Spurs. Oh, Philly looking for a bit of a job in the tabloids, are you? Greg has said, why would you rest a player when you need to get in match fit, needs to play at least 50 minutes? Look, we're Where do you all stand then on this Van der Ven thing? I mean, surely you'd like to think that he's fit enough to start, the fact that the manager is starting him. However, we have seen previous from this manager, haven't we, of starting unfit players. Let me know what you think. Stewie, hey, what's this? Come here. Idiot. The dog's an idiot. Lovely, but an idiot. Elfsborg are missing some big players. One guy, they're missing a 6'7" guy, or a 6'7" guy is playing. Let me know. I'm just seeing if there's been any more transfer news whilst we've been streaming. Let me see if I can give you anything. So, looks like Alvaro Morata is signing for Galatasaray for Milan. The deal is off between Alex Buena. I tell you what, that is a player I would love. If anyone hasn't seen Alex Buena of Villarreal, I would love him. That is a top footballer, Alex Buena. He's a very, very good player. James has said, what are the odds of us getting another injury? Well, look, let's hope not. We need to get through this. What are the odds of you actually smashing that like button? Come on, people. What are the odds? So when people send me a lot of stuff when I'm streaming, what are the odds on you lot smashing that like button? Come on, people. Come on, let's do it. Surf's Locker has just said dots. Big up to you, Surf's Locker. Mark has said, I'm okay with him starting if he's definitely fit and doesn't play more than an hour and no height line. Dan has said he would play him for 45. Mark Taylor, yeah, he's watching him with one eye closed. Oh, they're showing that banner again. Ange, I am entertained. It's so embarrassing. There's Daniel Levy. They're showing him being wined and dined. Daniel Levy. Mark Taylor, he's a midfielder. He's like an attacking midfielder, creative player. Very, very good player. Alex Buena, really good player. I think it's a calculated risk starting Van der Ven. This is the type of opposition you bring in a rusty player to get minutes in his legs. Tottenham under Ange, played 76, won 37, drawn 12, lost 27 games. Oof. I mean, look, it's another kid, isn't it? It's another kid. It's what we do. Whether we get him or not is a different matter, but I don't know. Savva, VDV should be coming on as a sub or even rested until the weekend. This fraudulence of this manager. Well, look, I tell you what, if he does end up going off injured, there's going to be an uproar, isn't there? But let's hope that he comes through unscathed. And let's just hope that we don't play a high line. Lubo's just messaged me to say Stewie should be wearing blue, not red. I just want to break it to people. Everyone is aware that he's a pug that doesn't understand anything to do with football, right? And I'm not taking him to the football. When he goes for a walk, he goes for a walk like round the block and to the park and stuff like that. So I've got a really bad earache today. Does anyone ever get that where you just feel just a bit of a dull ache behind your ear? We signed that Batty boy today. Are you not entertained? Yeah, I mean, yeah, this is what we do. At the moment, they're doing a little piece on Bergvall. So far, the 4 clips they've shown is of Bergvall giving the ball away. So not very good from that front. I do feel for, but yeah, Bergvall, wow, they're showing him give the ball away a lot, but then come back and make tackles. Yeah, I'm not sure. Bergvall for me, yeah, he's a youngster. We'll see. Big up to Richard Carlson, who said Elfsborg is in the off season. No way you guys miss a win. Yeah, I think there's lots of look. I can't see that we don't win, but I have been wrong before. They're just panning into the Tottenham crowd. There's a lot of people there with their sunny flags. A lot of people with their sunny scarves and their sunny banners. Big up to you, Richard. I really appreciate that. Thank you very much. And we are 9.5 minutes until kickoff. So we've got time to get any more comments in the chat. Please do subscribe if you haven't already, as we look to track down to 16,500. And if you haven't liked the show, please do. We should be on 4,500. We're only on 377. They only lost 3-0 to Bilbao. Who are we talking about? Is this Elfsborg? Elfsborg. Who are you talking about? Sorry, are you talking about Elfsborg? Where are we? Southampton fans had Martin out banners up when we played them. We have I'm entertained. PH family, as I said, we deserve what we get. We deserve what we get. We've got zero standards at this club. Zero standards, and fans saying we're entertained. I am not entertained by this manager in any way, shape, or form. Worst manager I've ever seen. Foggy Martin has said you can only assume VDV has been doing plenty of full-blooded sprints in training. Otherwise, I fear he will break down again. I really... why are people sending me... somebody said, someone said me, please help another channel with their watch-along while I watch their watch-along. I'm doing my own. I'm in the middle of my own. Why would anyone send me that? Sav, you signing Tell or not? Because you don't need him. A defender is what you need. Mate, we need so much. We need so much. Alan has said 9 minutes until the Ange magic begins. Listen, I fully expect to win today. I'm hoping we have a game where there's just zero issues. You know, we just get on with it, get the win and move on. Let's be fair, this is not a highly ranked team in world football. Elfsborg, despite the name, is full of giants. They also have good results against Roma, Nice, and Galatasaray. Well, let's see. It's going to be interesting. Big up to Neil, who has said, great channel, Savva, helps me get through my night shift. Yes, Billy, that's what they're saying, that the money would be via what Bayern Munich owe us. But any chance of the lineup formation again? Yeah, so the team is like this. Austin in goal. Right back is Porro. Centre-halves, I believe, are going to be Gray and Van der Ven, with Davis at left back. Bentancur, Sarr and Bergvall in midfield, with Mikey Moore, Son and Richarlison as a front three. So that is the Spurs team. Yeah, please. Yeah, subscribe to this fraud Savva. Don't worry. Bear in mind, everyone, that Phil's been wrong all season. Everything he said to me all year about Spurs signings, Spurs scores, Spurs results, Spurs manager, he's been wrong about it all. Love it. Phil, you've been utterly muddied. Big up to each and every one of you. Sorry, my ear really hurts and it's just started whistling at me. Yeah, Mark, yeah. Yeah, he can't. Yeah, we just can't give Gray a game in midfield ever, can we? Fabrizio tweeting in the end when Tell rejects us. Yeah, look, I mean, if we get Tell, we get Tell. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and wax lyrical about a 19-year-old that's got 12 goals in his career. Atalanta are terminating Nicola Zaniolo's loan deal, as Fiorentina are now going to sign him. So Fiorentina look like they're signing him on a permanent deal. I'm just seeing if anything else has happened. As I said, Kevin Danso looks like he's going to Juventus. Ruben Amorim said, I'm just happy to have Garnacho here. He's improving a lot. He's a young, talented guy. You want to work with these guys with talent. Interesting. So 5 minutes until kickoff. I just think I've got an earache. I don't think I'm going to class myself as ill, but thank you for wishing that upon me. Galatasaray could have had double figures versus Ange. Elfsborg done okay. This will be interesting. Yeah, listen, I'm going for a win. And the same thing will happen. All of the Ange in fans go, there you go, Ange ball, see what happens if you back him. He's amazing. We won. Look what we scored. Just ignoring the 1 win in 11 Premier League games. You've got to love the Ange in crowd. But just get the win. move forward to the next stages, and let's try and avoid a double header, shall we, in terms of playoffs. Lots of other games today. If we look at the table, let's see what the other British teams need to do. So Man United could qualify if they lose or draw, but a point would see them safe. A point will see Man United safe. A win definitely sees them safe, and they could finish second in the group. A defeat could see them drop into the knockout phases. Tottenham, we all know, a win definitely takes us through. A draw could, and a defeat will probably see us drop into the knockout phases. Rangers, a win could see them into the top 8, depending on other results. And a draw, and anything else could see them possibly be in the seeded playoff places, or if they don't win today, they could end up in the unseeded playoff places. So lots going on today. There are some clubs that are completely out of the running for everything, but lots of clubs with something to play for today. We'll try and keep you up to date. Paul Rowland, he is not registered to play in European competition for Tottenham at the moment. So that is why Kinski is not in goal. By the way, I've not really been that impressed with him lately, if I'm honest. I know he's only young, but I think everybody after the first game against Liverpool just started getting a little bit overboard about him, like we always do. What was your thoughts? Oh, Angus, I did an entire 3-hour show on it. I did an entire 3-hour show that you were in the crowd for. Come on, man. Hang on. Oh, I've got a really bad earache. Oh, I don't even know what I'm doing, if that's going to make it better. So Tottenham at home to Elfsborg, 2.5 minutes till kickoff. I'm looking forward to this. Let's have a look. Let's see. Here we go. So apparently it's been announced that Arsenal might be entering the race for Matthias Tell. So that will be Arsenal, Chelsea, Man United, Spurs, and Villa. Oh, my days. Why would he pick Spurs? So Tottenham, Austin, Porro, Van der Ven, Davis, Gray, Bergvall, Sarr, and Bentancur, Moore, Richarlison, and Son. And the bench is Forster, Whiteman, Dragoshin, Basuma, Kulu, Lancashire, Scarlett, Kai Martin, Casanova, Ajayi, Ulasesi, and Hardy. So sorry, I'm not center of the screen because the TV is there. I'm just going to line myself up so I'm flat with the TV. Come on, Savva. Heavy chair. So apologies if I'm slightly side on. The Elfsborg team, I don't think I'll read it out when they get to it. It looks like our officials today are from, the ref is from Austria, and it looks like the rest of them are from Bulgaria, maybe. Sonny is in the center circle. Ignore this timer. I'm just checking it works. Ignore the timer. We have not started. Holman is their captain. Number 8, Holman. Yeah. It's all of this nonsense that we've got so many injuries and no good players out there. We've got a good enough team to be beating these and Leicester. So Elfsborg have got Pettersson in goal, a back three of Yegby, Henriksen and Holman, the midfield of Headland, Zanelli, Thomason and Holt, and a front three of Kassem, Abdullahi and Rapp. They've got a guy up front called Rapp. And on their bench is Uppenberg, Sorensen, Aronson, Zanelli, Goodmanson, Holton, Larson, Frick, Cabe, Rickner, Ostman, and Ibrahim. And Oscar Hillumark is their head coach. And I think I should get a pat on the back for my pronunciation of most of those words. So the game is going to be starting very shortly. Ignore the 1 second. I will start this. All right. Oh, I'm having a mare. I will start this as soon as they kick off. My score prediction, I'm going to go with 3-1 to Tottenham, but I've been wrong about every time I predict a Spurs win, we don't. Maybe I should predict a defeat. Gosh. So anyone who follows me knows that I like to, and we're off. We're off, but we're underway. Everyone knows I like to commentate, so I'll give it as much gusto as I can. But here's Tottenham straight away on the right-hand side, gone into Mikey Moore, who's on the right, and he's gone back to Archie Gray. And he gets the ball over to Van der Ven, who gets his first touch. And he plays the ball out wide to Davis, into Richarlison. Now here's... I don't know why. I don't know what happened to me there. I do not know why I just suddenly stopped talking. For love nor money, I've just forgotten one of our players' names. I'll come back to that in 1 second. Here's Mikey Moore dribbling, running through, crosses the ball. The ball's flicked over. It's at Sonny's feet. Tottenham, the shot into the arms of the goalkeeper. For love nor money, I have no idea why I just completely forgot who I was talking about there. Apologies to you all. I'll keep you updated with the scores, all the live scores as we go along. There's going to be a lot of games tonight. That means there's going to be a lot of goals. And I'll keep you updated as and when they go in. If you could put them in the chat as well, that would be amazing. So I can keep up to date. So Elfsborg launched the long goal kick high over the top, won by Porro. Brought down by Saar. He goes into Bergvall. Bergvall loses the ball, and now Elfsborg can come down on the left-hand side. There's a ball played in. One back by Bentancur, though, but Bentancur's touch took the ball out of play for an Elfsborg goal throw-in. 0-0 in all the games across Europe. I will keep you updated with every single one of them. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. I'll keep you updated, as I said. I won't show you what I just saw. Yeah, if you get any scores, please put them in the chat, guys and girls. Please do put them in the chat. I guess the teams we're looking out for, as the long throw comes in from Elfsborg, cleared by Porro, put back in only as far as Austin. The teams I guess we're looking out for will be those below us, right, in terms of Anderlecht, Star Bucharest, Galatasaray, Glimt, Poznan, and Olympiacos and Rangers. I'm guessing they'll be the teams that we've got to look out for. But I'll keep you updated as much as possible. And I'm sure you guys will help me with the scores as well. That would be great. So not a lot happening here at the moment. Just coming up to the 3rd minute. And the ball is launched high again. The Elfsborg goalkeeper is quite happy to launch the ball long. Porro wins the ball. Elfsborg asking for a handball. Not going to give it. Still no goals anywhere in Europe, by the way. Only 3 minutes gone, though. Sonny with a really good turn. Now he tries to cut inside. He does. Beats his man. And then lays it off. I always think it's a shame when he does that and then lays it off. I want to see him do that and then go on the outside. Tottenham knocking it about nicely. More back to Papa Sarr. Still no goals anywhere across Europe. And look, I would fully expect us to win this. I think we're going to have a lot of this ball. Oh, dearie me. Dearie me. So here's Elfsborg driving out from their back four. They nearly got in there, but a good tackle from Ben Davis. Good to see Ben Davis actually at left back rather than centre half here. He's gone back to Van der Ven. He gives it to Archie Gray, and Tottenham can build from the back again. And then there's the ball over the top, cleared by Elfsborg. Brought down by the number 7. Apologies that I don't know all their names. Dinked into our half. That's a good ball, actually. And now the ball's going to be played into the centre forward, who's held the ball up. He's running into the channel. Mickey Van der Ven goes across, takes it off him, and gives it to Pedro Porro. Good defending there by Mickey Van der Ven. Porro has given the ball away terribly. And again, good defending by Bentancur. Really poor from Porro. Then Mikey Moore gives it away. We do love giving a football away, don't we? And now they've got the ball, Elfsborg. They're camped in our half at the moment. We've got a lot of bodies back. Elfsborg just building up slowly as the ball gets flipped in. It was a good ball, actually. Not the best touch from the centre forward. And then Van de Ven was able to clear it. Tottenham really are making a meal of getting rid of this ball. By the way, no goals anywhere in Europe in the first 6 minutes. I'm surprised by that. 18 games, no goals. Here is Bergvall. He sweeps the ball out wide to Porro. Good touch, takes it in his path, drives forward. He's still driving. Now, a long searching ball over to Richarlison. But Richarlison, the cross was too high and Richarlison was stretching. And to be fair to him, there wasn't really a lot he could do with that. So, Tottenham 0, Elfsborg 0. There was a snapshot from Son earlier on, but no real chances for either team. And the first goal of the night has gone in. Braga 1, Lazio 0. I'll see what that does to the table. Braga. Oh, where are Braga? Braga are in 27th. Braga cannot qualify. Lazio, they don't care. They've already qualified. So a bit of a dead rubber there, to be honest, as Spurs win a free kick. Oh, God, that really hurts. Sorry, you don't need to know about my earache, do you? So the only goal in Europe tonight is in Portugal. Braga 1, Lazio 0, and that goal was scored by Horta. So Ricardo Horta, the striker for Braga, with the goal there. No other goals across the other 17 games. Here's the ball out wide to Mikey Moore. He's going to cut inside and drive at them. He's still going. Then loses the ball, but Bergvall picks it up, plays it out to Porro. His cross is blocked and then cleared only as far as Mickey van der Ven. His ball goes into Sonny, who's got the fullback very close to him. And now Tottenham with a ball through by Bentancur, but Sarr's through ball didn't work. And now Bergvall wins it back in central midfield. So Bergvall plays the ball out wide to Son. Sonny whips it in left-footed, easily cleared by Elfsborg, who then give it away to us. It's been the story of both teams so far. A lot of balls being given away here. And here's Sonny running at his man on the left-hand side, beats his man, and then he's tripped, and it's a free kick. The Elfsborg player is going mad, but it did look like a trip to me. Still only one goal in 9 minutes. 8 minutes across the whole of Europe. So let's have a look. Sonny bamboozled his man, and then he was hooked. Definite free kick. I don't know why the player is. Come on, Stewie. Come in here with your red jumper. Michael, a lot. They're giving it away a lot, but we do like to give a ball away. Hello, mate. So Spurs with a dangerous free kick. Left-hand side of the penalty area, about 10 yards in from the byline, right on the edge of the area, if that makes sense. They got some big bodies in there of Elfsborg. I don't know if Sonny's going to whip this in for shot. Sonny, it was a dreadful, dreadful attempt at goal that the defenders just put out for a corner. And by the way, there has been another goal. Ferencváros 1, Alkmaar 0. Remember Ferencváros, who we beat. Ferencváros are winning. Let's see what that's done. I don't know where they are in the table. Before we do that, there is a corner kick to Tottenham here. Sonny whips it in, and it's headed wide, and it's a goal kick. I don't know whether he's given a foul, but it's a goal kick. Ferencváros, who are currently 15th now. So Ferencváros have moved up into 15th with that goal. So Ferencváros are winning 1-0. So Braga and Ferencváros are both winning 1-0. Neither of which are in my ACCA. So back at Tottenham Hotspur. Goal kick flicked on by the Elfsborg player, but Van de Ven can calmly get that back to Austin. Austin plays it out to Archie Gray. He goes into Van de Ven. Van de Ven comes out wide to Ben Davies. And as things stand, ladies and gentlemen, we are through. I wouldn't say safely at the moment, but as things stand, Tottenham Hotspur are through in 6th place. A goal would take us into 3rd, I believe, into 3rd. So let's see what happens for the rest of this game. But at the moment, no real threat from Elfsborg. Pretty comfortable, if we're going to be honest. And Davis goes down in the box, but the ref's having none of it. By the way, Fabrizio Romano has just announced that Jordan Henderson is going to be signing for Monaco. As Angus has said, he is starting for Ajax tonight, but he will be joining Monaco. He's had a good career, hasn't he, Jordan Henderson? At the moment, though, not many goals. Last night, there were loads of early goals in the Champions League. Brad said, hello, I think we will regret letting Ange leave and probably achieve silver at other clubs. Brad, on your own with that one, mate. I would not be sad to see him leaving in any way, shape, or form. He's an abysmal manager. Here's Davis into the box and the block by the Elfsborg player. The ref is saying it came off Ben Davis, and it's a goal kick. So only 2 goals tonight. Only 2 goals. So far. Yeah. Oh, damn right, Rumscully. I love all of this. We'll regret him leaving and winning somewhere else. Well, if that somewhere else is somewhere like Celtic, I'm not going to regret it. I'm not going to regret it if he goes anywhere. No, I've said this a million times. No, we are so bad in the league that no. Not many goals tonight. Anyway, I would have thought there'd be goals everywhere, but only 2 goals in 12 minutes across 18 games of football. Still, Tottenham 0, Elfsborg 0. No, you're missing the point, Angus. You're missing the point. You're missing the point, Angus. Yes, I agree. Brendan Rodgers is much better than Ange. Yes, he is. Brendan Rodgers is actually a football manager, not a PE teacher. Here is Archie Gray. Plays the ball across to Van der Ven. It's been all Tottenham. Yeah, but those elite managers you said didn't have us in a relegation battle and with these awful stats. So, look, let's not do this right now. We've got a game that we're worrying about. Here's Archie Gray into Van der Ven. I'm just checking. There's still not many goals for you. Sonny into Bergval. Bergval plays it back to the left back area to Davis. He goes into Son. Son pops it straight back to Davis, who goes into the middle of the park. And Elfsborg look very content to just be settled. Papa Sarr nearly loses the ball, but in the end gets it to Mikey Moore. Papa Sarr now into Bentancur, back to Sarr, gives it to Van der Ven. All very slow and methodical at the moment. Here's Ben Davis. Out wide to Son. Sonny is going to run at his player, is he? Into Davis, back to Son. And Son, his final ball again, just wasn't quite good enough. But Spurs do get a corner out of it. Spurs do get a corner out of it. Yes. So a corner kick to Tottenham Hotspur coming up to 14 minutes gone. Sonny is going to swing this in right-footed into the 6-yard box. It goes headed over everybody, flicked away by an Elfsborg player for another corner kick. Van der Ven was coming in at the back post, but the ball was taken away from him by the defender who flicked it away. Let's have a look again. Yes, really good defending by the number 8, the captain, Holman. He got a big flick on it, and Van der Ven, it just went over his head and out for a corner kick. Brad, again, this is not true. We've never been this bad as we are under this manager. You've got to know the difference. When people are saying nothing will change, we've never been this bad with any of the other managers that Levy had. Damn right we're going Bilbao. I just don't think we're going to make it there. But big up to you, Phil P. Love you, dude. Are you at the game? Phil P, are you at the game? By the way, big up to Sam Hargreaves, who's a new subscriber. Thank you very much, Sam, as we're chasing down to 16,500. So thank you very much to you and everybody else that subscribed. There's hardly any goals anywhere tonight, guys. Sorry, Brad, you're fighting a losing battle, mate. You're making it sound like we're this bad normally under Enoch and Levy, and we're not. This manager has us the worst we've been for like 47 years or something. So just relax on that, mate. Anyway, back to the game. Still only 2 goals across the whole of Europe tonight. As the Elfsborg centre-half plays it back to his goalkeeper. He's going to sweep it long. The ball goes high. And Van der Ven is bullied off the ball, then wins the header back. And Bentancur can sweep up. They've not got a lot of goal threat, I would say, from what I've seen in this first 16 minutes. Bergvall has given the ball away in a really dangerous area. Elfsborg on the right-hand side didn't go with the momentum, but they've whipped the ball in, headed clear by Bentancur. And I'll tell you what, Bergvall, for me, I keep saying it, he is too lackadaisical in his passing. Really poor that from Bergvall. Thanks for that. There will be goals, just not yet. Yeah, of course there'll be goals across the night. Just looking at the moment, and there aren't at the moment. Yeah, Braga 1-0 and Ferencváros are winning 1-0 against Alkmaar. So they're the only 2 goals across Europe tonight. So here's Pedro Porro. Spurs trying. Oh, we just can't break them down. I don't feel like we've got the inventiveness, the creativity in this team at the moment. We don't look like we've got anything. But by the way, there is motion at my front door. Who do we reckon it is? It is my wife pulling up. I recognize her car. That is definitely my wife. Just in case anyone was wondering that it might not be. It is my wife. Not that you lot care. Anyway, here's Elfsborg on the right-hand side. Ben Davis does well to mop up. The Elfsborg player is not happy. Yeah, Brad, but league position is pretty much how football teams are judged at the moment. Anyway. Here's Tottenham. It's a nothingy game at the moment. I mean, which is fine because we're going through. If we do get to the stage where teams below us are winning, though, we will have to put the afterburners on. Really poor ball from Porro down the line into the arms of the Elfsborg goalkeeper. Anderlecht 1, Hoffenheim 0. Anderlecht 1, Hoffenheim 0. Now, what's that going to do? Anderlecht will leapfrog Spurs. They are Anderlecht. Hello, wife. It is the wife, everyone. Don't worry. We're not being burgled. Anderlecht 1, Hoffenheim 0. So Anderlecht will go above Tottenham Hotspur and have gone into 4th. Spurs are currently 7th. So we're still in the top 8 at the moment. And it all depends on 2 or 3 of the teams below us, including Olympiakos, Poznan, Victoria Pilsen, Glimt and Galatasaray. It all depends on what those clubs do. But at the moment, we are in the top 8. Not a lot happening here to report. I'm so sorry, guys. Normally, we got a lot of action. But at the moment, not a lot happening. Here's Spurs in a good area. Awful ball by Porro. Really poor ball by Porro. And then they can clear it, but only as far as Mikey Moore, who's being hassled and then fouled. And it's going to be a free kick in the middle of the park. The Anderlecht goal, by the way, has gone to VAR. Of course it has. It wouldn't be 2025 without VAR getting involved, would it? I'll let you know if that goal counts in a minute. Lee, I am definitely not entertained. No. Good ball by Mikey Moore into Porro. Porro then lays it back to Bentancur. And here's Sonny on the left-hand side. Whips it in, right-footed, and a poor ball straight into the arms of the Elfsborg goalkeeper. It's not been the best of games here at the moment, but as it stands, Tottenham will qualify. But here's a good break by Elfsborg, and I done the commentator's curse from their point of view, as they had a real good chance to play the ball down the left-hand channel. The pass was too long, and the ball was given away. And Rapp couldn't keep it in, and his name is actually Rapp, R-A-P-P, Rapp. Rangers are winning 1-0 against Union St. Gilloy. Rangers 1, Union St. Gilloy 0. Now, what that means for the table, I will let you know in a second. Rangers are now 9th as it stands. So they're going to rely on either Lyon, Tottenham, or Bucharest dropping a goal before they can move up into the top 8. At the moment, Rangers 1 1-0 up against, by the way, Athletic Bilbao are now 1-0 up. So that cemented their place. I think they were through anyway. Dynamo Kiev are winning 1-0 as well. Goals are starting to fly in. And the Anderlecht goal was given, by the way. I'll let you know in a minute. Bilbao have moved joint top. They are second. They are second in the group at the moment, Bilbao. Lazio first, Bilbao second, Frankfurt third, Anderlecht fourth, United fifth, Lyon sixth, Tottenham in seventh. And the last space at the moment is Steaua Bucharest, who are playing at home tonight against Man United. So all change. Ajax 1, Galatasaray 0. Ajax 1, Galatasaray 0. That will put them onto 13 points and should see them safely with a seeded position in the knockouts, in the playoffs. The Athletic Bilbao goal has gone to VAR, of course. Sonny with a great turn, takes his man on. He's still going, then takes it too far. And, he got the cross in, actually. And the header was straight at the keeper. It wasn't the best header. Ajax are 1-0 up against Galatasaray. Bertrand Traore with the goal for Ajax. The Rangers goal, by the way, was scored by, let me see if I can find that for you. The Rangers goal was scored by Raskin, Nicholas Raskin. The Bilbao goal is still with VAR. So I will come back to you and let you know whether or not that goal stands. Tottenham play the ball forward to Son. He loses it out in the air, and now Elfsborg can come away with the ball. They're making a bit of a meal of it. And then finally cleared by their captain. Only as far as Davis. He heads it to Son. Son lays it off to Papa Sarr. Are you twerking? I just saw you twerking. She was twerking. I promise you. She was twerking. Here's Pedro Porro into Bentancur. What a stupid dance the twerk is. Here's Ben Davis. Lays it off to Archie Gray. Here's Van der Ven. He pops the ball onto the left-hand side to Bergvall. The Bilbao goal has been disallowed. And Sonny then loses possession. Wins it back. It's all happening across Europe now. It's all happening. Bilbao have had their goal chalked off, which means that Lazio are top. Frankfurt second, Bilbao drop to third. They're going to go through anyway. Yeah, yes, we're talking, we're sorting some things out. It's going to take a while. It's going to take a while. So please leave this with us. We will sort this out. Jimmy 72. Jimmy 72. I don't understand. The ball's gone into Porro, blocked shot, and then cleared by their defender. Jimmy 72 said, Savva, you're the most negative person on YouTube. Big up to you, Jimmy. Can you commentate the match on hand without the doom and gloom? I'm not really sure what we said that's doom and gloom. By the way, Athletic Bilbao have just scored. They had one disallowed. Everybody give Jimmy a big heads up. I'm sure Jimmy72, bless him. There you go. No real name, no picture. Well done, Jimmy. Welcome to the world of being an adult and being allowed to have access to the internet. Thank you very much. So Bilbao 1-0 up. The goal scorer for Bilbao was Nico Williams, and the assist was his brother, Inaki Williams. So the Williams brothers giving Bilbao a goal to put them into second place in the table. And back here at Spurs, sorry, I don't know what I said that was negative. I really don't know what I said, but okay. I'd like some examples of what I said tonight that's negative. I don't know what I've said, but hey, it is what it is. Jimmy, bless him, bless him. Yeah, getting carried away, but okay, getting a bit carried away. Look how easily we use words like genius and quality these days. Big up to each and everyone. So here goes Bergvall driving down the left-hand side, cuts in. Elfsborg are very well organised here. I'll give them that. They're very well organised. It does not look like they've got a lot of attacking threat. Bergvall lays it off into the box to Richarlison, twists, turns, lays it off to Bentancur. He goes one more to Porro, dinks it in. Star, he was kind of the wrong side of the ball and nothing came of it. And at the moment, Elfsborg are sitting in. Now Elfsborg can break. By the way, see, it's silly comments like this. What? Because I don't think that Mikey Moore is a genius. Listen to the words you use. Genius. I mean, what on earth are we doing here? Here's Bergvall driving forward. He has lost the ball. Really poor pass by Bergvall. And now Elfsborg can run it out. A goal by Midtjylland. Midtjylland 1, Fenerbahce 0. So I'll give you an update in a minute as to where that puts teams in the table. But Midtjylland 1, Fenerbahce 0. So goals going in all over Europe right now. It was a slow start. I'll just see if that's got any impact at all with anything. No, I don't think so. So Midtjylland, yeah, they actually now with that goal, Midtjylland have gone into the seeded playoff places with that goal. So at the moment they're in the seeded as opposed to the unseeded playoff places with that goal. So still 0-0 here and a goal kick to Elfsborg. Brad. Oh, dearie me. Listen, I think we've got some good players. Yeah, I do. I just don't go overboard like you do when you talk about Solanke being this top striker and Moore being a genius. I find it all a little bit childish, if I'm honest, because I've seen top players at this club and these players are not that. So here's Mickey van der Ven at the back. He gives it to Ben Davis, who goes inside to Gray. Just seeing if... by the way, Rangers have conceded. Rangers 1, Union St. Gilloy 0. 1, sorry. Rangers have conceded. So they took the lead 10 minutes ago, and now they have conceded to Union St. Gilloy. So that game there at Ibrox is 1-1. So is there any more goals going across Europe? I don't think so at the moment. I'll keep you bang up to date. But the Elfsborg players are now gathered around the manager, having some water. He's giving them some instructions. But Elfsborg look very well disciplined. Now, players like Berbatov, now we use the word genius. Not how people like Plasma TV thinks Solanke and players like that are. Top players. Throw in on the left-hand side to Tottenham Hotspur. By the way, the Union St. Galloy goal has gone to VAR. No, he's not genuinely that guy. He's been a pro footballer for 10 seasons and had one good year. Just stop. I really want you to come on one day because you just get really silly with your opinions. You're one of those who's so extreme. Solanke's a decent forward, no more, no less. Not Hazard. Let me sort it out first. Let me sort it out. Honestly, mate, I've got to be able to sort it. Rangers are still winning. Rangers are still winning. So the goal for Union St. Galloy was disallowed. Yep, sure. But he's had one good season. He's had one good season. Mate, listen, if you think Solanke is that guy, you can't have watched much football in your life. Here's Sonny on the left-hand side, beats his man, pulls it back. It's gone all the way through. The keeper saved it. It wasn't the greatest shot, but it was a shot on target from about 14, 15 yards. The keeper saved it. He should have saved it. But that's as close as Tottenham has come. Sonny takes on his man again, and this time the ball is deflected away for a corner kick. And the corner kick comes to nothing. Oh, my WhatsApp group's funny. I'm just trying to see if there's been any more goals anywhere. Not at the moment. Let's have a look, see what's happening in that game, in this game, and in that game. I will try and keep you updated with as many goals as possible. Yeah. Yeah, this Plasma guy really a delusion, isn't it? I mean, look at that. I mean, as I said, Dominic Solanke's a decent forward, right? He's a decent forward. He's a decent forward. No more, no less. Ferencvaros are 2-0 up against Alkmaar. Ferencvaros are 2-0 up against Alkmaar. As the ball goes out wide to Son, he's got the beating of this fullback, but he lays it into Bergvall. He gives it to Son. Spurs win the ball, half the pitch. Porro lays it off to Sarr. Sarr dinks it down the line to Moore, whose cross falls to the feet of Porro. Porro pulls it back, and then the ball is cleared by Elfsborg, who are happy to sit in in their shape. They've got nothing about them attacker. So Ferencvaros have gone 2-0 up. I don't think there's been any other goals at the moment. I just don't get it. I remember when our fans used to rate proper top players. Now we got fans like that going, he is that guy. He's that guy. What is he that guy at? His hold-up play is horrible. What he means is he works hard. What he means is, I mean, we're talking about what? Solanke gets in at Liverpool? Nah. Solanke gets in at City? Nah. Solanke gets in at Arsenal? Possibly. Possibly. But, I mean, he doesn't get in at Newcastle. I mean, I genuinely don't know what some people watch, but hey. Here's Richie. Oh, he's shot. He's whipped it wide. Not really. It never really. It didn't get me off my seat. It was going miles wide. Do I think Jota is a better player than Dominic Solanke? I don't think. I know. And yes, I mean, what are we doing? Yes, Gus. Klinsmann was that guy. Berbatov was that guy. Sheringham was that guy. Keane, Defoe, Solanke's that guy. Oh my gosh. Honestly, it is such hard work. Honestly, this is what we're dealing with. This is a fan base that thinks Solanke is that guy, whatever that means. Spurs struggling to break them down here. Spurs struggling to break them down here. I'd love someone like this Plasma to come on and talk to me at our time. Honestly, you know, sometimes you think, okay, fair enough, we've got different opinions. But other times, you just think, oh my God, your opinion is so bad. Like, he's a decent forward who's had a very average career so far. Your argument is Solanke can't be good because we are better in the past. No, my argument is Solanke's decent because he's decent. Oh, he's nowhere near the players of the past, but he's decent. I'd love to know how old you are, Plasma. I truly don't know that you've seen me. Plasma, go and have a look at how many times Solanke's lost the ball on the Premier League, on the official Premier League stats. Go and have a look. He loses the ball for fun when he's trying to hold it up. You honestly, mate, we had this chat the other day. He's had a very mess season for me. I didn't want him when we signed him. I think he's a decent player. Honestly, we got fans. This is what I'm saying. We don't have fans that understand football anymore. Who can? Oh, tell me he didn't. Tell me he didn't. His son pulls the ball back. Tottenham, great save by the keeper. Really good chance for Mikey Moore. Sonny is giving this left back all sorts of problems. He skipped past him again and again and again, pulled it back. And Mikey Moore, there was no real conviction in the shot. He tried to side foot it in the bottom corner. No real conviction. I'm taking Crouchy. Crouchy had a wonderful first touch. Good team player. Held the ball up. I'm taking Crouchy all day long. This chat is just mad disingenuous. Mate, you don't know football. What was it you said to me the other day? Your other opinion that was dreadful. Spurs are one-on-one. Elfsborg with their first attack. He's running at Archie Gray. The player's holding the ball up. Surely we can't. Surely we can't. He's twisted, he's turned, he's gone past Gray. And then Gray holds him up. Gray did well in the end. Well done, Archie Gray there. Rapp took the ball on the left and one counter-attack and they were in. And that was as dangerous as it's got. Fenerbahce have equalised at Midtjylland. I tell you what, just these people are crazy. These people are crazy. Honestly, I'd take Solanke over Bent. I don't rate either of them, if I'm honest. I don't. I mean, when you're talking apples, yeah. I mean, when we start arguing about Havertz versus Solanke, it's not really a good debate, is it? It's like, yeah. Solanke's the complete package. You're a troll. By that, I know you're a troll. I know you're a troll. I now know you're a troll. Solanke is the complete package. Solanke, this is the guy who's had one good season in his career. I can't talk to that plasma anymore. He's an idiot. Sorry, I said it. Sorry, I said it. I can't be dealing with these nonsensical fans. Yeah, by the way, didn't that guy say that he doesn't start for any top 6 team? Would he start for Villa over Watkins? I don't think he would. Hoffenheim have equalised against Anderlecht. Hoffenheim have equalised against Anderlecht in that game. Oh my God, he's better than Watkins. Oh my God, what am I reading? Solanke better than Ollie Watkins. Oh my God, I can't. Breathe and breathe and breathe. As Elfsborg have a rare attack into our half. Saar takes the ball off them easily. These lot, when everyone wonders why I said we should win this 3-1, these lot are rubbish. I cannot believe he just said he's better. Plasma, please, can you go to another channel? Sorry, mate. I don't want kids in here. You're boring me. I don't want children in here. You're being really childish. His son looks like he's going to run at his man again. This time, right-footed. No, he tries to dink it in, but loses it. And now the ball is played clear. And this team have no one up front for the ball to stick to. So it just keeps bouncing back. I haven't shit on all our players. Reezy, grow up. I'm just saying Solanke ain't all that. No. That's not. I can't. Honestly, these children, I cannot deal with these children. It is such hard work. Real Sociedad 1, PAOK 0, by the way. Real Sociedad 1, PAOK 0. So there are a few goals going in here. I don't know if it's going to stand, but it's showing 1-0. Here is Son, plays it into Moore, dribbles the ball out for a goal kick. On it, Warren, honestly, I've never known anything like it. I've never known anything like it. Spurs fans used to have such high standards. Oh. I mean, of all the strikers I've seen at Spurs in my 40 years, Solanke doesn't make the top 30. I mean, I don't know. I just think there's so many better forwards I've seen than this guy. He's just painfully, he's okay. He's okay. Unlike Elfsborg, they are not. Roma 1, Frankfurt 0. Roma 1, Frankfurt 0. And Rangers have gone 2-0 up. Plasma, I've seen Spurs win a European trophy. I've seen Spurs win FA Cups. I know you're a child. Some of us aren't. We've seen our team win things. Sorry, mate. About standards, yeah, you just don't have any. I'm afraid you rate you called Mikey Moore a genius. Like you called Mikey Moore a genius. That's where you're at, mate. Plasma, I'm going to ask you nicely. Could you go to another channel? I mean, I want grown-ups in mine. Lee, big up to you, mate. Big up to you. Solanke versus John Carew. Oh, honestly, mate, we have some funny people. We have so many funny people in this fan base. They go, we've never been a winning team. Plasma, you said we've never won things. You really don't know our history. This game's got really boring now. Like, we've got nothing to break them down, have we? Ferencvaros are 3-0 up against Alkmaar. So Ferencvaros are 3-0 up. Rangers' second goal has gone to VAR. Real Sociedad are now 2-0 up against PAOK. I just can't. Please go away. Please go away. Stop. He's not top 3 in the league. He's never been top 3 in the league. He's had one good season. One. Yeah, Gus, we've got no history, mate. We've got no history of winning, have we? I love it. You could tell these kids, they're children. Half time from a very, very, very boring game of football. At the moment, all that matters is Tottenham are going through. Let me just quickly stop this and hang on 1 second. Bear with me. Let me get this ready for the second half. 45-0-0. Boom, 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 boom. Come on, please get that right. There we go. We're ready. We're ready to go. As always, guys and girls, 5-word answers. 5-word answers as to what you thought about this game. For me, I mean, I think Plasma and his ridiculous comments were probably the most entertaining thing from the watch-along. Been a really... I mean, look, we've had all the ball. I think we've had like 70%, but we just... I don't know. Other than Son today, there's been no inventiveness. There's been no inventiveness at all. Let's get this guy. Let's get rid of this troll idiot. I can't deal with them anymore. There's been no inventiveness from anybody in this Tottenham Hotspur team. I'll be honest, I've been really disappointed with Mikey Moore. I don't think he gets the ball and runs at people more enough as he should, but he's only a kid. Bergvall, for me, gives the ball away too much. For me, I feel like we need some players to start having some shots. I don't know about you. I feel like we need to get some shots from the edge of the box. I've been thoroughly disappointed with that first half. I think somebody's put here how much percent. We've had 80% possession and 8 shots to their 1, and still just all a little bit boring. But before we do anything, let's have a look at the table. Let's have a look at the table to see how everything is going from all the clubs' perspectives. So as things stand, here we go. Lazio on 19 points are first. Athletic Bilbao are second on 19 points. Frankfurt in third on 16. Man United in fourth on 16. Lyon in fifth in 15 points. Tottenham in sixth on 15. Anderlecht in eighth, in seventh on 15. Steaua Bucharest have 15 points in eighth. Rangers ninth. Bodo Glimt 10th. Ajax 11th. Galatasaray 12th. Olympiacos have got 13 points. So the teams that could overtake us right now with the score is if Bodo Glimt score, they will overtake us for the time, obviously, if we don't score. And Galatasaray were the other team that could. At the moment, it doesn't look like they will. And also Olympiacos, depending on if they score 2 goals, could as well. At the moment, it looks very much like we're going to finish in the top 8. I can't really see any danger from Elfsborg, but these are the games where we've got to compete. I've got to watch against complacency. If I look side on, it's because I'm watching the game that is there, by the way. Let me know what you think, guys. If you haven't smashed the like button, please do. That would really be appreciated. And if you haven't subscribed, please subscribe to the channel as well. This is the best I've seen Sun play for a while. Where's this Sun been for a while is the question I'd be asking. And please, if you haven't liked the show, we are on 450. We should be on 500 by now. The multi-channel has said we are unbelievably bad. Son is the GOAT. Hazard has said if we can't even beat this side, Liverpool are going to eat us alive. Yes. Yes. Hang on 1 second. But also, hang on, I'm just seeing here who's someone said something about Spurs. Here we go. Alistair Golder said Sarr walking off the pitch very gingerly at half time. Postecoglou did say he's been carrying something. Cool, we'll get him off. Get him off. I mean, Reezy. I mean, this is where Reezy, we've had 80% of the ball. What do you mean we've looked defensively solid? We've not had to do anything at the back. Come on, man. VDV being back is a positive. Yeah, absolutely. Come on, can we get 5 more subscribers in the next 5 minutes as we travel towards 16,500? Let's have a look. Heard more atmosphere in a Greg's queue. Big up to you. Sonny has his fullback on toast. That he does in this game. Maybe Sonny has got to his level. Nicola said, Mike, I don't know what that means. Mike, I don't know what that means. Is my mic on? John has said, disappointing, boring, tepid, typical sad. Oh, dearie me. Elfsborg, average side from the Swedish first division. Oh, yeah, they're terrible. They're terrible. We should be sweeping these boys aside. 11 Mod has said, Elfsborg supporter here. Sorry for the boring game. Our lads can only hope for a point here. Well, you're on course at the moment. Big up to Jordan, who said, hi, Savva. If only we had Odegaard, Johnson and Verla available, we would be winning this 5-0. This squad is so mediocre. It really is. For me, though, I'd want to be big up, Jordan. I appreciate that. For me, I'd want to be seeing more shots. Like, you know, you've got a team that are defending with everyone behind the ball. Can we get more shots from outside the box? You know, can we get some more long-range efforts? Hang on. As I said, you can all join at full time. At full time. There we go. Big up, Jordan. Yeah, look, for me, I just think just mix it up a little bit. You know, let's whip a few more crosses in. Try and get them onto Richarlison's head. Let's have some more shots. It's just felt a little bit lackluster in that final third. Like our shots. I mean, when people are saying, hang on. Sorry, my WhatsApp group is going off. It's pretty funny in there. Some people think we've played well, other people don't. When people use the stat, we've had 8 shots. Yeah. Tom 81 has said absolute garbage, mate. Big up to you. Absolute garbage. Levi has said any through ball the middle side, any through ball through the middle side to side. This is what I mean, Levi. For me, I would be instructing Bergval, Bentancur, Sarr, get the ball, have some shots. All we're doing is out wide, trying to pull it back, out wide. And I remember there used to be a game, thank you for the super chat. There used to be a game called Sensible Soccer. I'm going back decades. There used to be a game called Sensible Soccer, if any of you remember that. And it used to be you could just press one button that pulled the ball back. Every time, pull back, score, pull back, score. And it was so frustrating because you couldn't do anything against it. That's pretty much how Spurs play. You know, Yeah, sensible soccer was class, says John. Yeah, good times back in the day when I was young enough to play these computer games. But look, Tottenham 0, Elfsborg 0. At the moment, this will bring, if it stays like this, it'll bring to the end a very mediocre campaign so far for me. We've done enough to get through. 4 wins, 3 draws, and a defeat at the moment. I was expecting more from this campaign. By the way, I am live, but I'm just going to say this. Look, I just think we're absolutely lackluster. All it is give it to Son, pull it back. Let's get some midfielders having some shots. Let's pepper their goal from outside the area. It's just been a very, I don't know, it just feels very meh. Anyway, I'll see you all at full time. That's one of my groups. But as we know, Tottenham Hotspur are currently going through. The only teams that can overtake us will be Steaua Bucharest if they were to score against Man United and Anderlecht. That alone, though, we'd still go through. We just dropped to 8th. The only way we're going to go through, ladies and gentlemen. I'll be absolutely surprised if we don't. Yeah. I'll be absolutely shocked if we do not go through. Does anyone think we don't go through? I can't see it. I think they're going to tire. Playing with 10 men behind the ball like this can only last for so long. And I do think we'll grab a couple of goals and win this game easily. By the way, am I right in saying, 11 Mod, that your team hasn't played a league game since November? Is that right? You've not played since November. I don't know. Let me know. Savva, I'm calling it now. Late 1-0 goal from our opponents. We have 20 minutes to go and we don't do anything to prevent the result. I can't see it, man. I can't see it. Listen, for me, these are the sort of games you should be rocking up. They should be out of sight by half time. We just look a little bit lackluster. Has Bruno had a red card? Has Bruno had a red card? Oh, is that what you're predicting? A red card. Let's see what's going on in that game at the moment. It looks like it's all Man United, but still 0-0 in their game. By the way, in Akawatch, I've got 3 winning, 1 draw, 3 winning and 3 drawing. So at the moment, 3 winning, 3 drawing. So I need a Lyon goal, an Olympiacos goal, and an Anderlecht goal. So at the moment, all of the games across Europe are at half time. If you haven't smashed the like, let's do it now. We should be on 500 people. And if you haven't subscribed, come on, people. We should have had 5 more this half time. We've only had 2 more. Come on, people. Show the love. Please, please, please share the love. Bye-bye. Plasma infrared. No, I can't see it. I really can't see it. This lot look really poor. This lot look really, really poor. I don't think we're going to win it. I think there's going to be way better teams in this competition than us. I think that when you look at it, the teams we've won, yeah, look at these. Yeah, so their last league game was November the 10th. Wow. November the 10th. We should be fitter. We should be sharper. God, we really should be, shouldn't we? Ansab said, horrendous tactics, so predictable. We can't attack against low block. We go to the wingers every time. No creativity and movement. I agree. There is lack of, for me, again, it's lack of coaching. Yes, if we sack Ange, no, if we keep him. Yes, if you like, I will twerk. How's that? You have to prove to me that you've liked it, though, Lee. Big up to you. Big up to absolutely everybody else that has smashed that button. It is, of course, Tottenham 0, Elfsborg 0. I mean, Lee, call me crazy. Can you see this Elfsborg team scoring a goal? I really can't. Oh, I'm that good. Oh, wow. So your season starts on the 29th of March. Let's just quickly go over to Fabrizio Romano, see if there's been any transfer news in the last hour or so. Unai Hernandez leaves Barcelona to join Al Ittihad. Oh, it's so sad to see all these players going out there. Juventus have still not completed the agreement for Kevin Danso. Advanced talks, official bid sent, but not done deal yet. Jordan Henderson to Ajax, yeah, we knew that one. Yeah, and that brings you completely up to date. Who's at my front door? There's a fox at my front door. There you go. There's a fox at my front door. By the way, so Rangers in their game are winning. If Rangers win tonight, it will. At the moment, Rangers need either Spurs, Anderlecht, or Steaua Bucharest or Lyon to start losing, and they drop in to the top 8. So lots going on there at the moment. It's not settled, but at the moment, I can't see that there's enough teams that will overtake us. By the way, I'm not lopsided. I know I'm lopsided, by the way. I've got the TV there. At the moment, Tottenham are 6th. The Elfsborg players look very, very relaxed in the tunnel at the moment. They look very, very relaxed. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, tell us more about this fox. Yeah. There's a fox at the front door. I don't know if any of you have got well, yeah, apparently it was like in November. There's an Elfsborg fan in here, Ellie. I don't know. Either way, they've not played in the league forever. Dragashin's warming up. So is Basuma. So is Kulu. I mean, they're not getting stripped off. They're just on the pitch warming up with their training bibs on. Let's have a look. Somebody in my chat group said they take Ron Atkinson as manager. So the players are coming back on the pitch. Sarr is back. All of this limping, he is coming out. It would be very embarrassing not to win this, wouldn't it? It would be a little bit embarrassing. I'm just going to put that out there. So, at the moment, I don't know if anyone's coming on. I don't know. I think it looks like Dragasine, Basuma, and Kulu are all coming on. Why are they all coming on? Why are they all coming on? Are they needed to beat this? I don't know. Bellows and Tamworth all over again. Seems a bit strange to me. Let's see what he's done. I'll let you know in a second. So Dragashin's come on for, I'm guessing, Mickey van der Ven, which would make sense. Kulu's coming on for Son, who's been the only player that's been taking them to the cleaners. And Basuma's coming on for maybe Bentancur. They'll let me know in a minute. He does. He really does live in his own world. He's a very strange manager. He's a very, very strange manager. Hang on. Let me make sure I get this correct. They're about to kick off. So Basuma, Sarr, and Bergvall in the midfield with Moore, Kulu, and Ritchie. So Son's gone off. Van der Ven's gone off. And Bentancur's gone off. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. So he's bought those 3 off. It looks like Kulu's going to be on the right with Moore on the left. Tottenham have a corner kick early on. I know. It was the first time I've been impressed with Son for about 3 months. He was giving their fullback all sorts of problems. The corner comes in and it's cleared by Elfsborg. And Elfsborg, every time they clear the ball, they're just lumping it wrong. Lumping it long. I'll keep you up to date. By the way, Midtjylland 1, Fenerbahce 2. I don't know if that's going to do anything in the grand scheme of things. No, I don't think it will. It gets Fenerbahce into a unseeded, is that unseeded or seeded? An unseeded knockout place. But at the moment, Spurs are looking all right. I'll keep you updated with any goals as they go in. No, Tottenham haven't destroyed Ange. Ange has destroyed Ange. So, corner, long goal kick flicked on, but Austin plays the ball out to Porro. Spurs playing their way out from the back. Ball goes across to Archie Gray. Foxy, it's just all the same, innit? It's just all the same. Yeah, it's just the same. Yeah, I've got rid of the spammer. Don't you worry. I don't know what is wrong with human beings. Anyway, the goal kick taken by the Elfsborg goalkeeper. He strikes it long. Dragoshin wins that in the air, only as far as their central midfielder. He tries to play it out wide, but Kulusevski gets there first. Now Kulusevski can drive down the right-hand side. He knocks the other player over. Get on the weights, mate. The ball comes across. It's a poor ball from Kulu, and Kulu's first cross is a poor one. Here's Basuma. He's got Basuma, holds onto the ball, plays it down the line to Porro. Porro whips the ball in, headed clear by the Elfsborg defender. And Elfsborg now can clear it. Can they? No, we've won it straight back. These lot are awful, by the way. Here's Papasar, twisting, turning, lays it off. We should be winning this. They're awful. Ben Davis with a shot straight into the arms of the goalkeeper. Yeah, this lot are awful, by the way. Really, really poor. Wow. No, at the beginning, I thought, let's see what this guy's got. I wanted to give him the benefit of the doubt. Breath of fresh air. He's proved me wrong. Nick, you cracked me up. Here's Elfsborg, though. Dangerous ball, left-hand side. They've whipped the ball into the box, and that's a poor cross. Both teams not crossing the ball very well at the moment. And then Kulu is fouled. So 49 minutes gone. Tottenham Hotspur 0, Elfsborg 0. And this is now Spurs, isn't it? Yeah. So I'll just see if there's been any goals anywhere else. I don't think so. Please keep putting the goals as they go into the chat. That would be amazing. Here's Basuma out wide to Porro. Into Saar. He lays off to Kulu, but it's a poor ball. And Elfsborg, who have defended well, can get it clear. They've got it out wide and they've won a throw-in. Oh, Nick, I know. Nick, do you want to jump on? Slavia Prague 1, Malmo 0. Nick, if you want to jump on, feel free. We'll make it a little bit more interesting. We'll have a laugh. So at the moment, nothing's really changed. Nothing's really changed for the entire day today so far. Real Sociedad, I'm hearing a 2-0 up. Real Sociedad are 2-0 up in their game. At the moment, there's been no movement in that top 8, if we're going to be brutally honest. Nothing that changes the game. Man United, for people asking in the chat, Man United are 0-0. 50 minutes gone. Oh, Marco, I always think we miss Maddison when he doesn't play. People get on his back. He's the only creative player we've got. Here's Dragoshin, goes down the line to Porro. He gives the ball away. Take a shot. Everyone take a shot every time I say it. And it's a free kick to Elfsborg. By the way, thank you, Levy Towers. Very generous. Said, all my Arsenal mates tell me that if they had our injuries in their defence, they would struggle. But I asked them, would you be in 15th place? No, of course they wouldn't be in 15th place. No manager drops that much other than Ange. Big up to you, Levy Towers. I really appreciate that. That's very, very generous of you, sir or lady. Just having a look. Yeah, and there's not many goals going in at the moment in the second half. I'll keep you up to date. Here's Bergval. Gives the ball to Ben Davis. He plays a good ball into Moore. Moore's taken far too long there and gets tackled. Too long on the ball he wanted there. And the ball goes down the line to the Elfsborg winger. He spins Porro and goes past him. Porro's got back to him, but he's still got it. He's going to take him on again, is he? No, he dinks the ball right-footed. They've turned, taken a shot, and they've nearly scored just over the bar. Oh, my gosh. That's the best chance of the night for who was that? I can't see the player's name. The ball was played in. The marking was terrible. And then the ball was drilled low into by the 27, drilled the ball low into the path of the centre forward, who attempted a kind of overhead kick, and it went just over the bar. So the best chance of the second half has come to Elfsborg, and Porro, he can't defend. Porro can't defend. He's very good footballer, but he can't defend. We're going to get Nick, aka Barry, come on for the rest of the half. So he's going to be joining us in a minute. But again, it's, by the way, Anderlecht 1, Hoffenheim 2, Lyon 1, Ludogorets 0. So there are some goals going in. Lyon have taken the lead. Hoffenheim have taken the lead away at Anderlecht, which is good for us, by the way. That's a good score for us. If that goal counts, that's good for us. So Lyon, yeah, I think that's counted. So that should be good for us. Lyon, we stay in sixth, by the way, because Lyon have gone above us with that goal. But the good news is Anderlecht have dropped out of the top 8. By the way, Bodo Glimt have just scored. Now, Bodo Glimt scoring pushes Spurs down to 7th. So Spurs are down to 7th as the ball's whipped in. Richarlison can't get on it. Wins it this time. It's Kulu loses the ball again. Kulu loves losing a football, doesn't he? Honestly, play the game. Every time Kulu loses a ball, do a drink. You would be drunk in minutes. So as it stands, Tottenham are 7th. If Steaua Bucharest score, I think they're the only team. Yeah. So at the moment, keep an eye on Steaua Bucharest, Galatasaray, and Anderlecht. They're the 3 teams. They're the 3 teams that can overtake us at the moment. I can't see it at the moment. Surely we've got a goal in us, haven't we? There's a ball by Moore. Poor ball, really, and headed clear. And now it's a goal kick to Elfsborg. Yeah, really poor from Tottenham tonight. And I don't know why I'm surprised. Yeah, just seeing if there's been any more goals. Rangers are going to go 2-0 up in their game. Rangers 2-0 up. They can't, I don't think Rangers can go up automatically unless, actually, if Man United score against Steaua Bucharest, Rangers can go up. Olympiacos have scored. Olympiacos 1, Karabag 0, as Elfsborg try and get a counter-attack, but the ball is safely into the arms of Austin. So Olympiacos 1-0, Rangers 2-0. My bet tonight only being let down by Anderlecht. So Olympiacos have gone into 8th. Olympiacos have jumped into 8th. If Steaua Bucharest score and Olympiacos get one more, we're in trouble. Just so you know, we'll keep an eye on it. But Olympiacos 1-0. Olympiacos are 1-0 up. So it's all changing. It's all changing. A goal in the Man U game either way would be very interesting because it would either knock Steaua Bucharest further down or it would put Steaua Bucharest into the top 8 and knock Olympiacos out. But if Olympiacos get another goal, then we really are in trouble. Corner whipped in, headed clear, goes back to Mikey Moore. Mikey Moore whips a free kick in, headed clear again. Spurs have no way through. We just seem to have no invention at the moment. So at the moment, Tottenham are level on points with the team in 9th. So we've got to be careful here. Cross, header, straight into the arms of their goalkeeper. FC Porto have scored. FC Porto, I don't know if they can do anything. No. FC Porto have been knocked out already. They can't even make the qualifiers. They have scored against Maccabi Tel Aviv, though. At the moment, Elfsborg are in the playoffs, in the unseeded part. It's all happening. It's all happening. Hang on, didn't I send that link to Barry? Yeah, I did. Where is he? It's all happening. Yeah, these games worry me, Rodney. Like, he never get him on. These are awful. Get him on. There's the goal kick, played down the line. Dragoshin is chasing it. He's going to get there first, is he? And then he's out-muscled, and it's a throw-on to Elfsborg. Ajax are 2-0 up against Galatasaray. That is good news for Spurs, by the way. That is good news for Spurs because Galatasaray were one of the clubs that could overtake us. They're now 2-0 down at home. If that goal stands, every goal I announce is before VAR. I've had a look at it, right? So Ajax are 2-0 up. At the moment, I think we're good. At the moment, the only way we can go out of this is if Steaua Bucharest score and Olympiacos score one more. And by when I say go out of this, I mean out of the top 8. Here's Elfsborg with a corner. It's fallen to them on the edge of the box. It's gone back to the halfway line, and they'll be pretty happy. Anderlecht 1, Hoffenheim 3. Anderlecht are having a mare, and that's another good result for Tottenham Hotspur. So the teams around us are losing and doing their job. We're just not doing ours. So Anderlecht look like they've missed their chance to finish in the top half. They're 3-1 down to Hoffenheim, who were awful last week. Who we beat last week. And there's a ball that goes into Richie, headed wide, headed clear, and out for a throw on. So Anderlecht 1, Hoffenheim 3. And Anderlecht went 1-0 up. Now, here's interesting. Olympiacos have scored again. Now, just to let you know, Olympiacos have scored again. That means that if Steaua Bucharest score versus Man United, as it stands, we will not be in the top 8. As it stands. There's a long way to go, of course, but Spurs are 7th. Actually, no, sorry, Olympiacos need one more for the goal difference, sorry. One more. They are level with Spurs, I believe. Olympiacos are now level with Spurs. So if Olympiacos get one more, we've got to worry. They're level with Spurs, and they've got the same goal difference, but I think we've scored more than them. So I think that's why at the moment, we look all right. At the moment, we should be going through. Just keep an eye on Steaua Bucharest and Olympiacos. A goal for both of those two teams, and Tottenham Hotspur will be in ninth. So at the moment, we're good. At the moment, Anderlecht are messing up. They had the chance to go above us. Man United, though, have done us a solid. Man United 1, Steaua Bucharest 0, and that will see Man United go into third in the group if that goal stands, and Steaua Bucharest are in ninth. So at the moment, Tottenham are going through by the virtue of all these other teams, absolutely messing up. Nick, this is thoroughly boring. I've got no other way to say it.
Yeah, I don't know. I've not watched 15 minutes of the second half, and I think that I've probably not missed anything. Is that right?
You've missed nothing apart from Dragoshin down getting some medical attention. And he's gone like that. The moment he pulled up, he's gone like that.
Oh no.
He's gone like that. And the lady behind in the stand went, he just went, oh no. He is down. He is down getting medical attention on his knee. You all right, mate? Anyway, you all right?
I'm all right. It's just a bit of an anticlimax after last night. All the goals flying in, and tonight it's like nothing. It's like what is it? A few wins, and that's about it. There's no real, no real excitement.
Nothing's really changed hands as well in this group. Like last night, it was constant, wasn't it? Tonight, to be fair, luckily for Spurs, Galatasaray could overtake us, a 2-0 down. Anderlecht are 3-1 down. So, and Steaua Bucharest are 1-0 down. So from that perspective, we're going to get top 8 on 15 points at the moment. But Man United are third. So Man United, who have a 1-5, drawn 3. I'm just going to check. Man U are the only team in the Europa League that have not lost a game. There you go. There's a stat for you. Man United have not lost a Europa League game.
Yeah.
Bilbao 2-0 up against Poznan. Didn't mean anything. Bilbao are second. They need 4 more goals to go top of the table, but they are going to be second in the Europa League. By the way, Lazio, Bilbao, there's some good teams left in this, by the way. Some good teams.
We're the favourite. We're the favourites, Savva.
Oh, God, I don't know who on earth made us favourites. Good defending there by Basuma to get us out of trouble there. But he's offside. Yeah, it's all a little bit meh is the word I want to use, Nick. It's just a bit meh, isn't it?
Yeah, I just first of all, I'm glad I'm not there.
Confidence. We can't even put 2 or 3 goals past Elfsborg for a bit of confidence.
Well, that's what I mean, right? I said it earlier, right? And you brought it up in the fact that everyone's going crazy over.
Hang on. Sorry, mate. So Radu came onto the pitch again and then has just gone and sat down on the pitch again. So Radu Dragoshin is now... What is going on at this football club? What is happening, Nick? This is bloody mental.
Yeah, I mean, I was just... Yeah, I mean, I was just kind of saying, I'm glad I'm not out there or I'm at the stadium, 30 quid. I mean, they reduced the ticket prices, right? They were 80, and then within an hour, they reduced them to 30. And like I've just said in the chat, I think I'd want a £29 refund. Dragoshin injured. So that leaves... So that means Van der Ven... So it's just amazing, isn't it? Van der Ven comes back and Dragoshin's injured.
Let's have a look what happened. So he went... It all looks a bit innocuous, and it looks like he's twisted his knee. Let's have a look. It looks like he's twisted his knee as he's landed. By the way, Anderlecht, who needed a win tonight or a draw. Anderlecht only needed a draw, I believe, to go through. Anderlecht needed a win tonight at home. They are 4-1 down to Hoffenheim, and that has helped us massively. 4-1 in Belgium. Bilbao 2-0 up. At the moment, we're through. As long as Man United don't throw it, we are through in the top 8. A goal from Olympiacos would see us 8th. So, yeah, remember all those people who said we're going to play 8, win 8? It's not. It's not quite worked that way. But it looks like Ulasessi's on for Spurs. Was that?
Ulasusi. Oh, another player no one can pronounce properly. I don't even know what his proper name is.
Oh, sorry. No, it wasn't. So hang on. I'm so confused. What's happened here? So Graham Basuma back. Scarlett's come on up top. Moore right. Kulu into the middle. Richie out to the left.
So Basuma's got coming at centre back.
No. David. I'm so confused. Davis looks like he's at centre back. It looks like we've got no left back. I just don't care anymore. Nick, I don't care who's playing where.
Kulu, Sar, or someone at left back?
Sar, maybe? But he's high up. I don't know. Listen, it shouldn't matter against this lot. Hang on. Is Scarlett coming on before Lancashire?
Yes. It's an absolute disgrace, right?
Oh, my God. If I'm Lancashire, yeah, Sar's gone to left back. If I'm Lancashire, I am saying to my agent, get me out of this club. Here's Mikey Moore running at them, plays the ball into Scarlett, plays it into Kulu, and Kulu couldn't take the ball with him. Yeah, really, it's all a bit lackluster supporting Tottenham right now, isn't it?
I just like even to the point I was watching the first half and I was listening to you and I was just like, no one really wants to. I don't like. I could quite easily just bin it all off and put Love Island on. That's how bad it is, you know.
Does your top say FFS?
Yeah.
As in, oh, I thought you were just describing the game.
Oh no, well, you could be, yeah. It's fitter, faster, stronger, but obviously for Spurs it means something else, right?
Hang on, people are saying so Scarlett can now not go out on loan. What's the rule on that? Sorry, I can't even wrap my head around.
Yeah, he's already been out on loan, so he can't because he's played for us. I think he can't go out on loan again.
So Dane Scarlett now doesn't get a loan away from the club again.
Yeah.
Wow.
And probably won't play again.
This is
mad. He was playing at Oxford. We bring him back. Richarlison's fit. Lancashire's not had a sniff, and Lancashire. This is crazy.
By the way, Roma 2-0. By the way, has anyone seen Roma's games since Roma's results since they changed manager? Hang on, let's have a look. Roma, where are they? Roma, since they've changed manager, really good results. Really good results from Roma. They're 2-0 up tonight. Shomorodov. I can never say his name.
Shomorodov. It'll get you a lot of points in Scrabble. That's what it'll do.
He would. By the way, this Elfsborg team, no offense to them, has got to be. They've got zero interest, have they? It's literally, they've been told 10 men behind the ball, just whack it clear. Man United have secured Spurs' place. Now, Steaua Bucharest are 2-0 down at home to Man United. The reason why they've secured that, they were one of the only. Oh, he scored! Oh my God, it's Dane Scarlett.
That's why Ange brought him on. What do we know?
Right. How long is it going to take for all the Dane Scarlett generational should be started? The ball was whipped in. Dane Scarlett headed it in. Tottenham won. Elfsborg 0. There's not really a lot more to say about the goal. Elfsborg look heartbroken. They look absolutely heartbroken. By the way, the Man United second goal was scored by Kobe Mainu. So now let's see what that does. So Tottenham are 5th, Frankfurt 6th, Bodo Glimt 7th, Olympiacos 8th, and Tottenham will safely navigate their way through to the next round. So let's have a look again. So the ball was pulled back by Moore. He gave it to Porro. Kulu whipped it in, and no one. Oh, wow. Just no one marking him. And He couldn't miss, and he didn't miss. Really happy for the young lad to get a goal. Really good ball by Kulusevski. And it was probably one of the first times they defended poorly, to be honest with you. So Dane Scarlett scored. Tottenham are 1-0 up against Elfsborg, and we are now safely through. Here's Scarlett, lays it off to Kulusevski. He plays it into Moore. Moore with a low down shot, saved by the keeper. They've messed up. Can we? Oh, I thought we could capitalise and get a second, but no, we couldn't. This should be straightforward now, Nick, right?
Yeah, it should be. It should be straightforward. But we saw last week it 3-1 up with 3 minutes to go, and then.
By the way, Anderlecht 1, Hoffenheim 5.
Christ, good job we didn't play them. What did we do when we beat them 1-0, drew 0-0, 3-2? Oh, I can't remember. It was last week, wasn't it? 3-2. I can't even remember how bad we played and who we played and everything else.
Yeah, well, we're going through. Big up to Karate. How you doing, my man? Said the players, they back Ange, but I don't see it. Me neither, mate. But you know what? We're here. We're going through. God knows who we can play. I'm sure better people than me will be able to work out who will play at the end of this 90 minutes. But big up to you, Karate. Thank you so much for the super chat. Hoffenheim's new manager has made an impact. I love this. Everyone's going, good for Dane, good for Dane. John Salvage says, Dane Scarlett is crap. Hoffenheim's goal has been disallowed. My mates just texted me and said, well, that must mean that Lancashire's going on loan, right? It must mean Lancashire's going on loan if Scarlett's not. It must be.
But I don't really understand what he's. I mean, surely anyone can, anyone in their right mind can see that Will Lancashire's got something more about him than Richarlison, right? And bearing in mind, not only did he score in Galatasaray, he got sent off as well, which I think is, it's got to be some sort of achievement to do that on your debut in the European competition.
Yeah,
I don't know.
On to the playoffs, and we're going to get our players back from injuries. Oh, good, because we were doing so well when they weren't injured at the beginning of the season. Let's just rewrite history.
The only good thing is that we didn't concede in that 45 minutes, and actually, Van der Ven just made just from those 45 minutes. Look, Dragoshin and Davis made them look so stupid. It was like unbelievable. He's not even fit, and the 45 minutes he's just put in has been better than probably any of the defenders that we've had since the start of the season. It's just laughable. But wouldn't it be funny at the end of the game? Ange goes, "How did Mickey get on?" Yeah, that 45 minutes took it out of him. He's had a bit of a setback. See him in August for pre-season.
Yeah, he might be fit 9 to 10 weeks. We're looking at. TVM has said, "I'm honestly not moved by Mikey Moore." Look, do you know what I think the problem is for Mikey Moore? TVM. I think the problem Mikey Moore's going to have is everybody's done what we do with young kids. Before he's even had 10 first-team games, everyone's gone, boom, and put him on that pedestal. Rather than saying, yeah, this young kid's got something about him, just let him. This year for me, for Mikey Moore, isn't about the wow season. This is about just get some minutes. And I think this is Ulasesi coming on, is it?
I don't know. I'm not watching it.
Let's have a look. It's number 63 is coming on. I'll let you know in a minute. Anyway, listen, this Elfsborg team, I mean, I reckon they could play all night and not score a goal. But yeah, look, I just think that's the problem. Everyone's blown up Mikey Moore to the point where it's like, I feel for the lad because everyone's expecting him to be brilliant every time he plays. He is 17 years of age.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? That's what we just need to look. Yeah, he needs to do better, but he just needs some time, and we just need to stop doing it. Like Gray Gray, okay, when you look at what he's done and where he played in, he's been good. He's not been sensational. He's not been amazing. He's been good. Just let's see what we'd love to see him actually in midfield, right? We don't want to see him at left back or centre back or right centre back in a three, and we want to see him in midfield, right? And hopefully sooner or later we will, because Bergvall, Ange looked really miffed with him. He was shouting at him, telling him to calm down. He was, but again, he's 18. What's he going to do? He doesn't have that composure. So we need to be really careful what we're doing with all these players and doing what we normally do. And they're going to be the next Ballon d'Or winner, But look, Spurs are going to go through. They're going to play. I don't know who they're going to play. Someone can tell us who they're going to play. I noticed yesterday that City have got what, Bayern Munich or Real Madrid in the Champions League.
I'll tell you what though, how good will those two games, whoever they play, be over 2 legs? Goals galore in those 2 legs. I mean, listen. I mean, when we talk about people like Yamal, you're talking about these are the one-offs. Your Yamals. These don't happen every year. These are every 10 years. A 16-year-old like Yamal comes along, and you go, wow. I think our fans were like, oh my god, but Mikey. Let's just look from what I see of Mikey Moore. Yeah, the kid can dribble, but I haven't seen anything that makes me go, this is Paul Gascoigne, like everyone says. Just let him have his time. Let him progress. Let the kid play minutes before we put them so far on a pedestal that he's also got to
grow into his body, right? If you look at like Archie Gray still needs to grow into his body, but he's kind of got the kind of where he's kind of done it. The Will Lancashire as well. He's quite tall. He's quite, he's got broad shoulders. Mikey Moore just looks like a little baby that's gonna, like, my 17-year-old daughter's gonna bring home and say, "Dad, this is my new boyfriend." Do you know what I mean?
By the way, Bodo Glimt have just conceded. No, there's been a goal somewhere across Europe that has meant Rangers have just sneaked into 8th. Rangers have just sneaked into 8th. They have.
They have, haven't they? On goal difference.
Yeah, they've gone above Bodo Glimt. So Bodo Glimt were winning. They're now 1-1. Steaua Bucharest, they will kick themselves. They had a chance. Tottenham are up to 4th because Lyon have now conceded. So Tottenham are up to 4th. Anderlecht trying to make a late comeback. They are now only 4-2 down at home. In my
I don't know whether you had the commentary on Glenn Hoddle making the excuse after excuse. I must have heard in that first half, oh well, we know January's a tough time to sign players. Well, yeah, the 30th of January is quite hard to sign players, Glenn, because no one wants to leave their club because they've got nothing in between. But I was like, this is ridiculous. And he must have said it about 4 or 5 times. I was like, wow, Levy's going to be loving him saying stuff like that.
Oh, mate, they're all saying the same stuff. 20 have scored, 21-0 up against Besiktas. If you say that too quickly, it sounds like 21. 20 are 1-0 up against Besiktas. At the moment, the Richarlison is coming off and Ajayi is coming on to make his Spurs debut. So fair play to the lad. Oh, God, yeah, he is comedy gold. Anyone remember when Eddie came on and said to me, yeah, but we're missing Richarlison? Yeah. Yeah.
We said about Solanke and not scoring goals, but he does something. Richarlison doesn't do anything. I mean, I've not seen him do anything since he's come back in, right? And then when he had that audacity, I mean, all right, he scored the goal, right? That was pretty much on a plate against, what was it, Everton? Not Everton.
Yeah.
Who? Yeah, was it Everton?
Yeah, it was against Everton.
Yeah, and then that's how disinterested I don't even know what's going on. But like, and then there was that tweet going, "Oh, you're in 15th. Don't worry, bro. Richarlison's back." And it's like, wow, mate, what are you going to do? Fire us up the table? Fire us to Europa League win?
Just quickly, Spurs, even if we concede a goal, will still finish in the top 8. However, Elfsborg really need that goal because they have just dropped into 25th. So Elfsborg need a point to go back into the playoffs. So Elfsborg, it'll be interesting to see what they do for this last 10 minutes. I can't see them scoring if they play all night, if I'm brutally honest.
I'm just gonna fire up the family WhatsApp group because they're all going, "Oh, Dane Scarlett, he benefited from being at Oxford." I'm just going to put hashtag too good for Oxford into and see if the see what happens with the mother and father-in-law who are Oxford United season ticket holders. See if we can create. That's what I'm doing. I'm not even interested in football. I'm just trying to wind people up.
By the way, Perchi has worked it out for me. If it stays like this, and obviously it might not, there's 10 minutes to go, Spurs would play either Real Sociedad, Galatasaray, Porto, or AZ Alkmaar, apparently. I don't know. I don't know.
Why would we play Galatasaray? Because they're 9th and we're 6th.
Because Galatasaray are in the play. Galatasaray are 14th.
Oh, okay. It's updated. I'm looking at a wrong table here. Hang on.
Yeah, you're definitely looking at the wrong table, mate.
Oh, yeah, they're 14th. So they're 14th. Okay. Oh, okay. And we're
so apparently it will be Real Sociedad and Galatasaray from the seeded will play Porto and Alkmaar from the unseeded. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Right, I got it. Daniel Levy's on his phone, just completing a transfer from somewhere.
No, he's probably, Donna Collins probably messaged him going, "I can't believe he hasn't lost. We can't get rid of him for another week."
I reckon he's texting Johan Lang saying, "Don't worry, we've just won. We don't need to buy anyone. The fans will be lapping this up." Gus said, Galatasaray will annihilate Ange. So at the moment, from what Perchi sent me, it could change. At the moment, I think it's going to be Real Sociedad playing Galatasaray. Sorry, Real Sociedad will play Porto, I think, and Galatasaray will play AZ, I think.
Well, it's one or the other. It's whoever. Yes, one of those two will play the other two, depending on what side of the draw it goes into. It's all a bit confusing. We'll find out tomorrow, though. We'll find out tomorrow.
Sure, we'll find out. But listen, been a bit anticlimactic tonight, hasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, what did we want? I guess we wanted a Spurs loss to be, because I mean, even where would we have been? We'd have been. Well, we still would have got through 15 points. We'd have scraped through in 8th, so it wouldn't have really made a difference if we won or not based on the other results, which is disappointing.
2-0 to Spurs, and Ajayi on his debut. Ian Lubo is going to be wetting his pants.
Oh, my God.
Ajayi on his debut. Well done to the lad. Now, that makes me happy. Seeing the young lad, he got the ball, he drove forward, cut inside, fired it into the bottom corner, and Ajayi on his debut in what, 5 minutes of his debut?
Where did Ajayi play? On what side of the pitch?
At the moment, he looks like he's coming off the right.
Okay.
Ajayi, fair play. Well done, lad. Well done. So, hang on, here we go. Ajayi got the ball on the right, cut in on his left, went past two, laid it off to Scarlett. He played it back to him, and Ajayi fired it in the bottom corner.
So he's done really more in 5 minutes than Timo Werner's done since Man City. Is that what you're saying?
Really, more than people like Brennan Johnson do. He drifted in past 3 players, laid it off, got it back again, fired it in. Fair play to the lad. Well done, Ajayi. Well done, mate. You won't see any more minutes for the rest of the season, so enjoy this moment. Yeah. Ange will not play you again. Hang on. It already, Lubo has sent me Ajayi, Savva, another kid. Oh, my God. Like, honestly,
you would have think we just said, look what happens when you run at people.
Oh, mate. Again, we don't have players that run at people. When you run at people, it scares them. They don't like it. Johnson can't run at his man, ever. So, Tottenham 2-0. In terms of the table, I mean, obviously, it doesn't change anything from Spurs We're in 4th place at the moment. We're behind Man United on 1 point. Hang on. Here's Kulu battling. Goes back to Sarr, and then he comes all the way. He goes all the way back to Archie Gray. So Tottenham 2, Elfsborg 0. A really good night for the 2 youngsters. Fair play to them. Really happy for them. Not been a great performance, but 2 good goals from 2 youngsters.
Yeah, look, it's just interesting. Either if we're going to have a plan and we're going to play the kids, well, we might as well play the kids, and because they're making the senior players look silly. You know, I mean, all right, it's only Elfsborg, but give them a go.
Jay gives it to Kulu. He cuts in, and that was a terrible shot from Kulu. My worry is now someone like Scarlett, who's got a goal tonight. He's not going to get any more minutes. When's he going to get minutes? He's got Richarlison and Solanke. I just don't think he's going to get minutes.
No, but the thing is, like, these kids couldn't be worse than the other players in 15th. We couldn't be 15th with the kids, surely. Or would we accept 15th with the kids? With the kids playing, I don't know.
If we were 15th with the kids,
yeah,
why not? But being 15th not with the kids is completely unacceptable. But look, really,
do you know what though? I don't think we would be. I don't think we'd be 15th. I think we'd be higher.
Well, it's difficult, right? Because look, we have to judge it against the opposition we're playing against, right? But I really like what I saw there from a JE. Like, really head up, positive, cut in, laid it off, got it back again. Really like seeing that. As Bergvall gets his obligatory yellow card. Whoever said earlier, someone said earlier, I think Spurs 2-1, Bergvall yellow card maybe. Yeah, look. Yeah, don't go too overboard, mate.
No. Is that Lubo's soccer count, is it?
Yeah.
Lubo's going to be messaging. Oh, my God. It's not grey anymore. Oh, my God. Did you see that? Oh, bless him.
Oh, dearie me. There's a wild shot by the Elfsborg player. Elfsborg apparently need 1 goal. Hang on, let's have a look. Apparently, Elfsborg need no, that's not true. Someone said they need a goal to go into. They don't. They need 2 goals to go in. They're -4 goal difference. Fenerbahce are -2. So it's all happening.
We should have, you know what we should have done, Savva? We should have played the kids in this competition and just seen what they could have done. Because not to compare with Arsenal, but Arsenal always used to put out the kids, right? And get that experience, because that's the only time they're going to get it. They're not, like you said, Scarlett. You know, all these players are not going to get games. And what's the point? What are they going to learn when we do need them? Like we need them at the moment. You know. We don't get to see him, so it's just crazy. Braga on 24th now, 24th, 25th.
But by the way, hang on. Whoever said this, Braga are not in 24th. I've just looked at the table. Braga are 25th. Fenerbahce are 24th. Let me refresh the table. Make sure I'm not getting them.
Braga now.
So no, Elfsborg would have to draw this game. They're not going to go through. Bless them. I think they've defended really well, but let's be fair. This game should have been about 8-0. These are not good, if we're going to be brutally honest. But we've come here, we've got the job done, we're through, and let's see what the draw has for us. But Anderlecht making a late run of it. Anderlecht were 4-1 down. They're now 4-3 down. Anderlecht, by the way, the only team letting me down in my ACCA. So they need 2 goals. Let's have a look. So Anderlecht, at the moment, we're cruising through. Let's have a look at the top. Let's see if Rangers are currently still in 8th. Rangers are hanging on to 8th by a thread. If Bodo Glimt score, Rangers, if Anderlecht or Bodo Glimt score, Rangers will drop into 9th. So Rangers better hope that those two teams don't score. So Anderlecht and Bodo Glimt. And Anderlecht, who were 4-1 down, 1 goal sees them qualify in the top 8. That's mental. Absolutely mental. So that would be the biggest comeback of the night. I'm just trying to make it as interesting as possible for everyone. Lazio top, Athletic Club 2nd, United 3rd, Tottenham 4th, Frankfurt 5th, Lyon 6th, Olympiacos are into 7th as they're winning 3-0, Rangers 8th. And then the only other 2 teams at the moment that can get into that 8th are Bodo Glimt and Anderlecht. Bodo Glimt and Anderlecht, by the way. So I'll put an alert on both those games. I have got an alert on those games. So at the moment, Rangers are scraping through. They're only 2-1 up, by the way. If they concede as well, if Rangers concede a goal, they'll then drop down into the playoff places seeded. It's all very confusing. There's a good ball by Elfsborg out wide to the left. He's played it down the line. Bless him. Their chance to grab a goal back, and they've royally messed it up. They're not very good. They are not very good at all. But
yeah, Alfie van der Ven only played 45 minutes. He wasn't injured, but you never know, right? You never know. And the draw tomorrow, 11 a.m. for the Champions League and 12 p.m. approximately for the Europa League.
Yeah.
Obviously, we've got the games in 2 weeks' time for the knockout phases of the Europa Conference League.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. By the way, Destiny 5, Anderlecht letting me down for £1,000. Last night it was I messaged Bet365, Nick.
Yeah, and they said that it was like a feature on their thing to cause excitement or something, no?
It's
not guaranteed. It's not guaranteed. It's just I mean, that's the response was so Spurs, right? The response was so Spurs. Oh, we know you're season ticket holders and we know you pay money, but were you not entertained by that performance? I know we lost, but
hang on. If I'm not wrong, Braga are about to score, right? Braga are about to score, and if they do, I think that puts them through on goals scored against Fenerbahce. I think Braga. Oh, hang on. No, it looks like it's been disallowed. Whatever happens,
it will do. It will do.
Here's Mikey Moore has a shot. 3-0. Mikey Moore completes it. The 3 kids have scored, and Ian Lubo is going to be absolutely wetting his pants tonight at this, isn't he? Mikey Moore, he kept running, and he just squeezed it in under the goalkeeper, and the 3 kids have scored. Lads, you'll all be on the bench or not in the squad on Sunday, so enjoy your moment. But on a serious note, really pleased for Ajayi, Moore, and if I'm not wrong, is that Mikey Moore's first goal?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, Mikey Moore got the ball. He had loads of space to run into. He kept running, cut inside from the edge of the box. Yeah, good finish. Squeezed it in the bottom corner. So, yeah, really, really good finish from Mikey Moore, and Tottenham have won this game.
Mikey Moore and what was his name? The other kid, young kid, Ajayi, have made Heung-Min Son and Brennan Johnson look like absolute clowns.
Well, you know what they've done? The game has finished, by the way. The game has finished 3-0. The game has finished 3-0. You know what they've done? They've run at people. And when you run at people, things change. Things change when you run at people. Unfortunately, we're going to go back at the weekend. It won't be Moore. It won't be Ajayi. It will go back to the usual players. But listen, the kids have done well tonight. I'm really happy that they've got their moment. Listen, Elfsborg, there's going to be tougher tests, but we got the win. We got the win tonight, 3-0. And we are through in fourth place. I think that's going to be how it ends. Let's have a look. By the way, just trying to see. I might as well wait for all the games to finish before we start trying to work out who's gone where. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Sorry, you don't want to see some of the pictures in my group. By the way, Rangers, Bodo Glimt has ended. Bodo Glimt have drawn, which means that if Anderlecht get a goal, if Anderlecht can find a goal, they'll knock Rangers out. But at the moment, they're in the 98th, 97th minute at Anderlecht. So what I can tell you is this. Roma, these are full-time scores. Roma 2, Frankfurt 0. Bilbao 3, Poznan 1. Lyon 1, Ludogorets 1. Nice 1, Bodo Glimt 1. Olympiacos 3, Karabag 0. Ajax 2, Galatasaray 1. Midtjylland 2, Fenerbahce 2. Let's go to... we're at Dynamo Kiev 1, RFS 0. Tel Aviv 0, Porto 1. That's Tottenham 3, Elfsborg 0. 21, Besiktas 0. Real Sociedad have won 2-0. Anderlecht are in the 98th minute. Their game is still going on. So is Rangers. Man United has now finished. Man United have won 2-0. They are through to the next stages. So the only games that are still going on are Slavia Prague, Rangers, and Anderlecht at the moment. I'll keep you updated on all three games. At the moment, Anderlecht are, I believe, the only team that can knock Rangers out, or if Union St. Galois score a second. So those two are the last two games to play this out. Rangers have won. Rangers have done their bit. That game is finished. Anderlecht are the only team. Rangers are the only team that can... Anderlecht are the only team that can take Rangers out the top 8. They are still losing 4-3 at home to Hoffenheim. They're going to kick themselves, aren't they, Anderlecht?
Well, yeah, considering they started playing with 11 minutes to go.
And it's over. It's over. So there we go. Rangers have scraped in to the top 8. Fair play to them. Rangers have scraped into the top 8. So this is the table. Shall we have a look at it, Nick? Shall we have a look at it?
Let's have a look at it. After all the worry and heartache, we were thinking.
Hang on, let me get rid of that. It's saying, I forgot that I still had that morning screen on there. I was wrong. I said we'd win 3-0. Didn't quite. 3-1. So, right, let's have a look.
Well, you're wrong, Savva. Look at you. Wrong again. In the mud.
Right. Here we go, everybody. Hang on. Cancel. Hang on. No. Present. Share screen. Yeah. There we go. Share. Yes. Right. Here we go, everyone. If we look there, Lazio have won the table. If I suppose they've won that little league. They have finished on 19 points. Athletic Bilbao on 19 points as well. Man United on 18 points, not losing a single game. Tottenham lost one game and are 17 points and finish 4th. Frankfurt go through as automatic qualifiers in 5th. Lyon in 6th as automatic qualifiers. Olympiacos in 7th. And Rangers have scraped through in 8th. If we look at the seeded playoff teams, so these are the seeded playoff teams, each one of these teams will play one of the teams in the unseeded. You've got Bodo Glimt, Anderlecht, Steaua Bucharest, Ajax, Real Sociedad, Galatasaray, Roma, and Victoria Poznan. And then for the unseeded 8 that will play the seeded 8, Ferencváros, Porto, Alkmaar, Midtjylland, Union St. Galois, PAOK, 20, and Fenerbahce sneaking in. And then the teams that have been eliminated, Braga, Elfsborg, Hoffenheim, Besiktas, Tel Aviv, Slavia Prague, Malmo, RFS, Ludogorets, Dynamo Kiev, Nice, and the very first game we played, I believe,
So
Karabakh.
3 out of those teams we played got kicked out, basically.
Who did we beat? What, Karabakh?
Elfsborg and Hoffenheim, no?
Elfsborg and Hoffenheim. Are they 3 of the teams we beat out of the 5 we won?
Who else did we beat? I don't know who else we beat. Ferencvaros we won, didn't we?
Right. Well, there you go. So we didn't beat anyone in the top 16, but listen, it doesn't matter. We are through. That is where everything stands at the moment. So we knew we were going to go through at the beginning of the night. It took 3 good goals from the kids. Fair play to them, stepping up where the senior players didn't, Nick. They didn't, but the kids, really happy for all 3, especially I wasn't expecting to see Scarlett or a JE tonight. So really good for them, right? Really,
yeah, 100%. But they won't. I would say that both Scarlett and a JE will probably not be in the squad on Sunday against Brentford.
Yeah, I mean that is
Scarlett
the shame.
maybe. Scarlett maybe, but Moore and Scarlett. Scarlett maybe. Moore's probably the only one out of the 3 that's going to be, well, maybe even on the pitch. But yeah, it's a shame because now they have to wait.
Perchy sending me loads of pictures as to who we could play, but he sent me so many pictures that I'm like, what am I? You know, when you're like, what am I looking at? You know, when I believe from what he's saying is
did you say Sociedad Galatasaray or
right? Yes, Sociedad and Galatasaray will play AZ Alkmaar or Midtjylland, and we will play one of them. I believe we will play one of them.
Yeah.
I believe we'll play one of them. So, Ange, mate, this is why you trust you. Yeah, listen, let's not get too carried away. Not get too carried away. Look, we have played some very poor teams. Listen, the test as with anything, get out the group stages every year. Cool. Yeah. The test is going to be when you've got 2 game headers, and you've got to go away to tricky ties. So let's see what we're made of. Let's see what we've got. We'll have to play a lot better than we did against Hoffenheim. Basically, we'll have to play a lot better than we did in that group stage against the better teams. But my only positive from tonight is the kids. I thought the kids were much better than the senior pros tonight.
Yeah, look, how many times do we sit there and what? This is crazy.
You know when you think that we've just beaten we just beaten Lazio at home 3-0. Like, you know what I mean? You know, Demetrius, calm down. Haven't you learned anything as a football fan of Tottenham Hotspur?
No, we haven't.
Yeah, agreed, Phil. Phil, we were going to win that game. I'm trying. Have you noticed? I'm trying to give maximum credit to the kids. And still people go, oh, Savva's downplaying it. What? Sorry, are you about to go and have a boxing match or what? What's going on here?
What's this, Jimmy Savile?
Hugh Hefner. Hold on a minute.
Hugh Hefner. Really?
Hugh Savile.
More like JPV.
Listen, you was outside of school the other day. You're talking about me about being Jimmy Savile.
What, picking my children up from outside their school, yeah?
Yeah, I bet, yeah.
Yeah, look, John, I get it, mate. Listen, at the end of the day, we were going to beat them. They are a really poor team that didn't even make the 24 and haven't played a league game since November. So what I'm trying to say is the performance tonight was meh, but I'm really happy that the kids managed to get on the score sheet because forget what we think as fans, all 3 of them, actually Scarlett scored for us before, hasn't he, in a competitive game?
I think he has.
If anyone can check that for me, but for Moore and a JE to get their first senior goals, that's the story for me tonight. Not we beat Elfsborg at home. That's the story for me.
Agreed.
Agreed. Agreed.
I would rather see them free until the end of the season, to be honest. We've got nothing to play for in the league.
It's very difficult, isn't it, to judge because, like, I mean, they are really poor opponents. But what I did really like there, I really, really liked Ajayi's goal. Of all the goals, I love the fact that off the right-hand side, he done what we never, ever see Johnson do. He got the ball, shifted out his feet, dribbled past 3 players, played what they call the wall pass into Scarlett, got it back, buried it bottom corner. And I love seeing players that run at players like that. It's everything we've been missing, James.
Yeah, I agree. The thing that I was impressed about, even with that goal, is once he made that pass, he followed the pass. And I think that's what I've never seen Johnson do. Johnson maybe will get there and pass, but then he stands still. But what he did is he gave that pass and he was hungry to get it back. And I think that is what stood out for him in those 10 minutes.
Yeah. So, okay, people are saying, no, I don't think Scarlett has scored. I remember him scoring didn't he score a
against
cracker?
Shakhtar Donetsk, I think.
Yeah, wasn't that the game where Kane got a
Scored
hat-trick?
Yeah.
Wasn't that his last game for Spurs?
Yeah, I was there, yeah.
Oh, all right, show off. Oh, I was there. I went.
No, that's why I remember it, because normally I'm asleep if I'm not there. So
yeah, big up Bromley. I'm going in the box on Saturday at Bromley Town to watch Bromley versus Grimsby.
What do you get in the box at Bromley then? Come on.
I truly don't know. I just know that it's 10 minutes from my house. My mate's hosting a box, and then we're going out in the evening for my friend's birthday. So
some chicken supreme, maybe, or
yeah, maybe some chicken nuggets. Look, guys, it's a difficult one tonight because I didn't ever feel like they were going to win this game. I didn't ever feel that we weren't going to qualify. So I feel like it's kind of a bit like after the Lord Mayor's show. Does that make sense? I feel like it's kind of like, cool, we're through. And now, right, who are we going to get? That's where my head goes. It's like, who are we going to get? But James, everyone said when they saw the 8 teams that we were playing that we should get through. We have got through. We've done the job. We move on, right? I mean, credit where it's due. It's not been amazing to watch, but we've got through. Is that fair?
Of course, yeah. Ultimately, that's ultimately that's all we actually want, isn't it? To actually go through and actually win the cup. So to progress for the next round, that's what everyone wants, regardless if we criticize the team or not. That is ultimately what we want. But if we're talking about this one game as a whole, I thought it was shocking, absolutely shocking. And I know people are not going to like this either, but I thought Mikey Moore, up until that goal, was shocking. I thought he had 1 or 2 okay touches, but nothing to go, wonder kid, like, oh my God, this kid's generational and blah, blah, blah.
I'm with Miss Bunny here. I'm with Miss Bunny. I can't take James seriously in this dressing gown. Do you know what I mean?
His nan's dressing gown.
Well,
I can take it off if you want.
Huh?
Yeah, take it off. What are you wearing? What are you wearing, James?
No comment.
He's wearing an Arsenal
there,
shirt.
isn't he?
Something underneath.
Look,
I've got a sun shirt on.
James, we were saying before. We were saying when the game ended. Before the game ended. And big up to Mikal as well. How you doing, bro? You well? You good?
Yeah,
Good. I'll come to you in 1 second.
Give me a second.
No, you're good. I think what we were saying, James, Nick and I, is the difficulty is for someone like Mikey Moore is so many of our fans who have seen him play 10-minute cameos, 15 minutes there, have already elevated him to being the greatest young player anyone's ever seen. So that when he plays now, everyone's expecting beat 5 men, do this. And I just think he's a 17-year-old kid that you've got to just give him the year, give him 2 years to just come on, stretch his legs, beat people. But yeah, he didn't really do a lot tonight, and then got his goal, which that's going to be the main thing for him tonight. He got that goal, confidence. So,
and a great finisher, like not taking nothing away from it. I mean, I think this is where like us lot that are kind of level headed, kind of like take it in our stride. Is look, he had a few good touches. He did have a few good touches, but majority of the game wasn't very good. But when you're comparing it, I mean, to some of the senior players, i.e., I mean, Richarlison. How the fuck did Tottenham buy it? The only Brazilian that can't control a ball is madness. It's just I've saw more from Dane Scarlett in that half than I've ever seen from Richarlison. There's certain things where I feel for the young lads. I mean, maybe they can learn off of Son, but I mean, what striker are they going to learn off of? What right winger are they going to learn off? Like, it's a bit like
I agree.
I don't know. I don't know what it's about. Like, I had to even explain it, but you know, like when you like what Ian says, Archie Gray, we should have bought Archie Gray, but only with someone like a Camavinga as well, and gone right. Look, you learn off of this guy now. He becomes your best mate. You stick together, learn, do everything he does. But they kind of come in and it's like, well, you know, you guys are the main guys, and they're like, well, we're 17. It's like, yeah, you guys are the main guys.
Yeah.
Car crash.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. Let me bring you in, Mikal. Hope you're well.
Yeah.
It's an interesting one tonight, isn't it? Because I just said to the guys, like it was never for me like oh my god, are we going to get through or not? We kind of knew we were going to go through. We knew how poor they were, but we did leave it late to the kids. Let the kids kind of saving the blushes really of some of the senior pros. Mikal, would you say?
Yeah, definitely. You know, I ironically, we didn't even need to win. Like the results came out this way that we didn't even need to win to stay in top 8, right? But of course, I am extremely happy with the win. And yeah, as you guys probably have mentioned already, I actually just joined in, but I bet you said that, you know, those youngsters, I don't want to elevate them to any sort of like, you know, world class levels, because I've already seen, you know, comments about Ayagi and Moore and this guy and that guy and Dane Scarlett and, you know, whatever, right? I don't want to elevate them, but honestly, with little bits and pieces that they have shown me, I have honestly seen more than Werner, for example, with them, right? I'm not saying they are better at this point of their career, but
sure.
You know, you get the point, right? I am more willing to give them time and experience their growth rather than watching 29-year-old Werner, who I know won't get any better, right?
Yeah, I think. Listen, whilst we've got injuries, it begs the question: why haven't we seen in games, especially the fact that we've only won one Premier League game in 11? It makes you wonder why he doesn't throw on Lancashire. He doesn't throw on an Ajayi. You know, what I've just seen from Ajayi there, what would be the problem with giving him 15 minutes of a game and say, you know, we're losing anyway. Go on, mate. And if you can make something happen, that for me is something I'd like to see. But unfortunately, as the players come back fit, these kids will, maybe not Mikey Moore, but I can't see Scarlett and Ajayi getting even on the bench when the players start coming back to fitness. So I always, again, a bit level-headed with these things. I don't really lose my mind. Like, I know when Lubo comes on, Mikal, he's going to be absolutely unbearable about how amazing these wonder kids are. But look, it's lovely for them. And I think the one thing that concerns me after that, though, is Scarlett. And what I mean by that is because he's played, guys, it now means he cannot go back out on loan.
Well, that's what I was going to say.
Is that stunting? I need to win really badly, but is that stunting his growth now? Because he's not going to get games, is he?
I think personally what they'll do is they'll loan Lancashire out now and get Lancashire some games and then keep Scarlett to sort of fulfill that third striker spot. And again, to be honest, I thought his goal, right, the header wasn't fantastic, but it was great movement in between the defenders, and that's something that we don't see very often. Well, Richarlison, there was about 15 crosses went in today, and I didn't see him anywhere. It's like what you were saying, Mal. It's why not give these guys a chance now? Because we've seen the so-called pros, and they've done nothing.
Yeah, that's putting it mildly. So-called pros, like some of them, honestly.
So good,
The way Richarlison snatched at that shot, you know, at like close to like 80th minute of the game, I think it was, right? And we did a cutback on like the edge of the box, right? And he just snatched at it and completely missed the ball. And I'm like, fuck's sake, mate! Like it can happen to me when I'm playing with my mates, right? But I am not getting paid like 100K a week to do your job, right? So yeah, it's as you boys said, right? It's nice that we started using them. And by the way, I agree. I think Will Langshire will get a loan and Dane Scarlett will stay at the club now. But yeah, it just begs the question if there weren't like a couple of occasions where we actually could have used those guys, right? Because I think like this game, okay, we had like Mickey van de Ven, there were like a couple of players present, right? But I felt like there were games where I would have preferred to see them, right? Like Tamworth, for example, right? Which is something that all of us have said plenty of times, right? Why haven't we gone? I know it sounds stupid, but why haven't we gone like weaker against Tamworth, right? With more academy players, they have a lot more motivation. They are fresh, they have a lot to prove. Whereas some of those players that we played against Tamworth had that like superiority complex. I felt like, right? And it just wasn't like a good environment for them to. Like they didn't, set their minds right. Whereas with those kids, and I saw it today, they just got like 10, 15 minutes, some of them, and used that time to their advantage, right? Even Mikey Moore, who played 90 minutes today, right? I've seen more like courage in him.
Yeah,
he had more like even though he failed, like I think he failed most of his take-ons, right? Where even when he got past one player, he was stopped by the other, right? But I've seen more like willingness to do something special, right? Whereas some of those players like Richarlison and others, they just seem like really robotic, and they just seem like they don't want to risk it, right? They just want to play the safe ball and do the safe thing, right? Which of course, like it brings risks with that youth, youth approach, right? But
you know what is
Did you guys see? Sorry, I'm going to go. I'm going to go in a minute. But Mikey Moore was become the youngest Englishman to score a major European goal, breaking a record held by Jimmy Greaves. 17 years, 172 days versus 17 years, 245 days. Sean Michael put in there. Lubo.
Sean Michael.
Yeah. Lubo will be giving Lubo will be giving that stat to you boys for God knows how many times. Oh, but Savva, he's broken Jimmy Greaves' record, Savva. So you can play Lubo bingo because that's definitely going to be in there. But we got to win.
Lubo just messaged me saying I'll be home in 20. Where's the link?
Oh my God!
Lubo's,
and if you haven't got a link,
the only person.
He's not very technical, is he?
You have to email him the link.
Yeah.
Instead of WhatsApp, you have to email it to him.
Oh dear! Brilliant. Well, big up, guys. Look, on to the weekend, and wouldn't it be
things will go back to normal?
Wouldn't it be funny that Vissa takes us apart at the weekend after we're apparently linked with him?
Well, look, we're not linked with Vissa. Let's be honest. Brentford, anyone would rock up to Brentford and say, how much do you want for Vissa? And they'd say 70, 75 million. They've got no need to sell him. 70, 75 million. And we'd go, thank you very much. Right. Who can we get on loan? You know what we're like.
I've already...
Big up, guys. James, Michael, big up your Nan's dressing gown. And we'll see.
We'll see what Nan.
Or just what's
wrong with it? Why can't you big up his Nan?
Yeah. What's that about?
Big up James's Nan.
No, fuck you now. It's too late.
And also,
see you later. Oh, go on.
Big up the goat.
Oh, Jesus. What are we doing here?
Yeah.
No one rates Emerson Royale. Go away. They've just replaced him.
All right, but he's won a trophy before Harry Kane. I'll just leave it there.
But by the way, guys, I don't know if you've seen what teams we will most likely face. I mean, we have the 4 teams, right, that we know we will face. I just want to dodge Galatasaray after what they did to us.
Who are they? Sorry, I don't know who they are.
Yeah, so we have Sociedad, Galatasaray. It's I think
There you go,
Porto.
I've got it if you want it.
Ferencváros. No. Porto and AZ Alkmaar, I think. Or no, AZ Alkmaar and Midtjylland. Sorry. So like a Danish. Yeah.
Yeah.
So there's
Look,
two
I mean,
really we don't want.
you want to avoid Galatasaray for
And
me
Real
out of
Sociedad.
those 4. Yeah,
Oh,
Sociedad are a funny old team. They're a funny old team. Sometimes they look really good. Other times they look awful. But I really don't want to play in 2 legs against Galatasaray because I think they've already seen how you kind of get at Tottenham.
Have they lost Osterman? Have they lost Osterman now?
He's still
No,
there.
he's still there,
right?
isn't he?
I don't know why. I thought he cancelled his loan, or they were on about cancelling his loan.
No, they've tried to sign him permanently, but Napoli rejected the bid.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Apparently there are like rumors linking him with Chelsea, and then they would have to cancel the loan and sell him to Chelsea.
Okay, maybe that's what I heard.
Right? But I've definitely seen. I think it was Fabrizio reporting that Napoli rejected the bid for Osimhen from Galatasaray. They wanted to make his move permanent, right? But they rejected it.
Yeah, by the way, there's 830 people in here. Smash that subscribe button, you tight gits, and smash the like button. We've got just under 600 likes. We should have 750, and we're nearly at 16,250. We're 15 away from a quarter of the 1K needed to get 17K. Guys, yeah, look, I mean, we want to avoid Galatasaray, in my opinion. But look, we're going to start seeing now, because teams we're going to be playing, it won't be of the caliber of Elfsborg. It won't be of the caliber of Karabag and Ferencváros. Like at the moment, we haven't beaten anyone of note in this competition.
Yeah.
Over 2 legs. That's where we've got people are saying, "Oh, I'm not scared to play anybody." Cool.
Brentford the weekend.
For a team that loses as many games of football as we do, I love our arrogance that I'm not scared of anybody, even though Leicester City beat us, Ipswich Town beat us, Crystal Palace beat us, Everton. I do find that quite funny, but I feel like we'll find out after this, over this next 2 legs, how good a team we actually are. Would that be fair, guys? Rather than this whole group table?
Yeah, I think I'm one of the few that I actually don't like the new style, to be honest.
Oh.
I prefer the smaller groups where it's a bit more tighter. I think there's a lot more leeway. I mean, now it's over, like the group or the league's over. I think it will go back to sort of that on your edge of your seat. You can't mess up anymore. You can't allow a defeat here or there. It's win or bust. And that's the sort of parts I enjoy, to be honest. So there's no more stupid mistakes. You can't afford to lose. You can't afford to draw anymore. It's about winning now. So obviously, but I mean, I know you said you never thought we would lose to today, but when they had a couple of attacks and it was 0-0 getting towards the end of the first half, I did think, hold on a minute, here we go.
No, they were as weak. They're as weak at opposition as I think you're going to play in Europe.
Yeah.
Look, I commend them for digging in 10 men behind the ball, but every time they got the ball, most teams do that to us and counter-attack. These guys just lumped it up the pitch. And look, I'm not belittling the win. Of course, we had to win the game, but I just never, ever I didn't feel worried by these lot at all. It wasn't even, we couldn't even say it was a great defensive performance, because our defenders had nothing to do. If we're going to be brutally honest, I don't know how we could judge any of our back 4 tonight. Sorry, by the way, that is the microphone head that I'm just cleaning, by the way, if anyone wonders what that was. It just looks like I'm just doing this. It just looks a bit weird, doesn't it? So look, for me, actually, Mikhail, that's a good point. So James doesn't like this format. Do you like this format?
I love it. I think it's wicked. I think it got rid of like all the things that I hated about the previous format, which was I always felt like that with the 4 team groups, right? You always had a clear, one of those teams was pretty much always a clear favorite to go through. So you usually had like Real Madrid. Then you had like a Borussia Dortmund and two just whipping boys, basically, right? The two guys that those top two teams usually just beat. And after like game week 4 or something, I always felt not in all groups, of course, not in all groups, right? But I felt like there were plenty of groups where like after game week 4, the group was basically over, right? It was just about like maybe placing first or second. Whereas I felt like with this version, we actually had more importance on each and every match. You actually had to not only win the games, but also like keep in mind what your goal difference was, right? Which I actually enjoy, because I felt, especially in the Champions League, I felt like those teams like looked to care more about the games. Whereas in the previous format, as I said, I felt like game week 5 or 6 in like 75% of groups throughout history was just they just had to play it, right? Because they were made by UEFA, right? Whereas this time I felt like even like Real Madrid technically they had a chance of getting top 8 in that last game, right? They would have to win something like 6-0, I feel like, but still there was a chance they had something to play for, right? Like Milan, they lost the top 8 spot in the last match day, right?
Yeah.
I felt like there was more tension with
Yeah,
that system.
I get, I get that, but my point of view for it was I felt like there was quite a few big games in the league, and I didn't enjoy any of them because I just felt like it wasn't important. I think it was Real Madrid Liverpool. Did Real Madrid play Liverpool?
Yeah,
And there was no. I don't know. Normally
what
in
you
the
mean.
old format,
Yeah.
when you in the old format, you didn't get those games, but then when you did, it was home and away. Let's go for the win. Whereas I didn't feel like it was like that. I felt it was a bit more friendly rather than competitive knockout Champions League game.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? I mean, look, I like this format. I've got to admit, I liked it more last night because we weren't involved, and the Champions League, like, it just kept changing hands. But I do agree with you, James. And another point that I think, the only thing that I think makes this weird is so many teams just get through. Like, 24 people getting through in the end. It kind of makes a lot of the games a bit non-plus, if that makes sense. A lot of games today was, well,
how many points was 24th? How many points was 24th? How many points was
in
24th?
Europa League it was 10.
10.
Champions League 11, I think.
So
right?
3 wins really gets you through out of 8 games. Like, it's not really like, I don't know. For me,
yeah, but you have to play the playoff, right? If you
no,
finish
I know, but
so
bare
those teams
minimum,
probably
if
still
you had,
get.
Yeah, but for me, bare minimum, you could win 3 and go through. That's for me. It's not really like competitive. It's not like, oh right, yeah, we've got to win now. Whereas I think, like what we said with the group, I don't know. Sometimes I feel like it's good to hold a little bit back for those knockouts. I think sometimes it's good to hold that back. The only really, really good game I could go, you know what, that was a proper good game of football, was the City PSG game.
Yeah.
Other than that, but again, they two were fighting to not go out. So
yeah. So this is like one of my points, right? I felt like we wouldn't get that PSG versus City game, right? Because if you look at the calendar that City had this version of Champions League, they had tough matches, right? And with the deep in form that they had, it meant that they were actually fighting for survival. And I felt the same thing with PSG, right? PSG had a really tough schedule. They played like City, they played, I think, Barcelona, they played like Arsenal and a couple other strong teams, right? So I felt like this is like the part that I like. I have to agree with you guys that the thing I don't like the most about this system is the lack of rematches between teams, right?
Mhm.
I would really like to see how Liverpool would play at Santiago, right, this season, because they slapped them at Anfield, but the Real Madrid didn't get a chance to to take revenge, right? But you can't really like arrange it in a way where we have this league format and teams play each other twice, right? Because either you only play 4 teams from each box, or you just play 8 teams once each, right?
Let me ask you both. And yeah, look, I think there's pros and cons to both sides of it. I feel like European football's been so watered down, though, that 108 teams play in Europe, like across Champions League, Europa League, and Conference. 108 teams. Like when you break that down, that's 5 different divisions of 20 teams. Like it's just for me, it's too many. And somebody's made a really good point. I'm sorry, I can't see who it was. This Jimmy Two Toes. I love that. I don't know what happened to the other 8, but has said, mate, playing 10 games before getting to the round 16 is too much. And it is a lot of games for those teams that are finishing 9th to 24th. That's a lot of football to be 10 games just to then get to the round 16. And then how many games would it be from there to winning it? So
15, 8,
16
7,
round
was it
of
5?
8.
Well, it depends. Is it 2 legs? Is it 2 legs?
Yeah,
it would be
2
2
legs.
legs all the way to the final, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
So 16, and then last 8, and then semis, which is
So
the
7
what
games.
would it be?
7 games.
8, 4, so it's 2, 4, 6, 7, 17 games. So it's half a season to win a Europa League. Wow. That's or a Champions League or a Conference League. Look, I think like last night was good. Like I really enjoyed seeing all the different teams going in, going out. But I do see what you're saying, James. It's kind of like, if we're seeing Real Madrid play at Liverpool, we then want to see the return leg. You want to see Liverpool then going to play at the Bernabeu. So pros and cons for me. Guys, I don't think there's too much to actually discuss on this game. So I'm going to move away from the game, if that's all right. And I'm going to go to the hot topic of the day. And as I said, there's so many pictures flying around, so many that I've put into our WhatsApp group. Matthias Tell. I mean, this guy is, as with anything, gents, any player, anything that happens at Tottenham Hotspur, we go, there's the knife. Straight down the middle, there's the dividing opinions. We never get a player where everyone goes, oh my God, yes. Let me start with you, James. Tell, can't get a game at Bayern Munich. He's only 19. Looks like he's got a lot of talent. Because he's only 19, he's not scored a lot of goals in his career. They're talking about 60 million euros, which is 50 million quid, but that wouldn't be 50 million euros we got to lay out. It would almost be taken away from the money that Bayern Munich owe us for Harry Kane. What's your opinion of Tell to Tottenham? And then we'll get Lubo in a minute. I'm sure he's very excited about life right now.
So for me, I think his goals and stuff have been unfairly judged because most of the time he's played in the middle behind Kane, and he's probably a natural left-sided winger, maybe, from what I've seen. So stats and stuff's quite hard. Like you're saying, he's 19. I mean, if we're talking about him coming to Tottenham, then we have to get him in because he's leagues ahead of Son and Johnson and Timo Werner, and so even though he's young, he's still miles better than what we've got.
Yeah,
I just hope the price tag again, like people just don't criticize him or kill him over the price tag. But I don't have any faith in this manager anyway. So I think whoever comes in is going to struggle. I rate Porro quite highly. I rate Romero quite highly. I actually think Dominic Solanke has potential to be a very good player. But under this manager, we're not going to see anything.
Interesting. I mean, Mikhail, I'll come to you and then I will go to Ian. Tell. Again, people will talk about the price tag, but again, we are hearing that money would be offset versus what Bayern Munich actually owes Spurs. So it does feel very much like this is Daniel Levy going, right, I want a player. How do I get away from this without having to fork out 60 million up front or whatever it is? But Tell, does it excite you? Is it an exciting signing? There's my first question to you. And everyone in the chat, would it be an exciting signing? There's the only question at the moment.
I'm sitting on the fence with this transfer, right? Because on one hand, I I've watched a bit of him in Bayern, and especially like last season and the season previous, right? If my mind serves me correctly, he's there for 2 years already, right?
Yes, I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, and especially like last season, whenever he came on for Harry Kane, he actually looked like a bit exciting. He looked like a young winger / striker that had talent in him and actually could finish. Like there were plenty of chances that he could finish.
Right.
But this season, this petered out, right? This season, I think he has something like 19 appearances and 1 goal or something like that, right? So I'm kind of on the fence, right? Because on one hand, I get that he's a young, exciting, player, and we get him from Bayern Munich, right? Bayern Munich also paid quite a bit of money to get him out of France, right? So on one hand, this is a bit exciting, right? But on the other hand, I don't think this is what this team needs. Like if I were a director of football and were to spend this amount of money, I think I could find better, like more established wingers for this type of money, which leads me on to another point, right? I think the only reason why we are looking at him is what you mentioned, right? I actually think that we don't want to spend 60 million. We actually don't, like, there is no intention of our board to spend 60 million. We will just strike a deal with Bayern Munich, right? Because they still owe us payments for Harry Kane, right? So I feel like this is the reason why we are targeting him, right? Which then like begs the question, do we actually have 60 million to spend, right? Because if we do, then I would be more excited by other targets, right? But would I take Tell or nothing? I prefer Tell, right?
Sure,
which is why I'm on the fence, right? Because we need bodies. At this point, we need bodies, right? The only just one criticism I have, right? Because I actually agree. I think he's more of like an inside forward type of player. Like, he plays on the side and just cuts in and scores goals. Yeah. But I feel like we have like a couple of those already, right? And I know like Mikey Moore is much younger and has much less experience, and same thing with other wingers that we bought, right? But I feel like, do we really want to give them even more competition, right? Or should we rather like focus on developing Mikey Moore and actually buy a proper striker, right? Because I don't think Tell is like a Solanke type of striker, which like this, it's a bit convoluted, right? But I basically I'm on the fence. Long story short, I'm on the fence with this signing.
Can I almost put like with what you're saying there? I don't think with the. I mean, me and you have said it quite a few times now, Savva. I don't think that we can attract a proven quality striker at the moment. Yeah. I think that we could sell a 19-year-old kid the dream and say, look, Mikey Moore's playing Gray's playing, Bergvale's playing, you're going to get your chance, mate, like join us. I think there's a lot, not an easier task, but I think it's a lot easier to sell a younger lad the opportunity than it would be to say, Mbuemo, we're near the bottom of the table. Can you come in and save us? Even though I think he would come in, I think it's a lot harder conversation to convince rather than somebody like that, Tell.
Well, Lubo, I'm going to come to you. We'll get to the game in a bit because we've all just done about half an hour on the game. Tell, it's an interesting one, isn't it? Because, I mean, we're talking about it as though it's definitely happening, but as multiple sources have said today, there's 6 or 7 clubs that are all talking to him. Aston Villa, Chelsea, Man United. I'm hearing Arsenal might be sniffing around. Apparently there's 2 other clubs in Europe. The question I'm going to ask you, Lubo, is it a pull? Is there a pull for Matthias Tell to pick Tottenham over Villa, Chelsea, United, whoever? Have we got anything to offer that those teams haven't?
I don't know. Very exciting. Class of 27 coming up, Oh,
Jesus Christ.
Who knows?
Oh my gosh. He started already.
Shameless.
to be part of that team of kids that are coming through. Why wouldn't you take it? Eh?
Sure. I can't wait to see where a JE's playing in 2 years and where Scarlett is playing in 2 years. It's right.
He came on like he owned the pitch, didn't he? What a debut that was. I mean, Jesus, we haven't seen that often, have we?
We haven't. We're going to get to him.
On.
We're going to get to him. The question was about Tell. You're doing a box office now. You're...
You're right. Don't get used to it.
Back to you, Lubo. Right, Lubo. Tell, what can we offer? Like right now, Spurs are apparently the biggest word in the transfer window, transfer bingo. Apparently, Tottenham have offered, have spoken to his party, have had a bid accepted, but he's still talking to the other clubs. So, what is going to make him pick Tottenham over those clubs?
God knows.
Brilliant. Thanks for that insight.
Not Ange. You don't think Ange has got the power?
Well, I've got to tell you, saying substitution masterclass tonight from Boston.
He's not going to answer this
question. He's on the way back, the boy.
Are you going to answer this question, or am I going to go to one of the other two?
Ian's flying high.
I don't know. Listen, he'll look at where we are. Listen, we're still on schedule for Bilbao, aren't we? You never know. Might be Champions League football next year.
Are you going to answer this question?
So, Ian, I'll answer it for you. Ian thinks we're going to win the treble. That's why he's going to come in.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so Ian's not going to answer my question.
Someone told me he's rejected Chelsea. I don't know whether that's true. How true that is? Is that true?
Apparently,
he's rejected Chelsea. Well,
I mean, I haven't seen it from Ornstein or Romano or Plettenberg, but
I mean, Chelsea got 850 players in their squad, so why would you go there?
I heard that he wasn't. I don't know if it was on Last Word of Spurs last night. I don't know, but I heard that he said no to Chelsea due to the fact of they couldn't guarantee him game time, and Villa were then going to act and sign or try and sign the what's his name, the winger that they bought from, was it Atletico? Felix. So I heard that Villa were going to go Felix. Chelsea said he said no to Chelsea. So I heard it was between us, Arsenal, and United.
I mean, where would you go? Take your Spurs hat off, guys? Where would you go? Take your Spurs hat off. Where are you going? You've got Man United, who are just above us in the league, but a much bigger football club, still in the competitions that we're in, other than the League Cup. New manager could sell that. I mean, would you go to Villa? Champions League, they're in the Champions League knockout stages. They're chasing the Champions League again in the Premier League. Good manager with Unai Emery. You've got Spurs. We'd say we can offer him more game time, but is there any guarantee he's going to play a lot? Because that would mean Ange dropping some.
What about if What about if What about if he said Lange or Paratici or Levy or whoever's dealing with it said to him, look, this season's going to be Ange's last season and we're looking to hire X, Y, and Z. We're going to go down that route. Would that be a selling point? I mean, wishful thinking, but if they're planning ahead, could it be, look, Ange's here for this season. Next season, we're going to get Areola as an example. Like, you're going to come on board.
I mean, it's a lot of ifs, buts, and maybes to be selling to one player, isn't it? But I don't know. Like, I can't see why you would pick Tottenham over those two. By the way, I'm not too bothered. Listen, I like Tell. I'll put it out there right now. I like Tell. I think he's decent. I still don't think it's what we need right now. I still think that half of Tottenham's problem is we are so easy to run through centre-back, full-back, and central midfield. But if that's the position we're going for, the question is that the best out there we could do? That's the question you've got to ask yourself, right? And he's got to ask himself, why would I join X, Y, or Z?
If I was Tottenham, he wouldn't even be on my radar. I would spend again, it's not spending the money, is it? But for me, my main target would be Ederson from Atalanta. That's where I would spend all my money.
I agree, but have you noticed we're never linked with defensive midfielders? Ever.
No, yeah, I know. Yeah, I'm just sort of speaking from my,
That's so we're not going to get linked with the 6 when he doesn't play one.
Yeah, no, I agree. I completely agree with you.
How do you feel about that, Ian?
What's that?
That he doesn't play a number 6?
I don't know. I
think he's never going to play after this season.
Tonight, I think Romero's on the way out, mate. You know.
Oh, have a day off.
Yeah, I mean, again, like Jordan saying, Villa should not excite Tell, but I mean, look, at the risk of Lubo taking a piss, why would Villa not excite Tell, but Spurs would? If you look at it honestly, why? Villa are a much better run club than us right now. They're flying much higher than us in the league. They're in Champions League. They've got a much better manager. Why would they not be exciting for Tell? I'm not saying he'll go there. He might pick Man United, but why would they not be exciting for Tell?
He's got more chance of first-team football at United than Villa and Spurs, isn't he?
I think he's got a lot of chance of.
I would start him at Villa, yeah, mate. If Villa got him, Morgan Rogers, Watkins.
I think the only issue with Villa is the fact that they don't really play a winger. Like Villa plays more of like a 4-5-1 or a 4-4-2 style of play, right? So maybe he could be one of the two, like a striker partnership with Watkins, especially now when Duran is gone. But I feel like the United is probably the best choice for him, right? With the game time that they offer, because they are clearly not happy with the wingers or like the number 10s, like, you know, those.
I agree.
Like with Garnacho and whoever else is on the right side, right? So I think United is the best choice for him. The only issue is that what's being reported is that United want to strike a loan deal with Bayern, right? Whereas Bayern wants him to move on a permanent, and we are ready to pay the money or like pay the money for a permanent move. So,
but it's down to the player, right? Let's be fair.
Yeah, but it's down to us to convince him, right? Somehow, if we really want him, then we have to convince him somehow, right? So we either sell him a project or you convince him by paying, right? It's as easy as that.
Good luck with that one, Mikhail.
Yeah.
Good luck with that one. Yeah, let's all start doing a GoFundMe. But yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Because everyone keeps saying that there's 6-7 teams. We don't know who the other ones are. We know the Premier League teams, but we don't know who else across Europe is wanting this young lad. I mean, I'll be honest. I've seen bits of him where I think, yeah, you're a good player. Not enough that makes me think all of these teams should be going after him, which I think says more about the state of the transfer market and world football than anything else. But I mean, I'm struggling to think, people will call me negative, I'm struggling to think why you would come to Tottenham right now over those two clubs. If I'm honest, I get it with Chelsea. I get it because at Chelsea, you've got people like Nkunku and Felix who want to leave because they're getting no game time. So I get it. If I'm Tell, I'm looking at that and saying, well, hang on, am I going to get game time? But at Tottenham, I still ask that question about Son. Now, obviously, we know James's feelings on Son, but it would mean him not playing over Son, him playing over Son. And is Ange going to do that with his captain? That I think that's a genuine question, right?
You've sold me. Get him in.
Or maybe,
but you know what I mean?
Or maybe
they are. Johnson. He's playing on the right, surely.
No. Well, he's naturally he's always played left, doesn't he? And cut in on his right. So again, we'd have the same problem.
He likes playing inverted, Ange. You know, he'll have an inverted winger.
Yeah, but this is the problem.
Even on the left and cuts in onto his natural foot. On the other wing, it wouldn't be the same, would it? On the other wing.
The thing that annoyed me with today,
right?
to be honest, the thing that annoyed me with today, and I actually think Son had a good first half, is the fact that they started Son left wing and made Mikey Moore play right. Surely you let your youth, inexperienced, play in his stronger position, and you have your more experienced captain play out of position. Like that's for me is I just worry. Look, if the conversation has gone down to Tell and Ange and Tell signs, I think there needs to be questions asked, to be honest, because the guy can't. Well, I just don't get what he would. Like you said, I don't get what he would be joining for. I really don't. Unless he's thinking, I'm going to come in here tear it up for a seaon because I believe my ability, and then I'm leaving. Other than that, I couldn't see what he would be joining for.
Yeah.
Can I just say, like, when people say this Tell doesn't fit what Ange wants to do, I'll be honest, after 18 months, 19 months, I have no idea what Ange wants to do. Can someone explain this? when fans, sorry, Eugene, when fans say things like this, what does this mean? I don't understand what this means. What?
Like, I think Ange wants wingers that play touchline, right? With where our players are positioned, I feel like he wants to play like traditional wingers. He wants his like fullbacks to underlap and wingers go on the outside, right? And dribble and take on the fullback, whatever, right? So I think that's what he wants, right? I'm not seeing that on the pitch. I'm seeing our players try it from time to time, right? But
I think that's a dying breed, though. I can't remember the last
Yeah.
winger that stayed out wide and didn't come inside. They normally beat them. I mean, the young lad today beat his man inside, drive. Like, I don't see wingers that just get to the byline now and cross the ball. It's a dated tactic.
Yeah,
maybe Saf, if I could like bring one point, because you said about like selling the project, game time, and all that, right? Maybe they are planning to move Son on. So in that case, I feel like bringing in a guy like Matthias Tell would make sense, right? And you could actually sell him the perspective of being like a starting winger for us when we move Son on. It's whether we will move Son on, which I doubt, right? I heavily doubt that we will try to sell him, because we extended his contract, right? He still has 1.5 years now, right?
But do you
Son,
are you talking about?
Yeah, Son. That's the only.
Do you reckon though, Mikhail?
No, I don't believe it,
feeling,
right? But maybe, right?
I've got a feeling that his contract was that they triggered that purely so they can actually make some money off him rather than get nothing for him. I think he's got to go in the summer, right? Not knocking him, but otherwise we've got the worst squad planning in the history of football. If Son stays next year, right? Let's go. You've got Son, Yang, Mikey Moore, Odeber, and then we're talking about Tell. Right. First of all, you don't even need 4. You don't need 5. You don't need 4. My question is, if Tell comes in, what does that then mean for Odeber, who you've just signed in the summer and everyone's been telling me, wait till this kid comes back? What does that mean for more? Like, does that mean next year?
Does that guarantee him game time? Yeah. Does that guarantee him game time? Or are they going to go, if he says, right, I guarantee you're going to be our starting left winger, Mikey Moore will leave. Yeah. This other Odeberg, we don't know what he's like, but I'm surely he'd be like, well, that ain't fair. I'm out of here as well. Like, yeah.
But do you see what I mean? Like, for example, one other thing we've got to take into account is look at all those players we just mentioned. At the moment, I say that I can say this safely now. If Spurs don't win a trophy, we will not have European football. We are not qualifying for European football through the league unless we go on a 10-game winning run. And I hate to break it to you guys, I can't see it. So again, guys, if we go into, I'll come to you, Lubo. If we go into next season with no European football, and then you've got Yang, Moore, Odeber, Son, this is a lot of players to play once a week. How do they get? That's before all the kids that you absolutely adore. Where do they get game time? So surely we've got to think about that, right?
Well, it's going to be an issue, isn't it?
Right. That's why I don't understand why we're going forward.
It was an issue last season, and Ange tried loads of players. Ange tried out loads of players at Fulham in the League Cup because he wasn't going to get a chance to see him in the league, and everybody slaughtered him for that. So,
he deserved to be slaughtered, though. He did deserve.
Well, listen, they went out on penalties. I understood why he did it. That's probably the one decision that Ange has made that I'm not criticising, because when else did he get to see players? When else did he get to see players in a competitive game? It was the only chance he had.
Yeah, but
he's not going to try.
He didn't have to make 10 changes, though.
He didn't have to make. No, he didn't have to make. He made 9 changes. He should have made 3 or 4. But
right. I mean,
I'm still making certain
let's not get
changes.
into the Brentford. Let's not get into the Fulham Cup game from
Last year,
19 months ago.
he'll have a problem. He'll have a problem.
Yeah.
Whoever's in charge, God knows who it'll be. I'm sure it won't be Ange. But
Galatasaray.
Listen, I'd take Spurs against any of those. Honestly, with a full strength team, if all the players are back, I'll back our team against any of those.
Based on what? Based on what?
Ian goes on.
Based on gut feeling, Icardi is out for the season as well, and Icardi was important playing up front with Osimhen, and he did his knee ligaments against us.
Yeah, no, I get your point, but I just don't. I like to judge my opinion on what I've seen.
Yeah.
You know, like no disrespect, but a lot of people are saying that Mikey Moore's generational. Okay, but I haven't seen nothing to say that he's going to be generational. If you're talking generational, to me, you're talking Ronaldinho, Messi, Ginola. They're generational. So to be talking about somebody that has done nothing on the big stage so far as generational, for me, I don't know. And you're saying that we could beat Galatasaray over home and away. Our away form has been absolutely shocking. So why are you predicting that we could win or do anything there? And as of late, our home form has been shocking.
Technically, don't have to win away, right?
I think they've got to get past Sociedad first, and that's not going to be easy. So anyway,
look,
we'll see.
I just think when we sit and say we're not scared by anybody, I truly have to remind everyone of the shocking teams that we've lost to in the last 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 months. I genuinely do feel that we are going in so I'll call it out. We are arrogant as a fan base. We are.
We've beaten City, Liverpool, United, and Villa. I mean,
that's a fair point. That's a fair point.
Yeah, it's
not over 2 legs. No,
it's a totally mad season, Sav. It's crazy. It's crackers. The whole thing is mad.
Yeah, but when we say I'm not worried by any of them, I'm bloody.
No, I didn't say I'm not worried. I'm confident. I didn't say I'm not worried. I said that I'm confident we could get through against any of them.
Can I just
with a full strength team?
Say this, though,
with a full strength team.
Right. But here's the thing: what's the chances Spurs are ever going to have a full strength team? And with a full strength team. We've lost to some really bad teams this year. So I do worry when we play teams over 2 legs. I think we need to get them back to White Hart Lane in the second leg. I think we need to play at home in the second leg. If we have to go away,
Sav, we will be. We'll be away in the first leg.
No, I'm not just talking about this game. I'm talking about as we move further into the competition.
Sure.
I think that there's a lot of teams. I look at Lazio. I would not want to play at Lazio. I do not want to play at Athletic Bilbao. I do not want to play at some of these. I don't want to go away to Olympiacos. I don't want to play. I mean, look at the team. I don't want to go away and play at Rangers again. I don't want to play Frankfurt. I don't want to play Man United over 2 legs.
Funny, Frankfurt drew with Hoffenheim on Sunday. Hoffenheim were doing well.
Yeah, but
playing us.
Yeah, but
I don't want to see us play full
they
stop.
could turn around. But they could turn around and go, yeah, well, Spurs lost to Everton and Leicester in the last 2 Premier League games. Do you know what I mean? Like, I just feel like we've got a lot of chest for a team that are absolutely in shocking form for nearly 18 months. I feel like we've got a lot of arrogance about us. I will state that to the end. If we win it and I'm wrong, I'll take it back. But I do not want to play Galatasaray away in any way, shape or form. Our players would crumble at Galatasaray. Our players would absolutely crumble, in my opinion.
They lost at Ajax tonight.
Sure. I don't want to play them there at Galatasaray.
By the way, Hoffenheim won at Anderlecht 4-3.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. But you know, football isn't about one game. I'm going by the evidence of the last year and a half that we've been really poor. And yet I don't understand. Like when I see people going, oh, there's no one that should worry us. You know, when you just sit there and you think, you do know we support Tottenham Hotspur. Like people are talking like we support Liverpool. No one worries me in that group. What? Hang on, what? Like, I'm worried about playing Leicester and Everton. And people are going, nah, there's no one there that worries us.
Savva, wait. Somebody just commented, they scraped past us when we had 10 men. Galatasaray scraped past us. mate, rewatch that game. They could score like fucking 12 goals against us, right? They didn't scrape past us. It's ridiculous, honestly. Like,
honestly, I keep using this word, Mikhail. The revisionism from football fans is staggering. It's almost like we didn't go to Galatasaray and get an absolute footballing lesson. Like
we had 9 men out, Sav. What do you expect? We had a second team out.
No, we didn't.
Yes,
we're talking about the game. It doesn't matter how many players we had out. We're talking about the game.
Out virtually.
We didn't have 9 men out.
I'll tell you the team.
Oh God! I'll do it so that you can look at the program. Hang on.
I'll tell you the team.
Yeah, but Ian, in fairness though, you said today that all our players look knackered.
They did look tired. First half they looked tired. Second half was
Son was probably one of our best performers in the first half. He's played all the minutes. Gray looked fine to me. Porro looked fine to me, and Bergwijn looked fine to me. All the rest haven't played many minutes at all. The rest was Van der Ven, Davis, the keeper Austin, Bentancur, Richarlison, Mikey Moore. How can they be knackered?
James, the training's ridiculously intense.
They haven't been able to do that. They haven't been able to.
We're still in the red zone all the time. We know
they haven't been able to train like that for ages due to the fact that there's a game every 3 days. They have 2 days recovering. So if they had a game on Sunday, 2 days recovery is Monday, Tuesday, allows them Wednesday to train, and then they've got a game Thursday. So it's not as full on as you're making out.
Galatasaray, Forster.
I've got it here.
You got it.
Yeah. So
Forster, Gray, Dragerson, Davis, Porro. So you got Porro's 1. Basuma, Bergwijn,
and Dragersin. Dragersin was a £30 million signing.
Dragersin's a first team player. This is where we've got to stop this.
No. I'm talking about first 11. Dragersin is not first 11. He's not first 11.
How many teams can put
everyone
out their
was calling for him to
every
start?
game?
Everyone was calling for that guy to start over Romero. Everyone was calling for him to start over Romero. Then when he does, he's not a first-team starter.
He's a first-team footballer at Tottenham Hotspur. Right. He's a Romanian international, right? Let's have a look at this, right? In that team, right? Pedro Porro, Dragersin, Ben Davis is a senior pro at Tottenham and has been for 10 years, right? James Maddison, Yves Bissouma, Son, Johnson. These are first-team players. Now, it's not just...
Huh? You've got 3 or 4 players there. Lancashire was the other one.
You haven't got 3 or 4. I'm sorry. Porro, Maddison, Basuma, Son, Johnson, Dragersin, Davis. These are senior pros.
What's your first 11 against Galatasaray? If we draw them and everyone's fit. Come on. Yeah, what's your first 11?
Yes, but...
What is your first 11?
But Lubo, I don't live in a...
My opinion.
Yes,
Vicario starts.
Ian, I don't live in a dream world where I think the entire squad is going to be fit every week. Every team plays with injuries and misses players. But to put the performance in we did with those players, there's 7 senior pros in that team, right? 8. Forster's a senior pro. By the way, Forster was excellent against Galatasaray. He kept us in it, right? With those players.
You're going to need your best players to beat teams like Galatasaray. You can't.
So if we don't have a full team, so if we don't have a full starting 11, should we just forfeit the game then? Like, it doesn't make sense.
Of course not.
Because why are Arsenal winning in the Champions League? Why are Arsenal winning in the league? They've got Saka out and players like that. Why are they allowed to win it? Why is it always an excuse for Tottenham Hotspur? It's always an excuse.
They play a proper system, don't they?
No, but
you're changing the conversation.
Yeah, you're changing your debate now.
I will stay with it. I will stay with that.
Yeah, but Ian,
we might not even play it. We may not even play it.
Hang on. But when we're talking about this dream world where, well, what if our first 11 plays? Couldn't every Premier League, scrap that. Couldn't every football team in the world say that about every week? Well, if we had our best 11, who has their best 11 every week?
We're talking about 2 games in a cup. That's what we're not talking about. a run of 38 league games, which we're as we can see, we're miles away. We're talking about a cup competition where they're all tier 2 teams. They will have injuries as well. They could have, we could walk in to play against a team who's off form. Who knows? Who's picked up injuries? You don't know. You don't know.
No,
See, for me,
this is our best chance of winning a trophy. We're going to get knocked out next week.
What, the Europa League?
Definitely. We're going to get knocked out by Liverpool and Villa. And that leaves us with the Europa. We're never going to.
It may be our best chance, but it's still a very, very slim chance.
But
Really
by the way, guys,
James, I think we're in with 6 or 7 other teams that have got as good a chance as any.
But based
Well,
on
by the way,
yeah,
guys, I personally think that we actually can win a knockout game, like a 2-legged game against Galatasaray, right? But it's not easy, right? Because like there are plenty of chatters and people in the chat, right, that say that it's an easy draw, right? It's not an easy draw. It will be a tough game, right? We are not saying we can't win. I think I actually I think we can actually take on most of the teams that Europa League, right? In a 2-legged tie. But whether we win is a different thing, right? I think we can give them a close game, right? Of course, I have no faith in Ange, right? But I think that the squad quality-wise is not bad, right? It's the tactics, right? But still, I think we can actually go through with Galatasaray, right? The issue is that with this manager, we are susceptible to just getting countered on and just getting worked out by the opposition manager, right? And if we play, let's say we play first game at their ground, right? And he does a madness like he does from time to time, right? And we get slapped up 3-0 at Galatasaray. Are you telling me we are turning over a 3-0 deficit at our home, right? This is the risk with Ange as a manager, right? It might not happen, right? Because we actually can give Galatasaray a game and we might walk out of their ground with a 2-2 draw. And then when we come back to London, right, we play them on our terms and, there is a higher chance that we go through, right? But it's not a guaranteed. It's not an easy tie, right? It's not as if we are going to go to Turkey and win 5-0 and come back home and play our under-21s and win 1-0, right? It's like people need to start giving respect to those European teams. It's like
they never do. They never do.
Yeah.
People like Lubo never do. They never do. Look, can I just say this, right? This is what makes me laugh. Ready? Ian Lubo on this hand, right? Lubo on this hand. Well, we should be 15th in the Premier League when you look at the players we've got and the manager we've got. Ian Lubo on this hand. Well, why shouldn't we be winning the Europa League? Hang on. We've gone from we should be in a relegation battle because we're shit, but we should be winning the Europa League. Why not? Which one is it, Lubo? You can't have both.
Listen. If the teams that we're playing against are 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th in their own leagues last season, right, where would they finish in the Premier League this year?
Well,
Above Spurs.
who knows? But sorry, are you asking like where would Lazio finish in the Premier League? Where would Bilbao finish in the Premier League?
Okay, Bilbao are the favourites. They're a far better team than Lazio. Far better.
Well,
I think Lazio are overrated. I'm sorry. I don't rate
Sure. I mean, I think Lazio overrated in a league that they've just walked, in a league where you think we're up. I don't. Your logic doesn't work.
Liverpool walked the Champions League thing. They pissed it. Lazio didn't piss it the way Liverpool did. Chelsea walked the Conference League group stages. Lazio didn't walk it the way Chelsea did. Sorry.
Hang on. When you're saying it, you do know. You do know. Hang on, let me double check this before I say this. You do know when you're saying
19 points. What if they walked it? They'd have got 21, 24 points. They didn't get that.
Hang on. When you're saying that,
we finished with 16, 3 behind Lazio.
So 17, 2 behind Lazio.
Sorry, we're 2 behind Lazio.
Sorry, yeah, but you do realise.
I'm worried about. I'm going to be scared of a team that finished 2 points ahead of us.
No, hang on, Ian. Again, context is really, really important. Lazio had already gone through, put out a really weak team tonight, and lost. Lazio had qualified. Yeah. That there's a huge difference. We had to win tonight just to qualify. Lazio put their feet up because they'd already won the group. So when we're talking about Lazio weren't that good, well, yeah, Lazio were the only team tonight in Europe that could go smoking cigar. What I don't get about it is, are we that good we can win it, or are we? But we're that shit we should be in a relegation battle. I don't know where you stand with this team and manager, Ian. You're all over the place.
Well, I think the Premier League is a very strong league,
but it's not.
I think it is.
Based on what?
I think there is a strength in depth that there isn't in other leagues. I'm sorry. You go right the way down. You've got, look at this. You've got Villa and Brighton. The top 10 are all decent teams that would do well in any of the other leagues. Sorry,
you watch the other leagues.
All played well this season. All of them are decent teams. We talk about Marco Silva. We talk about Brighton. They're 10th and 9th. You talk about Villa constantly, Sav. They're 8th in the table. Bournemouth are 7th. Chelsea, Newcastle.
Ian, you're telling me what I know. Okay, Ian. Here's the difference between me and you. Ian, here's the difference between me and you. It's all well and good you sitting there telling me about the league I know about. Now tell me about the other European leagues that you don't watch.
Sorry, I think this is a very, very strong league.
No, that's not what I asked. Tell me about the other leagues that you don't watch that apparently aren't as strong. You don't watch them.
Well, let's have a look at the group stages and let's see what teams got through. Let's see what teams got through all the European leagues.
Ian, it's not what I asked. What I asked is, do you watch the other leagues?
I follow the results. I watch a few highlights here and there. Right, I don't watch games constantly.
And there's a lot of people that watch the German league, the Spanish league, the Italian league, and you're being a typical. I'll call it out. You're being a typical English football fan. Our league's brilliant. Okay, talk to me about the other leagues. Oh, I don't watch it. Of course, you don't watch it because you don't know. Look at the Spanish teams. Look at the Spanish teams going down to the 11th, 12th in the league. Some very good footballing teams in there. Watch Rayo Vallecano play. Watch Girona play. Watch Betis play. These are good football teams. But because they're not English, the English league's a lot stronger. Based on what? Spain have got 3 top teams at the top of our league. We've got 1.
They're good sides.
Right. So when we're saying
Champions League table, top 8, Liverpool, Arsenal, Villa. There's 3 out the 8.
Sure.
Right. You've got Barcelona and Atletico, so you've got 2 Spanish.
Sure.
You've got Inter Milan, Leverkusen, Lille. So you've got 3 English, 2 Spanish, 1 German, 1 French.
Sure. What's that got to do with anything?
And 1 Italian.
What's that got to do with anything?
Sorry, and Europa League. Both Spurs and Man United top 4 in the Europa League.
Sure. What
Conference League, Chelsea top. Sorry, I just think we have a strong league. We have a very strong league. I think we're top of the coefficient as well this year.
Sure.
I think
you just acknowledged you don't watch the leagues. I don't understand. It's like me turning around and going, "Oh, that new Tom Hardy film shit." Well, have you seen it? No, but I've read some reports. Like if I don't
watch the games in Europe, I watch the matches in Europe. I don't watch Bundesliga games. I've got enough watching Tottenham. That's enough to drive me mad. Don't need to watch anybody else. But the Premier League, I think, is still one of the strongest leagues in Europe.
But that wasn't the question. Whether it's one of the strongest leagues in Europe isn't the question.
What are you arguing about, Sav? What exactly are you arguing about?
I'm arguing about.
What are you having a cop for here?
Let me finish a sentence. Let me finish a sentence, and I might get there. What I'm arguing about, Lubo, is you are a typical English football fan, and it sickens me. I'll be honest, it sickens me.
I'm sorry I sicken you, mate.
It's the arrogance of our league is this, and this. Okay, do you watch these other teams? No. Well, how do you know? Oh, well, I know. Listen, let me tell you something. If Fulham went into the Spanish league, there's no guarantee that Fulham would be in the top 8, top 9, top 10. There's no guarantee. Forest wouldn't be in the top 3 of the Spanish league, would they? Forest are 3rd in the Premier League. They would not be above Real Madrid, Atletico Madrid, and Barcelona in the Spanish league. So whichever way you want to spin this, right?
Well, they might be fourth. They might be fourth. They're above Man City.
You think they'd be above Athletic Bilbao?
No, who knows? Who knows? We'll never know.
Yes,
So
it's
speculation.
It's kind of like a pointless
Guys,
argument because it's
yeah,
kind of
it's something
We'll
you
never
can't
know.
quantify, right?
Hang on, guys. What I was
Yeah.
trying to get at with Lubo is, on one hand, right, he'll sit there and fight me tooth and nail that Spurs shouldn't be in the top half of the table. We've got a shit manager, shit squad. We should be where we are. And then when I go, what about Europa League? Yeah, we should be winning that. Whoa.
I didn't say we should. I didn't say we should. Don't put words in my mouth.
No,
I
okay,
said
you know
we're
what I
one of
mean.
6 or 7 teams that have got a good chance of winning it. That's what I've always said.
Sure, but
And we have the players over 2 games that can win. We haven't got players consistently, as we've seen in the league. But
Based on what?
Based on what? Based on winning. Based on winning at City. Based on beating Liverpool. Based on beating Villa. Sorry.
Let me throw your own argument back at you. When we beat all of those teams you just mentioned, yeah, it wasn't with the first 11. It was with the weaker teams where we put mostly 10 men behind the ball and defended. So this whole with a first 11,
well, they're lucky we didn't play them with the first 11, aren't we?
No. When with our first 11, what's the best team we've beaten this season with our first 11, Ian?
Well, let's have a look. I've got the program.
Let's have a look. Come on. I can tell you right now, it's probably Man United.
Got the program here.
Because this is the thing. Your argument is, Ian, on one hand, you can't expect to beat Galatasaray with these players out. Ian, on the other hand, look at the good wins we had against Man City and Villa. What?
We were only missing Mickey van der Ven against Villa.
Right. Okay.
We only missed Mickey. We had 10 others.
So Villa are the best team we've beaten. Yeah.
And we didn't have a full strength team.
Sorry?
And we didn't have a full strength team.
Well, apart from Mickey, we had a full strength team.
Right. So one Villa.
So we didn't.
Villa. That full strength team lost to Palace and Ipswich. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, sorry, for me, it's just, I feel like we watch a different football team.
For me, there's only one way that we win anything. And that's if we sack Ange tonight and get somebody in that can actually get in a good philosophy. If they picked up Poch and dropped Poch in with these wing backs / fullbacks, you would see a completely different system. And I would then say we've always got a chance.
James, I think we'll be gone in 2 weeks. I think we'll lose to Brentford. If Everton win at the weekend, we'll be 16th. Then we'll lose to Liverpool and Villa, and I think he'll be gone.
Even today, if you actually looked at, there was a few times I actually stopped to sort of watch the positioning. Ben Davies was a cam / striker, and so was Porro. We played a 2-1, not like 2-1-6 or something. It was ridiculous. We had nothing else, which is why, for me, a team like Galatasaray are even more dangerous because Victor Osimhen on that break is killing it. He's absolutely killing it.
Let me bring in Danny. Danny, in true Spurs style, we beat a really poor team and our fans start losing their minds. How are you, mate? And what are you making of everything?
Yeah, I mean, as good as can be. But yeah, I think tonight again, it was an awful performance. Let's be honest, it was terrible. But it was. Do you know what? It was today. Was the first time where, because I know I really haven't been watching it as much as you guys, but it's the first day where I was getting so angry with Ange. I mean, maybe because I haven't been watching. It's probably why I haven't been so as emotional as you guys.
Yeah.
But when I saw, you could see some of the players on the bench, and you're just screaming at the TV like, just put some youngsters on for fuck's sake. Sorry, excuse my language, but do you know what I mean? Like, literally, just put some youngsters on. And for me, it was just refreshing to see that the youngsters actually were the best performers on the pitch. That was the best part of the evening, was to see the 3 youngsters fucking get us out of having another embarrassing performance against a really poor side. So, yeah, look, I think what's frustrating is that the manager is not utilizing these youngsters when we are clearly in need for fresh legs. Like, literally, these kids want to just give it a go. I don't care if where we are in the Premier League. We've got nothing to lose, so we might as well just give them a go. But look, I think with with Ange, I'm still of the stance of I don't really care who's the manager, to be honest with you, at this point. Like, I don't care whether it's Mason, I don't care whether it's Ange. I know you might not agree with me, Sav, about Ange and his tactics and all this kind of stuff. Look, I understand everything. I understand where his standpoint is. I understand where his faults are, where his little positives are. But again, he's just a stubborn manager. That's all it is. He's basically a stubborn piece of shit that doesn't want to change, even though he can if he wanted to. I think that is literally where the most frustration is from Spurs fans, to be honest, is that you know that he can do it, he just doesn't. He chooses not to, and that's the biggest problem. That's where managers kind of make their money, really, isn't it? It's on those decisions that they should be making for depending on the opponent you're playing. And again, today, I mean, it's embarrassing that the seasoned professionals are the ones who are just looked so bad today. They look awful. I mean, again, what's the most frustrating thing I'm seeing is just the standing around. The amount of standing around the players are doing, misplaced passing, is so frustrating. It is literally so frustrating. And again, it was youngsters that had a little bit more movement in it today, and it's where we got our goals from. And that it was just, I like to see that more if it's up to me. But
I agree.
Yeah,
welcome back, Danny.
Yeah, I know. Yeah,
we have had this for a year already.
I know.
This account, I have. This person must have about 10 accounts. I've blocked this account 8 times, and they are coming back and back and back. I'm so sorry, everyone in the chat. And it's not the real flawless for anyone that's wondering. It's not the real flawless. Apologies.
Someone's looking for attention. Oh, parents didn't give him attention when he was young, so now he's looking for attention
Alex,
from us.
Alex, don't talk to people like that. I'm sorry, Alex. I am blocking them. It's somebody with multiple accounts. All right. Sorry. Guys, I do want to end the show in 10 minutes, by the way, because I've been streaming for 5 hours and I'm absolutely shattered. But look, Danny doesn't care. Ian loves Ange and thinks he's going to win the Europa League. Me and James want him gone. It sums up Tottenham. Oh my God. It sums up Tottenham, really, doesn't it? Like where we all are.
Yeah. I'm now Ange in.
I'm going to be happy tonight, so if we won a game.
I am. I actually, honest to God, I am now Ange in. I swear to you, I'm now Ange in. Because he's working miracles in turning the rest of the fan base against Levy. So if it means writing off this season, all right, I'm prepared to do that. I'm going to sit here and say, Ange, you keep killing us from the inside out. I'll give you the rest of the season.
Do you know what would be funny? If the players come back and all of a sudden our form just completely changes? I think that would be the most hilarious comedy show for the rest of the season. I think that would be so funny. Every single Spurs fan will be, oh my God, they'll be going mental. But do you know, with Ange, like the reason why I say I'd rather Ange in at this moment is because of that reason, James. It's like I don't care because nothing for me. I stopped caring when I saw that transfer window right in the summer. Like that was the most disgusting transfer window I've ever seen from Spurs, right? And for me, it's just when you sign Timo Werner on loan again, it just tells you exactly what this club's ambitions are, right? So
and bringing shit like Gray in.
Yeah, Gray. No, I like Gray. Gray's all right. Gray's all right. But do you know what? It's quite funny the way. It's just funny how everything's kind of. It's like me, Sav, so many other people who've been Levy out for such a long time. We could see the story kind of just unfolding from years ago. We could tell you exactly what the story was going to happen, and eventually it's going to happen with Ange as well because that's Daniel Levy's trait. He's going to sack him. It's just a matter of time. It literally is a matter of time. It's whether or not he's going to weather this storm or he's going to wait till the end of the season. It seems like he's going to keep waiting because I think what I think he's doing is that I think he's waiting to see what happens when the players come back. Because if it's still underperforming and all the players are back, he'll just chop him in and get Mason in. That's what he'll do until the end of the season. But we'll see how late that is. It's like a fine balance. He's juggling act at the moment with him. And I personally, I think Ange in it probably is turning more fans against him. But if he sacks him in a twisted, warped way, it's like it just lets Levy off the hook again, if that makes sense. right? And for me, I just don't want to see Ryan Mason ever manage this football club again. That I said that from the last time Mason came into this club. I said I never want to see him again, and that's just my standpoint on why I'd rather Ange, just because I cannot see Mason run this club. It just shows how pathetic it really is. Could you imagine having Mason again for the third time in as an interim manager? I'd
still rather have Mason than Ange. I think Ange is the worst manager I've ever seen manage a game of football.
That's you. I know. I don't care anyway. He's not. Look, we know he's not that great. We know it. His tactical stubbornness is very, very, very frustrating for everyone.
There's nothing tactical there, man. There's nothing tactical there.
Well, we saw it the other day. It was like a donut, wasn't it? In the tactics, it was just a joke. The players are all over the place. They don't know. I mean, even today, I saw it again. Like they're passing the ball around and they're misplacing passes. Some of them don't know when to go for it or not, and it's just like there's no communication. It's just like individuals playing.
It's almost like there's been no coaching, Danny. Wouldn't you say? It's like no one is
basically, And then just to make it laugh even more is that Dragusin gets injured now, and that looks like probably a bad injury. So he's going to be out for God knows how long. And it's just another injury, and another joke that Tottenham Hotspur are. It's just
guys, what is going on though? Because every game, like I've never seen a football team that every single game have more talking points about injury. We have more players getting injured than points. Do you know what I mean? It's getting truly embarrassing now. And if it is his training driving them into the ground, surely somebody sees that at the training ground. And this is what I mean. Like, I know we don't want. Listen, I don't want Mason. Like, I don't want Mason. But if you said to me right now, we're going to have Mason till the end of the season or Ange, honestly, I'll take Mason. I will take Mason. His results when he actually took over at Spurs weren't dreadful. If we actually look at it, I think
they weren't that bad.
A lot of stick. I don't know that he actually did anything wrong when he was.
When he took over from Jose, he won 4 out of the 6 remaining games.
I know. I don't think
and unlocked Bale.
Unlocked Bale and Harry Kane as well at the same time. I mean, that's the difference. We had Harry Kane and a Gareth Bale then to bail us out, literally. But
Danny, we've got a Joy and Mikey Moore now. Don't worry about it.
Oh my god! But do you know? Go on, Sav.
No, I was just going to say, I'm just going to get like again, when I say that about Mason, I think people always assume if I say that, it means that I want him as permanent manager. I don't. I just don't ever want to see Ange Postecoglou in a dugout. I can't stand him. I can't. Nothing about him.
Do you know what?
I can't warm to him, Danny. I don't even think he's a nice guy. There's nothing about him where I go, that's my manager.
Yeah, look, I do agree with that. I also I feel the same way. It's just that for me, I don't really care like if he's the manager or not. So if he gets sacked, fine. Mason comes in. I'll get annoyed because I don't want to see Mason, but it's gonna happen, isn't it? It's what's meant to happen probably at some point. And I just what also annoyed me with Postecoglou today was when Dragusin was clearly couldn't go on. And he's telling him to get back on the pitch. Like, what the hell is wrong with you? Like, you're more than half your squad is injured because of the way you're managing them. Yet you're telling your injured player to go back on the field and risk making it worse. It makes no sense. Like, this is what I mean. It's like there's no communication within the club with anyone. Like the medical team don't see it. It's literally like it's madness. What's this? Go on.
I mean, everyone's going on as though when Ryan Mason was in charge of Spurs, we lost every game we played. Ryan Mason's won 5, drawn 1 and lost 3, scored more than he's conceded and got a 55% win rate.
Yeah.
I'm just laughing because you're Ryan Mason. Jesus Christ.
No, guys, but you get my point. Like,
when
people say that is the only reason they don't want Ange sacked, nah. I'm taking it. I am. I'm taking it.
Do you think we'd have a better chance with Mason with the cups?
I don't think we've got a chance.
Definitely.
With the cups.
I do. I do. He'd have us playing with a proper back four and proper fullbacks, and no inverted. It'll take away the high line that they play. This high line is going to kill Van der Ven's hamstring completely. It's mad.
The high line isn't the problem. For me, it's not the problem. Most teams now in the Premier League play a high line. The problem is the fucking 2 centre-backs and the 2 inverted full-backs. You have 2 very good full-backs / wing-backs, and they're playing as attacking midfielders. There's nothing to do with a high line. When I went to the Ipswich game, Ipswich centre-backs were in our half most of the game. It's nothing to do with the high line. It's about if you go back to when you're a kid, you was always taught triangles. When you get the ball, play triangles. Someone gets the ball, everyone's standing up front. There's no triangles, there's no pass. So what they have to do is they have to go backwards. It has nothing to do with the high line.
No, James. I organised the back four. If the other team were 15, 20 yards in front of me, I didn't stand on the halfway line. I got the back four to drop to give ourselves.
We don't have a back four, Ian. We don't have a back four. We have a back two.
But that's the other problem, isn't it?
For me, it's the high line isn't the problem.
James, they're both problems.
They're not. Liverpool play a high line. City play a high line. Arsenal play a high line. Chelsea play a high line. High line's not the problem. If you've got a back four that can defend it with a number 6 helping out the back four, that's not the problem. The high line's not the problem. Ipswich beat us, and their defenders were in our half 90% of the game. The high line is not the problem.
James, if another team, Sav showed a picture last season of Chelsea on the attack, 10, 12 yards from the halfway line, and we're all on the halfway line.
Yeah, but that was the extreme
like that for my life. That's nonsense.
But I could do that. I could do that to you now and show you Liverpool conceding a goal like that. I could do that and show you Chelsea's going. But when they've got their high line, they've got a back four, they've got midfielders sitting in front. They've and even if you bypass that, they've got a style. They've been coached into a routine. They've been coached into a style of playing how to play. We don't have a style of play, or if we have, I'm blind to it because I don't know what it is. We don't have a defensive midfielder. We don't have fullbacks. We play 2 centre-backs on their own, and the rest of the team are in the other half, in the other box.
I think you just nailed the issue, right? Because other teams play a high line, but they usually have 3 or 4 players on the halfway line, right? So if you look at City, for example, they play with a back 3, right? Right now, they play with Guardiola and whoever, like 2 other people, right? Usually, if Guardiola commits offensively, then they usually drop the other guy, to a back 3. I think the issue with our style of play is that not only do we play with fullbacks that are extremely high up, right, which leaves our center backs as a pairing on the halfway line, but we also don't play with a number 6 who doesn't support the back line, right? So usually if we get the ball turned over, right, if we have a loose pass or whatever, one ball behind our back line, right, and it's usually a 2 versus 2. Because usually in those situations, even if you lose the ball, you usually have a 3 versus 2, right, because you leave 3 players back. I think the issue is that there are plenty of other teams that play with a high line, right? The Villa plays with a high line, like City, Liverpool, right? Some other teams play with a high line, but they don't expose the defenders as much as we do. This is my biggest issue, right? I don't necessarily have an issue with a high line, right? With playing your defenders up the pitch. I know what the tactical, thinking behind this is to squeeze the pitch.
Like and can I show you, Michael?
Yeah, go.
Can I show you?
If you pick one game is in the Arsenal, we had 2 centre-backs. We even brought on 3 fucking number 10s. So we had our full-backs playing number 10s, and we brought on 3 number 10s. So we've got everybody on the edge of their box and 2 sorry defenders sitting on the halfway line. It's nothing to do with the high line.
Yeah.
I mean, look, for me, when I look at some examples, I mean, by the way, the Chelsea example is the extreme because we were down to 9 men. So this is what Ian was talking about. Like, this is just absolutely shambolic. But let's look at some more recent examples where, for me, again, you can play a high line, but you've got to have a defensive midfielder, and you've got to make sure that your fullbacks aren't both inverted into midfield. And unfortunately, Ange hasn't worked that out. Most teams, like whoever just said, most teams, what they will do is, and Man City have been the biggest example of this in the Premier League for 6, 7, 8 years, is Man City would have always had Carl Walker would have gone, and whoever was at left back would have tucked in, made a free, and Rodri.
Yeah, that's the point I made, right?
Yeah. Tottenham, we just go with 2, and let's have a look. So, for example, and yes, people will say Basuma lost the ball, but this is the point. No team should ever be that their centre midfielder loses the ball on the halfway line, and that their right back is the green dot where Porro is, and their left back Spence is on this side. So if you look here, those fullbacks are higher up the pitch than 5 Arsenal players. Right? Yeah. They're higher up the pitch than 5 Arsenal players.
So let me interject there. Sorry, let me interject. Spence played the ball to Basuma and then ran off for a 1-2. Basuma went the other way and lost the ball. Spencer made his run into space.
Yeah, but Ian should have given it.
Yeah, but then Porro shouldn't be as high up, right?
Michael, Porro shouldn't be miles up there.
Sure, but whichever. But again, you're missing a point, Ian. This isn't about which one of them. This is the point that this is how we play. It's not about. We all acknowledge that Basuma made the mistake, but no other team in world football makes that mistake where Basuma does, and has a back 2 that. Look at that. That back 2. First of all, I'm not blaming them. Those 2 centre backs. 1, they are not in a straight line. 2, you could drive about 3 double deckers between them, right? And your fullbacks are nowhere to be seen. Your central midfielder, Sarr, is on the half turn now, trying to come back in. And then you've got Porro, Kulu, Bergvall, Solanke, and Spence, all just standing there going, we're miles up the pitch. We can't do anything, right? That's one example. Then let's look at this example. This is every single game, Lubo. It's not just the highlight, it's the tactics, right? Have a look at this. So Spurs again, we lost the ball, right, in the right back area, right? But again, look at the back 4. Look at the back 4. It's like a horseshoe rather than a back 4, right?
And it's 4 on 4 there. It's 4 on 4, 4 on 5. It's impossible.
Hang on, Archie Gray. Not blaming him. He's been told to go further up. Look at him. He's now having to scramble back. Papa Sarr, bearing in mind we lost the ball in our own third here. Papa Sarr, as a central midfielder, should never have been in the other team's half when we're losing the ball in our own third.
Yeah, I agree with that.
And then when they pass the ball here, look, this is how easy we are to play against. One ball from, I think this is D. Cordova-Reid into Kanu.
I think it's Kanu's goal, right?
Look at this. One ball.
Yeah.
So one ball puts in there straight away now. You've just taken out Kulu, Bentancur, Sarr, Bergvall, and Gray with one ball. And then if you look at the other goal that they scored, right? Again, look at this, right? So they win the ball here. Right? Look where the ball ends up. Look where the ball ends up. One pass, Lubo, has taken out 3 Tottenham players because they're all so high up the pitch. There's no shape. There's no balance. And the thing that frustrates me with it is this is the basics of football.
Yes,
Every
Savva.
It's the basics of football. And last thing. Hang on. One last thing. Sorry, guys. One last thing. Again, you've seen me put these up before, but these are the basics. This is tactics. Look at this. This is against Liverpool, all in the same game, 3 different occasions. Tottenham, look at that. In all 3 pictures, Gray and Dragoshin have been left. Like, I'm not blaming them. Gray and Dragoshin have been hung out to dry. And what you'll notice in all 3 of those pictures, right? Look how many Spurs players are tracking back from the opposition half. We are the most disorganized. I don't think undrilled. We're not drilled. We're the most disorganized team in the world. It's not just the high line. It's not just the bad passing. None of these players are actually in position. This is the basics of coaching.
Or Savva, even further than that, I think they are in position. Just the instruction is really bad, right? because I think they are doing what the manager asks them to, right? But the instruction is bad, right? The instruction is flawed. This is the issue. By the way, one of those screenshots that you have shown, right? The situation came from Jet Spence pressing Trent Alexander-Arnold near their penalty box when he was playing out of the back, right? Our left back was pressing their right back, right? This is the ridiculousness of this system, right? I get the idea, right? We want to suffocate or whatever, right? But with the injuries that we had and with the lack of quality that we had in that side, right? With Gray and Dragusin, we left them, as you said, like lambs to slaughter, right? They were just left there. Like, how many times did Liverpool attack us 3-on-2 in that game, or 4-on-2, or 5-on-3, right? It's ridiculous that the opposition has such an easy time to create overloads against us, right? Which, by the way, ties back to what I said. I know I'm like making a roundabout here, right? But which ties back to why I said that I think we can oppose some of those teams in Europa League, right? Because we talked about Europa League today. But these tactics are the reason why I don't have full faith that we are going to win, right? Because if one of those managers notices those issues, right? And it's not hard to notice when you have like like 50 analysts with you, right? That analyze every single step that we take, right? It's not easy for us to get caught against Galatasaray. If we go to Galatasaray and Osimhen scores 3 passes against us, right, from situations like these, then we are screwed, right?
But the first picture you put up with the Arsenal, and then the second one that you put up, Savva. Can you put the second one back up for me? Like the second one back up.
This one.
So this one, this one start of all. I actually don't even think it's a defensive problem here. If we had a style and tactics, if Basuma gets the ball there, where is he going? Like what is his next move? There's no one there. We've got a front 5 standing on the front line. There's no one dropping to help him. So he's got to take that risk in turning and playing it back to the centre back. And the second photo you put up, mate, where he lost it.
James, on that photo. Spencer's played
the next photo, mate, you put up.
On this one. It's a shame you're not allowed to show the actual goal, because Spencer's played the ball into Basuma.
I know that, but that's beside the point. He's played it to Basuma.
Playing back in. That's all he has to do.
No, but you're not understanding my point. That's on Basuma. Yeah.
Those players should have been in that shape when we've got the ball in our own half. That's the point. No football team does this.
No.
Yes, I'm not absolving, by the way, guys, I'm not absolving Basuma of blame. But this is every game we blame individual mistakes. The problem is most teams, if they make a mistake, you can cover it up. We literally, one mistake leads to a 3 or 4-on-2. And that has got to be stopped. It's got to be stamped out.
In the first photo you showed, I think was it us against Brighton? The first one you showed, was it us, Brighton, or us, Chelsea? Was it great? No, not that one. No, not that one. We lost it,
Leicester.
And then
that was Leicester. Was it
Leicester.
You're thinking of this.
But here, look at here. So even if he's got the ball, like when he's losing it, they're all tracking back. But there's no real options to play out in possession, is there? There's no. Like, what's the easy ball there? Like it's like, okay, right, I've got the ball. I'm going to turn, lay it off. Well, go on then. He's got to turn. This for me sums up why James Maddison gets a lot of stick. Because if that was James Maddison, he would turn, he would look forward, there'd be no options, he'd have to turn back. So again, blaming a high line is the easy way out. But if there's no philosophy, there's no tactics, there's no style, there's no cover, people ain't in the right positions, it doesn't matter. You can all pick on the high line because we've conceded a few goals on the high line. But realistically, the high line's probably the last thing I'd fix. There's so much more to it.
Thing about this, do you know the funny thing about this picture immediately, what I looked at the other day, was straight away, look at the number 24. So he's the player nearest us, right?
Mm-hmm.
He might be 26, 24. Look how far behind Pedro Porro is. That's how badly organised we are. Every single team we play, their left winger has a field day.
Mm-hmm.
Every team we play, their left winger goes, I'm just going to get in behind Pedro Porro. And then people go, oh, Pedro's brilliant. Not in this system, he's not. Not in this system, he's not. And the thing is,
Most of Leicester's attacks on Sunday went down Porro's side. They just kept playing down there at the whole time.
Every team does. You watch every game we play, every single game we play. It's like a memo. We said this the other night. It's like there's a big WhatsApp group and there's a memo flying around to all the managers in the Premier League going, you got Spurs this week. Yeah, get in behind Pedro Porro. Like, look at the goal against Everton last weekend, right? The second goal, right? The one where Ndai runs. When Tottenham lost that ball, Archie Gray, I'm not blaming Archie Gray because I know Ian gets defensive Archie Gray. I'm not blaming Archie Gray, but when Archie Gray, when that happens, he's in the centre circle of their half, right? He's in the centre circle of their half. They nicked the ball. Their player had an entire half to run at. He had the entire half. We're all going, oh, Dragoshin should have done better. Who leaves a defender one-on-one for an entire half? Most teams have a DM or a number 8, whoever, that sits in there and locks that up. And we keep ignoring this. Our fans keep saying, when players are fit, it will be okay. But when our players are fit, we've been doing this. This is what we do. This isn't, none of those screenshots I showed you, guys, none of those screenshots are, oh, it's because of injuries. Those screenshots are because of the tactics. But our fans don't want to believe it.
Injuries just add on top of that, right? Injuries are just, another issue stacked on top of the tactical issue, right? Because, like, I believe in some of those situations, like Van de Ven or Romero bail you out, right? But it's not, like, they are just plastering over the issues of the system, right? And we had that feeling in the last season too, right? It's not something new that sprang up this season, right? It's like it's been the case for over 18 months, right? We've all said that last season we gave Ange a bit of leeway, right, with the tactics, because we are like, he wants to establish his system, but he needs to adjust, right? He needs to adapt, and he didn't, right? This is the issue. This is why I lost trust with him, right? And I don't think that trust can be rebuilt, right? Unless, like, I don't even want to give unless, right? Because it's not something that I can quantify. I can't say that if he does this, I will trust him again, right? He has to, like, if he wants to stay in the job, he has to build the trust again with a big part of the fan base, right? Because it's not only us just yapping here on YouTube, right? It's plenty of people in the stands, in pubs, talking about, losing faith with him, about, like, him being tactically inept, right? Which right now he has to rebuild that trust, but he's clearly not, like, adapting the system. He's clearly not fixing that issue, right? He takes risk. He just willingly, like, puts the team at risk. He tries to outweigh the positives with the negatives, right? He tries to play a risky game and bets on our team coming out on top, right? Which unfortunately this season didn't transpire, right? And we have won like 2 out of last 12 games or something like that, right? So
it's hard to defend it when you see when you see the tactic, when you see the images and you look at the results and how he played it. It's true, you can't defend it because he is literally choosing to essentially not set them up in a tactical way. That's my biggest problem with Ange is, like I said earlier, is that he can do it if he wants to. He just chooses not to. That's the problem for me, because we have seen it in certain games. We have seen him change his tactics and actually implement a game plan for a particular opponent. And it's like that's what fans are just screaming out for, just to do that on a more regular basis, not the one game here or there where we go and win like 4-0 or something, and it's just like the next game you go and lose again because you've changed your tactics again, or you've not put your tactics in place. And that's for me what the biggest problem is. My biggest grip or grasp with Ange is that.
I want to end the show. Just a couple of quick things before I do, because I'm absolutely shattered. First of all, Ellie, this is not true, by the way. These are not true stats. That we've only lost 3 games when Vicario, Van de Ven and Romero played together. We went through this the other night and we found at least 11 or 12 games that we've lost with all 3 of those playing. And second of all, before that came in, I was just going to say, Van der Ven and Romero don't solve this. But Van der Ven and Romero, look, you could leave Van der Ven and Romero with 4-on-2 against Liverpool. I'm still going to fancy Salah, Diaz, Gakpo. And this is the problem. We're banking all of this on 2 centre-backs coming back that can repel 3-on-2s and 4-on-2s. It's not sustainable, gentlemen. It's not a sustainable tactic. It should be a last resort.
I think we're so lucky to have Vicario, because I think now people are realising the amount of saves Vicario was making compared to the likes of these lads. I mean, Trossard against Arsenal, Vicario was saving them week in, week out, regardless. So for me, I would expect you can't have 3 or 4 firefighters in a team and expect to win a game, because eventually they're going to slip up.
James,
exactly.
On Sunday, Vicario gets the cross for Vardy's goal. The second goal, possibly. It was a good shot. It was right in the corner. Possibly Vicario gets that as well.
Sure, but again, we're making out like Vicario never ever messed up and made mistakes when he was in the team. I think we've got to remember that as well.
Yeah, but
Sav, he doesn't make mistakes that cost goals. Unless you can name me one, I can't think of one since he joined.
There has been 1 or 2, but like it's not.
He actually hasn't made a mistake that's led to a goal. He's kicked the ball out for a throw and he's conceded a goal in that respect, but he hasn't actually made a mistake that led to a goal. I don't think.
I think there were like 2 or 3 situations where he flapped at the ball, right? Which was why we had that huge, those huge debates at the beginning of the seasons, right? Where he flapped at the ball, it ended up in a dangerous area, and the team scored from it, right? But it was, you cannot like quantify it. You would have to go through each game and just, take like notes with our pens, right? Because these are not things that are reflected in the stats, right? But as one of you has put like really well, right? I think that Romero, Van der Ven, and Vicario were the firefighters of this system, right? They were just taking out fires. They were masking over the issues of the system, and when they didn't play,
Van der Ven, yes, I'm not sure.
Romero not this season. I think
Romero in there. I think he's
last season I think he was, right. I'm talking like in general over like the whole tenure of Ange, right. I feel like those 3 were at certain points, not all the time, right, but at certain points there were games where they bailed us out with when they played well, but when they didn't or they were injured, you start seeing the flaws of this system, right? And unfortunately, we've been missing Romero and Van der Ven and Vicario for like 2 months already, right? And we have a huge collapse. I don't think like it's not using injuries as an excuse, but it's using it as a like another layer on top of the issues that we have with the system, right? Them missing expose the weaknesses of this system even more.
Sure, right? I disagree. I feel like we've been very bad for 15, 16 months, and Vicario, Van der Ven, and Romero have played a lot of those games as well.
No, Savva, but I said when they didn't play well, the issues were shown, right? Because there were games where you get the point, right?
Do you know what I think we're doing though? I think we're trying to make players better than they are because they're injured. That's the worry for me. Like Vicario's a decent goalkeeper, right? I'm not saying he's terrible. He's a decent goalkeeper. Now there might not be any errors that led to an exact goal. How many times have you seen Vicario mess it up trying to play it out of his feet and puts us under pressure and causes panic at the back? Things like that won't go down as a stat because a goal didn't go in. But when he gets the ball with his feet, it's like, oh my God, what are you doing? And he passed it out to one of their players. Things like Romero coming out constantly, giving away free kicks in the midfield because he can't stay in his position. That won't go down as a stat because it doesn't lead to a goal. But for me, as I said, when you look at our form the last 15, 16 months, with them two, without them two, we're crap. I'm sorry. I'm calling it for what it is now.
I don't think they're the problem. So those 3 are not the problem. Romero hasn't had the greatest of seasons. He's still a class centre-back. And he's still
didn't say that they were the problem. He didn't say they were the problem.
Best defender we've got.
Guys, let's not get into
He hasn't
discussion
been
about
good this
Romero being
season.
class or not, because we will sit here for
He
another
hasn't
hour,
been good.
right?
I think he was hit and miss last season as well. I don't think when we use the
Romero.
word class players don't run into people like he does, aren't always out of position, and don't give away as many mistakes as he does. I'm sorry, that's not class. Players do not.
I think Romero
Ledley
has
King,
definitely got
that's
worse.
class. Ledley King, class.
I think
Romero,
do you know what it is with Romero, Sav? I personally think it's he just doesn't want to beat the club anymore. His heart's not in it.
I think that's the problem, Danny. I genuinely think that's the problem.
I think it's been like that for the last 2 seasons, this season and last season. That's what I see. I feel like he's just not in it.
I've never been the biggest fan of his, though, Danny. I said it. He's been here, what, 3 and a half?
I know you haven't. Yeah, I know you haven't.
4 years, and I've always watched the games. And when I watch centre backs, I don't just watch how good they are at bringing the ball out. I watch what's their position like, and the number of times Romero's man gets to the wrong side of him, the number of times he doesn't mark his man in the penalty area. Class defenders do this. This is the problem. We use words class. Class defenders don't make this many mistakes. Class defenders don't come out into midfield and clatter people. Yeah. Again, I always use the benchmark. Look at Vertonghen. Look at Alderweireld. Look at King. They are class. Yeah. Romero can't lace their boots.
I think Van der Ven's a class. I think he's quite a class defender. I think both of them are going. I think Van der Ven's probably going to go to a big club in the next year or two, the way we are.
I'd like to see Van der Ven in the back four. His recovery tackling is phenomenal because of his pace, and he wins everything. I agree. But I remember Isak put him on his backside twice at St James's Park. I'd like to see him in a back four, in a regular back four, where he doesn't have to make 15 recovery sprints every match.
Yeah.
I actually don't think Van der Ven's very good defensively.
Hang on, Ian. I know I disagree with you a lot, Ian. Bang on. Do you know what? And when I say that, I always get told, "Oh, you hate Van der Ven." No, I don't. I'd like to see what would Van der Ven do if he played for Fulham, or if he played in Forest style, where you're not asking him to track back, you're asking him to purely be in a back four and defend. I agree with you. I'm not knocking him. We will probably not ever see it at this club while Ange's here. But guys, I really need to go to bed. I am really struggling to keep my eyes open. Adam White said these takes are shocking, just like the glasses in your photo, sir. But thank you very much for your comment. Really enjoyed reading it. I really do have to rattle through these and go to bed. Big up to DMB who put in a super sticker. Thank you very much, young man. Really appreciate it. Michael Ayan Dukan said, big up Young Guns. Big up to you as well, mate. Thank you very much for the super sticker. For the super chat. Sanctuary of 7 said, maybe we should have the kids on for every game. Don't, because Lubo will be here for a 24-hour special talking to you about everyone in the youth team. Big up to you. Thank you very much. Ian JD has said, we have so many injuries. Why have we not given these youngsters a chance? This manager is a clown. All I read there was this manager is a clown, and I completely agree with you. Henry Fong TV has said, we will either play AZ Gala, Real Sociedad, or Michelin. Yes, and we're going to beat them all. Ian said we're winning the Europa League. Just remember that. You heard it here first. Christian A, big up Christian, has said, love the show. Please don't downplay the score. Your fellow pundits were hyping Elfsborg's results in Europe just yesterday. My fellow pundits, I call my fellow pundits are silly. Big up to you, Christian A. I'm Donna. Do you want her? I said, Mr. Savva, when J.E. Moore and Scarlett were young, big up, Donna. Thank you very much for the super chat. Sanctuary of 7. I said, Ange won't be gone till we're out of all the cups. Oh, my gosh. Don't say that. Don't say that. Big up to you. Thank you so much. D-Trix, big up to you, brother. I hope you're well. I said, big up everyone except for that fraud, Danny. Great performance from the youth, but we won't see them for the rest of the year. And Ange in, burn the club down. Big up to you, D-Trix. Really appreciate that. Ricardo has said a little selective memory on VDV, Romero and Vic. Not sure how you see that. I think you might mean the same as me. I'm not sure. I don't think they're as good as these guys are making out, but we'll see when they're back. The first game we win with them back will be, there you go. They're amazing. And a user to round out the show has said Romero is like a broom without a head. For me, Romero's just a very normal defender. I just don't think he's that good at anything. Big up to you, a user. Danny, thank you very much. James, thank you very much. Mikhail, thank you very much. Lubo, I'm sure we'll have a debate about something tomorrow where we completely disagree with each other. Love you all. Take care. Ange out. Enoch out. Levy out. And as always, come on.
You Spurs.
You Spurs.
Enoch out.